All right, looks like we are live, and I want to welcome everybody to Standing for Truth. My name is Donny, and I am your host and moderator for tonight's 2-in-1 event. We have a debate plus an open mic challenge, basically, where we're going to be engaging in impromptu debate for the next several hours. I've also got Sam, as I like to say, my award-winning co-host here with me to help out with the show. Sam, how you doing tonight, brother?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be back, and I'm excited for tonight.
I feel like we were just here for our last open mic. I think that was a ton of fun. We had a lot of great guests. Kent joined us for the first couple hours. We had some great debate. And so I expect some great debate. It never is. It never is. So for those wondering in the audience, and I'm sure most are aware of, the first hour, we're going to have a debate between Kent and Atheist Jr. If I'm not mistaken, this is round 3. AJ and Kent had their first rounds here over the last couple years. And here we go, the much anticipated round 3. So AJ, I guess we're just going to hand it over to you. Give yourself a brief introduction for anybody who is not familiar with you. And then move on into your first point for tonight, and we'll start the debate.
Sure. Well, my name's AJ, and my YouTube channel is Atheist Jr. I do response videos, debates, open mic stuff, just, good videos. I actually just hit 8,000 subscribers on my channel, I think today. So it's exciting. So in a debate about the evidence for evolution, what is something that you would be looking for if you wanted to call something evolution? Well, it would be populations of organisms that are adapting to their environment and that are being able to reproduce. Those offspring are going to have mutations because no child is going to be an exact clone of its parents. And in those mutations, there's going to be ones that are mostly harmful. Some are going to be neutral, but some are going to be beneficial, and some of those are going to be selected for. So what's an example of an animal, or let's say an insect, adapting to its environment? Well, when the London Underground was built in 1863, workers inadvertently created a tidy, isolated habitat for the world's favorite bug, mosquitoes. So standing water would collect in the tunnels, which made a perfect breeding ground for those blood-sucking insects. Humans discovered this during World War II when the tunnels were used as overnight bomb shelters and the mosquitoes took to feasting on the people. Now, what's actually weird about this is that they were biting people at all, because the mosquitoes that lived in the London Underground were actually a subspecies of Culex pipens, a species that the above-ground mosquitoes usually feed on birds and not mammals. So in the 8 decades or so that these mosquitoes spent apart from the above ground ones, the underground mosquitoes had switched to preferring the blood of mammals instead of birds, probably because rats are more common than pigeons in their new habitat. And that's not the only difference between the underground mosquito and the species that it evolved from. Unlike the above ground version, the London Underground mosquito doesn't hibernate in the winter, and the females don't need blood in order to lay their eggs. In fact, the two types are now so genetically distinct that they can't mate and produce offspring or bring forth. So are the metro mosquitoes a new species? I would say yes. This is what we call allopatric speciation. But whatever you want to call it, researchers think it only took a few hundred mosquito generations for this new breed of mosquitoes to evolve. So is that an example of evolution? I would say that it is.
AJ, thank you very much for the introduction and also your first point for tonight's debate on evolution and evidence. Congratulations on the 8,000 subscribers, and I appreciate you being here for this event. So let's now hand it over to Dr. Kent, the science gent. Kent, how you doing tonight? A little bit about yourself, and then feel free to move into your first response to Atheist Jr.'s point.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. My name's Kent Hovind. I taught high school science and math 15 years. I'm in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. And we have a Christian camp, a science center, a museum, a theme park. Visitors come from all over the world. It's free and it's fun. We believe the Bible is true, and evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. Never been a dumber idea than to teach the kids we all came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. And so I enjoy picking on the atheists sweetly in Christian love, trying to win them over. But meanwhile, what they're teaching is hurting many, many children. And it's just, I think, probably borders on criminal to teach them this evolution theory. It's nothing but a religion. There's no scientific evidence for evolution. A mosquito turning into a mosquito is not proof that the mosquito came from a rock. But the evolution theory does teach that. I think we need to carefully define what we're talking about, since the debate is on evolution. The process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms. Well, that's kind of a sneaky way to say it, but that's not exactly what they mean by evolution, okay? Gradual development of something. Let's see. Process of gradual change that takes place over many generations, like AJ said, 40 generations, to go from a mosquito to a mosquito, during which species of animals slowly change some of their physical characteristics. Well, now that's not adding any new information. The mosquitoes already lived on blood. Now they're still living on blood. They've apparently learned or adapted to live on a different kind of blood. I think people could learn to live on nothing but vegetation if they wanted. You could probably live on just carrots if you wanted. So, definition of evolution. Define evolution as modern biology. Let's see, change in the inherited traits of a population. What he described is not evolution. It's a variation of the same thing. See, what they do all the time with this, Donnie, they confuse the 6 different levels of evolution. First, you'd have to have cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. Where did time, where did matter, where did space come from? Where did the universe come from? Secondly, the chemicals that came from this supposed Big Bang had to form in from all the other elements. You want to get gold and silver and platinum out of hydrogen? I'd like to see that, okay? Number 3, that have to be planets evolve and stars evolve. There are stars and there are planets. Nobody's ever seen one form. We see stars blow up once in a while. We never see one form. So they kind of avoid number 3, stellar evolution. Number 4 is the origin of life. See, AJ started with a mosquito that's already living. That's not really going to help. How did life get started? That's an essential part of the evolution theory. Number 5, macroevolution, changing from one kind of animal into another. He didn't give an example of that. He gave an example of a mosquito changing into a mosquito with a different diet. That's not real evolution. What he gave was what we call microevolution, a variation within the same kind. It's still a mosquito. I've been asking for decades, where's the evidence for evolution? There isn't any. What he gave was a classic example of microevolution, of which there are millions of examples. We shouldn't call it microevolution. We should call it a variation. That's what it really is. It's a variation of a mosquito. And the fact that they either can no longer interbreed or choose not to no longer interbreed, I don't know which it is, it's still a mosquito. Chihuahuas don't mate with Great Danes very much, but they're still both dog. They're at the extreme end of the spectrum of dog, but they're still dog. Man has selectively bred dogs to get nearly 350 varieties of dogs. They're still a dog. That doesn't prove dogs are related to potatoes. So what he's giving here, maybe he won't see it. He gave an example of exactly what God said would happen. They would bring forth after their kind. That's all that's ever happened. Mosquitoes always make baby mosquitoes, without exception. Tell you what, call me when those London mosquitoes turn into anything other than a mosquito. I want to see that. Doesn't happen, you're dreaming. AJ, you picked the wrong religion. You choose to believe in evolution. I'm sorry for that, but you shouldn't do that. What they do, though, they put them on family trees and show the humans and the birds and probably mosquitoes in here somewhere, ladybugs and trees, all coming from a common ancestor. This is not science. This is a religion. You see varieties of mosquitoes and then jump to a wild conclusion that all the forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. Excuse me, is that teaching that mosquitoes and bananas are related and whales? Yes. Found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. This is pure imagination here. Then it says no traces of those events remain. Well, that's handy. It's not science if we can't observe it, study it, test it, demonstrate it. These family trees are nothing but imagination. Oh, here they got humans and plants. Got to be a mosquito in here somewhere. You can look for it yourself. Butterfly there, center left. So I'm sorry, AJ, try again. What you gave was a mosquito turning into a mosquito with a different diet. That is not going to prove we all came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, thank you for the introduction and also your first response. AJ, before I hand it back to you, I do want to let the audience know as questions are coming in terms of who can join and when can people join. And so we're going to engage in a debate right now between Kent and AJ for about an hour. I'll say in about the 45-minute mark, I'll post the StreamYard join link in the chat, and anybody is welcome to join. The topic again is evolution and evidence. We just want to make sure that tonight remains professional. We're focusing on the topic, of course, and we're as cordial as possible. So with that, AJ, let's hand it back to you. Feel free to respond to whatever you'd like to, and maybe try and pick one major point. Obviously, we are focusing on the mosquito example right now, and we'll go with it. We'll try and keep it one topic at a time and as equally timed as possible. So, AJ, floor is yours.
Well, I'm not really sure how I can focus on one topic when Kent just gave a complete scattershot of different things. I mean, he talked about mosquitoes coming from rocks, not adding new information, variation, not evolution, 6 different types of evolution: cosmic, chemical, stellar, organic, microevolution, macroevolution, family trees, common ancestry, unicellular organisms. I mean, this is not focusing on one topic at a time. This is Kent throwing out as many things, as many topics as he can to try and muddy the water and confuse the actual discussion. So I'm willing to focus on one thing at a time if Kent will do that too. So you said that the mosquitoes didn't come from rocks. Kent, do you think that I think that rocks were living organisms at some point?
No, but you do believe living organisms came from a rock or from the non-living material, don't you, AJ?
How would a living organism come from a rock if a rock wasn't giving birth to something? A rock would have to be alive for something to come from a rock. It would have to give birth.
I have showed you many times, AJ. I've showed many evolutionists. The textbooks teach the Earth began as a hot ball of rock. Do you believe that? It was a hot ball of rock 4.6 billion years ago?
Sure. But we're talking about mosquitoes, not planetary planetesimals.
I understand better than you think, okay? The Earth was a hot ball of rock. It cooled down and it rained on the rocks for millions of years and formed the oceans. And then in the oceans, the first living organisms appeared. Is that what you believe?
Do you think that I believe that rocks were alive at one point? Because I don't.
No, but did the rocks get rained on, dissolved into the water, and the oceans produced life? So the minerals that came from the rocks came alive. And where did life get started? Where'd your mosquito get started? You do believe it came from primordial soup. So this does tie right in. What you gave was the tail end of a process of a mosquito changing diet. That's not evolution. How did the life get started? Here you go. Primordial soup.
You're changing the topic, Kent. You're changing the topic from evolution to where did life originate from? That's a totally different topic.
Well, this is right. This is on target exactly, because you gave an example of a mosquito changing his diet. How did the mosquito get there in the first place? In London or anywhere else? Mosquitoes are more complex than a Corvette or a space shuttle. One mosquito is more complicated than the space shuttle. Study the mosquito anatomy, all the muscular structure, the exoskeleton, the spiracles, the digestive system, the circulatory system. It can fly, for heaven's sake. It's this big and can fly and can make babies. Do you really think the mosquito itself, any mosquito, above ground or below ground, created itself from what? What did the mosquito come from? That's why I show the family trees. You guys do believe we started off as a single-celled creature and slowly, I found the mosquito in here.
And it's a different species. This is a different species that can no longer interbreed with the original species. That's speciation. That's evolution.
There you go. Okay.
By your definition of kind, it's a different kind too, because they can't bring forth anymore.
So if you're saying speciation is evolution, then you are saying exactly what I said. You are choosing what everybody else would call variation within the same kind, microevolution. I think it's obvious.
Scientists don't use the word kind. It's not a scientific term.
Well, the Bible uses the word quite a few times, and the word species has like 12 different definitions. I've given those many times in the debate. I could call it up.
And the word kind has 0 definitions.
Oh, okay. If you don't like the Bible word kind, that's fine.
It's not scientific. The Bible's not scientific, nor is kind.
Okay. If they're capable of bringing forth, i.e. making babies, they would be the same kind. The animals know what their kind is. Turn all the animals loose in the woods. The raccoons go look for another raccoon to mate with. They don't look for a mosquito or a possum or a dog or anything. They know. They're smarter than the humans. But this chart, let's see, there's the protozoa, and up on the far left is the spiders and the insects. That would be the mosquitoes. Do you believe this chart should be taught to children in school? This came from a public school textbook showing that the spiders and the insects and the mosquitoes share a common ancestor with humans. Do you believe you share a common ancestor with mosquitoes?
Sure, but why do you think that the raccoons are smarter than humans?
We need to add you to my chart. Do I have you on here already?
No, I'm not on your board with pictures of men that are in hearts. I'm not on there.
Well, P.Z. Myers came from a fish, and Wade the Wizard came from a snail. So we'll put on here, AJ came from a mosquito, or is related to a mosquito, okay? Listen, you're welcome to believe that. But seeing a mosquito underground change his diet to feast on humans when that's the only thing down there to eat is not evidence that mosquitoes came from a protozoa. Do you believe mosquitoes came from a single-celled creature over billions, trillions, quadrillions of generations?
You already know the answer to that. And again, this is shifting the goalposts. So it's not just that the mosquitoes change their diet. The female mosquitoes of this subspecies no longer need blood in order to breed. That's not just changing the diet. And again, it's a different species. So this is an example of evolution.
Okay.
You can't tell me why it's not.
A mosquito changing its diet, would it still be recognized
changing its species?
Okay, is it still classified as a mosquito?
Yeah, it's still classified as a mosquito, but it's a different species.
Okay. So somebody decided, I don't think the mosquito cares how we classify it, okay?
Irrelevant.
Somebody decided to give it a new species name. Mosquito above groundosaurus and mosquito below groundosaurus, or whatever they called it. Okay. It's still a mosquito. I don't know how you can't see this. You're giving an example of a variation that is not evidence for evolution. These charts, which is I'm objecting to, show that everything has a common ancestor. That's simply not science.
You could never admit if something was evidence for evolution because it would contradict with your DVD series that you sell. So
well,
that would you could never admit that.
No, I'm not asking for my belief. I'm not demanding my belief be taught at taxpayer expense in all the schools. You guys are demanding that we teach this kind of stupid propaganda, these charts in the public schools.
Are you a taxpayer?
All the taxpayer. Oh, you want to change subject? Yes, AJ, I pay every tax I owe. But listen,
you're the one that brought it up.
No. Sure, I pay every tax I owe. If I owe it, I pay it. I paid gas tax a few minutes ago when I gassed up the Jeep. Now, the textbooks here show these family trees of everything going back to a single-celled creature. A mosquito going to a new species of mosquito is not going to help the evidence for this chart here. This is not science. That's all. I'm saying if you guys want to believe this, great. Believe whatever you want. But don't call that science. Putting these family trees, here we go. Got to have a mosquito on here. They got the humans and the eagles and the birds and the pine trees going back to a common ancestor. This is propaganda. This is not science. There's no scientific evidence of any single-celled creature becoming anything other than a single-celled creature. Bacteria make baby bacteria. Protozoa make baby protozoa. Amoeba make baby amoeba. There may be hundreds of varieties of protozoa, and there are. There may be dozens of varieties of mosquitoes. Somebody Google that, would you? How many varieties of mosquitoes are there? There may be hundreds. They're still mosquito, and they're always going to make baby mosquitoes. And if you think the underground mosquito wants to feast on humans and now maybe cannot even lay eggs unless it gets human blood, well, that's interesting. And you think that process, that change is enough that we should be required to teach that all the life forms came from a protozoa.
No,
because
you're moving the goalposts. You always do that. Somebody gives you an example of what they think is evidence, and you say, this one piece of evidence is proof for you to think that we should teach family trees in textbooks. It's like, this is a totally different thing that you're just conflating. You're conflating a different topic. I would like to stay focused on one thing, but you always pivot to a different topic. It's like you're not comfortable talking about one thing at a time.
Oh, I'm very comfortable. AJ, one of my guys just Googled it. You can Google it yourself. There are 3,500 varieties of mosquitoes. I'd be willing to bet $5, $4, that's all I got, that they came from a common ancestor called a mosquito. But do you believe the mosquitoes, all 3,500 kinds, came from something like an amoeba, a single-celled creature, like this chart shows? This chart shows everything coming from a single-celled creature. Do you believe this should be taught to kids as science?
You already know that I think that animals and living organisms have common ancestry. And yes, I do think it should be taught to children. I don't think your DVD series should be taught to children in public schools, which is what you want. You can deny it, but that is what you want. That's why you created a DVD called Public School Presentation, because you want to get your DVDs in public schools, and you want evolution taken out of the public school curriculum and creationism put in its place. It's obvious that you want that.
No, if I was in charge, we would close down the public schools, okay? The parents should teach their kids, right? So they certainly, if they're going to teach one religion like evolution, they should teach all religions. But they don't.
Evolution is not a religion, and the Supreme Court ruled that it's not.
No, the Supreme Court ruled you cannot require creation be taught. What's happening in the textbooks is they use lies, and I cover 50 some of them in my video series, lies in the textbooks. They cover lies. All they do is present different lies that have been disproven years ago, but they still keep them in the textbook. So you gave your best evidence. You started off this tonight saying a mosquito above ground went to the London Underground in the World War II or whatever and learned to live off of human blood. And now somebody decided to call it a new species of mosquito. Okay, there are 3,500 species of mosquitoes. Now we have 3,501. Okay, so is that your best evidence for these charts that humans and turtles and birds are related? Is that, you're supposed to give your best evidence. Is that the best you got?
No, I never claimed that I was giving my best evidence, nor is there one singular line of evidence that's the best evidence for evolution. What's the best evidence for evolution is the fact that so many different scientific fields cross-confirm each other, even though the fields are totally unrelated, like the dates provided by radiometric dating and dating tree rings. I couldn't think of the name. Dendrochronology. The dates line up, and there's lots of different fields of science that line up to cross-confirm evolution. So that's what the best line of evidence is. It's not one example, because you want it to be one example, so then you can try and debunk that example and say, look, there's no evidence. But there's lots of different fields of science that cross-confirm each other and confirm evolution.
Okay, probably every major religion in the world uses your same argument. The Hindus use arguments that all the millions of people believe in Hinduism, and lots of people, they look things for evidence for it. Same thing with Muslims, Islam. They would say, well, look how many millions of Muslims there are. They all believe in it. Look at the evidence. Wow, Muhammad saw a rock fall down, and they got it in a box. It's in the box right now in Saudi Arabia. That's proof. They're all giving this. I would like to see your best scientific evidence, not just saying, and what you gave, you said the different fields cross over and the dates line up. What you're doing is working on one major problem that you have, trying to get billions of years. Because you know full well, if you cannot have billions of years, your whole chart really looks silly. To change from a mosquito that lives on animal blood to a mosquito that lives on human blood below ground in London is still a mosquito. There's now 3,501, okay? And there's still a mosquito. But you think that is a bit of evidence that we should all say, wow, that proves mosquitoes are related to jellyfish and frogs and starfish and humans. And you think these charts are part of science. And now you're saying stuff about dates and tree ring dating. How does that help their chart here? Even if it was billions of years. We've never seen any animal change to any other kind of animal. The mosquito didn't change to a new kind of animal. Tell you what, put them both in front of a kindergartner. Say, what is this one? That's a mosquito. What is this one? That's a mosquito. A kindergartner can know the difference. You may not, but they can help you. They know it's still a mosquito. It didn't change, and it didn't change species. And using the word species is dangerous because, like I said, there's 7 different definitions. I've given them to you before. Exactly what is a species? It's kind of a nebulous term. They're obviously still, they look like a mosquito. They fly like a mosquito. And any changes that they get is going to be a loss of information, not a gain. Did they gain the ability to do something mosquitoes couldn't do before? Could mosquitoes live on human blood before? I bet they did. They maybe didn't like it as well, but so they learned to live on it. I'll have to study that out. I will, believe me, okay? But what you're giving an example of a mosquito turning into a mosquito. And I'm sorry.
It can't interbreed anymore, Kent. So by your definition of kind and by the definition of speciation, this is a new species. Therefore, it's speciation, which is defined as macroevolution. So that's the way scientists define it, not 5-year-olds. We don't really go by what 5-year-olds think in science.
So the 2 types of mosquitoes can no longer interbreed. I think this happens with thousands of examples of animals. I think that happens with cows. There are 450 varieties of cows now, and maybe some of them can no longer interbreed. Maybe they've lost genetic code. Maybe one kind can't breed with the other, but it's always a loss of information. I'll research it, okay? But I'd be willing to bet the mosquitoes in London underground lost some information so they can no longer interbreed. They did not gain anything.
What is information? What is information?
Okay, the DNA code.
So they lost some of their DNA code?
I don't know. I'll find out. But I'd be willing to bet any animals that lose, it's all we've seen in life is animals losing DNA code. Something gets scrambled or goes wrong.
I would be willing to bet that they lost information, but you don't know. That doesn't make sense. You'd be willing to bet money on something you don't know?
Yeah, I'd bet money that they lost information. They didn't gain anything.
But you don't know if they lost information or not.
That's all we've ever seen.
You don't know what the information is.
Okay, I've studied this in many other animals and plants, and they lost information. And they may lose enough where they can no longer be interfertile. Okay, but it's still the same kind. Anybody would call it the same kind.
So they lost some of their DNA code. Which part specifically of their DNA code did they lose?
Read my lips. I did not study this one yet, AJ. I will study the mosquito for you. All the other ones I have studied lost information.
So you're sure enough to bet your money on it, but you don't know because you haven't studied it? You're just guessing?
Absolutely. I am so sure that this book is true and they will always bring forth after their kind. I'd bet my money on that, all $4. Okay.
That's your bias. So, that's where your bias comes in.
Okay. I'll make it 10 just for you. Can somebody loan me $5 so I can make it 10? 5. Okay. We got $10 now. Okay. All right. Now what's your next? So your mosquito turning into a mosquito. What else do you have, AJ, that would make anybody want to believe and be forced to teach this chart to all the kids in the school system? You think your mosquito turning into a mosquito? What now?
No one's forced to teach it.
Kids aren't forced. Who pays for these books with these charts?
Not you.
Property tax pays for school. Don't lie about me. I pay every tax.
But you don't pay property tax. You don't have to pay property tax because you're a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Okay, well, good enough.
You're a religious ministry.
And who voted to allow churches to be tax exempt?
You decided to sign up to be a 501c3.
Okay, let's see. Donnie, we are way off topic here. I'd like him to give his next best evidence for evolution. It's perfectly legitimate. Are universities 501c3 or 508 or some other number? Do the universities pay property tax on their property? No.
Not as a religious exemption. They don't.
No.
Not as a religious exemption. No.
Do they pay property tax? Was the question.
Yes, but not as a they aren't excused from it by a religious exemption.
Wait, the public schools and the public universities in your county pay property tax? Is that what you're telling me?
No, the homeowners pay property taxes, which go to pay for the public schools.
Bingo.
But if an organization if they're excused from paying taxes, it's not because of a religious reason. That's what I was saying.
Is there any reason they can be excused from paying property tax?
Yeah, if they're a nonprofit organization because they're a charity, that's one example.
Gentlemen, it's nice that we got some property tax debate in there, but let's now really utilize our time here. Evolution and evidence. Great back and forth on the mosquito example. AJ, if you felt it was a good idea, maybe we can move on to a secondary topic and then we'll kind of go back and forth on that for a bit. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, so Kent, you have a very hard time understanding the concept of the age of rock layers in the geologic column. And just ask your question that you always ask, like, are they coming from outer space? Just ask it. Your question about where do the materials come from? Just ask me the question.
Well, part of your essential ingredient for evolution is time, billions of years. I think everybody would agree. If somebody told you that you kissed a frog, it turns to a prince. That's a fairy tale. But now if you wait billions of years, the frog can turn to a prince. So I have said many times that the geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world, and that all of those layers are the same age. If the top layer is younger, if the Holocene is only 10,000 years old, where were all these billions of tons of dirt waiting for 2.5 billion years before they landed on the Earth? They're claiming in the textbook the bottom layer is 2.5 billion, but the top layer is only 10,000. So where was all that dirt sitting around for, let's see, 2.499990 billion years?
Okay. Do you know how limestone forms? Do you know how limestone forms?
I'm familiar with how most of the different rock layers form. I taught earth science 15 years. My point is, you're evading it here, is if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? If it got reformed and
with an example.
No, if I
how
take
does limestone form?
From lime.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
But what is the process of layers of limestone forming? How does it form?
Well, there are probably 50 different layers of limestone in our so-called geologic column. I'll show them to you here. They have Jurassic limestone, Cambrian limestone, all the different limestones. How do you know the age of the different layers? You're the one changing the subject now. The layers of the Earth all form rapidly, and all the layers are the same age. And we're off topic for evolution, but this is all over the world. Petrified trees are found standing up. You atheists never answer this. Here we have a tree standing up, connecting all the layers. They're common. They're found by the thousands. There's hundreds and hundreds of them just up here in Tennessee. Here's me standing by one in Yellowstone. Petrified trees that are standing up, running through different layers, ought to wake you guys up to say, wait a minute, these layers all formed very quickly around a standing tree. A tree is only going to last a year or two, a dead tree, and there's overwhelming evidence the layers are not different ages. But your whole religion is based on that stupid geologic column that the layers are different ages. Go to Joggins, Nova Scotia. They have hundreds of petrified trees standing up, running through the layers that you claim are different ages. They're not.
You said that stellar evolution and cosmic evolution is a type of evolution, or is a definition of evolution. Therefore, the formation of planet Earth and the layers within the geologic column should be relevant on a debate about evolution, according to your definition, even though I don't agree with it. So you taught earth science, but you can't tell me how limestone forms. Why is that?
Well, tell me then. No, let's get on one topic here. You wanted to know if the layers are different ages. Here we have, it's drawing. That's a drawing. I got pictures here. No, back up. Actual photographs of trees standing up, petrified, running through multiple layers. Are the layers different ages?
Okay, so I was trying to answer your question with an example, because I was going to say, but apparently you don't know. The way limestone forms is that organisms that have shells that are made of calcium carbonate live and die in the ocean by the millions or billions. Then they sink down because of gravity to the ocean floor in massive numbers. And all those layers, that big layer of shells gets compressed by geologic processes. And it's made up of chalk, basically, and that compression forms the rock layers of limestone. So when you ask where is the material coming from, that's one answer, because it's new living organisms are born, they reproduce. So that's your source of where material is coming from in the example of limestone. That's how I was trying to answer your question.
Okay, yeah, I understand the difference between limestone, talc, and chalk, and all those different things. I've been to the chalk cliffs of Dover, been to the talc fields in diatomaceous earth fields in California. These layers, though, is there any place where they're forming today in massive numbers? Like we find huge layers of chalk and talc, and they make talcum powder out of it. And I think during Noah's flood, when the fountains of the deep broke open, the hot water coming out would kill all the microorganisms within 50 miles, and they would snow to the bottom and make layers 100 feet thick of chalk and talc and limestone. All the layers formed quickly because of Noah's flood, and the evidence for that is staring you in the face. The trees are standing up, running through all the layers. The layers had to form quickly. Dead trees only stand around for a year or two and they fall over. We got petrified tree from a standing log in our museum here, still has the bark on it. A friend of mine works at a coal mine in Birmingham, north of here. They find petrified trees standing up all the time. He said, "Do you want one for your museum?" I said, "Well, yeah, of course. Who would not want a petrified tree?" So you're not answering my question. If the layers are running through different ages, and they are, why do you claim that layers are different ages? How long do dead trees stand up where you live?
Okay, so
Go ahead, avoid the question. I'm ready. Avoid the question.
I'm literally trying to answer it if you would stop gish galloping. So you always ask, how can the layers be different ages? It's not the material in the layer that is given an age. It's the layer itself. So you have the concept of nouns, right? A noun is a thing. So the material, the limestone that makes up the layer is different than the actual layer itself. So once that layer of limestone forms, the clock starts at 0. So when we say layers are different ages, we're not saying the rock that makes up the layer is this old, because yeah, I would say they are the same age. It's when did the layer form? When did that concretion form? That layer, that's what we're talking about when we say different ages.
What I'm trying to get you to see how silly that is. Here is a tree standing up, running through probably 15 different layers. Is each of those layers a different age?
It's not running through 15 different geological layers. I can guarantee you that. And they're not in all the layers. You said that they're polystrata trees running through all the layers. That's not true. There's not ones running through every single layer.
Okay. Well, there are petrified trees running through 2 completely different seams of coal, the Mary Lee Formation and the Blue Creek. These are up in Birmingham area, and they have lots of petrified trees standing up. And they take sample H and find out it runs through the Mary Lee Foundation as well as many layers under it. And sample A runs through the Blue Creek, and yet they're connected. Huh.
But none of those are running through both formations.
I think
Are they?
A freshman law student could argue, Your Honor, it's obvious these layers had to form very quickly. And the fact that A runs through the middle layer and H runs through the middle layer, how long did the tree stand there? I'd say the Mary Lee and the Blue Creek Formation had to form very quickly within rapid sequence of each other. 1 year Noah's flood is, I think, the best answer, but I'm not demanding that be taught. But you guys want to say the Mary Lee Formation is millions of years different in age. Then, according to your religion, the Blue Creek is coal made from a forest that got trampled or smashed down, and then the layers formed on top, and a whole new forest grew to make the Mary Lee Formation. A whole new forest. And yet we have dead trees connecting them. This isn't common sense.
It doesn't have to be a forest, because the way that coal formed during the Carboniferous era was that you had vascular plants, which are plants that can grow vertically and suck water up, as opposed to algae, which just lays horizontally on top of water. And you had those vascular plants for the first time, and those lived and died in massive numbers, and they fell over and were compressed. And that's what formed coal. It doesn't have to be entire forests to form coal.
Okay, so the vascular plants fell over and formed a layer of coal in time before the tree rotted. Because here's one, same tree, connecting both layers. Tell you what, called Dan Nelson. He works up there, one of the foremen he was years ago, up in Tennessee. And he's in Cookeville, Tennessee. They used the mines for digging coal. The highway department widened the road and found hundreds and hundreds of petrified trees running through 2 seams of coal that are separated by, 15 feet of rock layers. So we're off topic a little bit, but I know your question about the geologic column, I take the position there is no geologic column. All the layers formed in 1 year, Noah's flood. If you wish to believe that the layers are different ages and they represent millions of years, that's your belief. It's not common sense. If there's any sorting to the animals found in these layers, it would be from a flood. Birds are found on top. Birds have hollow bones. They're the last ones to die in a flood. Do you agree there is, in the Cenozoic period, there are layers of limestone, and in the Mesozoic, there are layers of limestone? How do you tell the difference between Mesozoic limestone and Cenozoic limestone?
Okay, I'll respond to that, but I want to respond to something that you just said. So where are the flightless birds found? Are they found at the top with the birds that can fly?
Well, in a flood, it doesn't sort. It sorts animals a little bit, but animals can be found anywhere buried from a flood. I point out clams are generally found at the lower levels of the layers because clams already live at the bottom when the flood starts. That's where they live. Okay, so of course they'd be the first ones buried. And I pointed out many times, and you guys avoid it like the plague. Clams by the millions are found petrified in the closed position, had to be buried alive. These are found by the millions. We've got hundreds and hundreds of them here in our museum. So, and these are found on top, they find like these on top of the tall mountains. Mount Everest is covered in clams. So my position is your geologic column, this is your Bible, I know, but it doesn't exist anywhere except in the imagination. It was made up in 1830. And the fact that we have petrified trees connecting multiple layers nullifies the geologic column. And the fact that the layers are sorted a little bit is common sense. You can shake up a jar of dirt and rocks, mud, and gravel. It'll sort itself right in your hand. You can watch it happen.
I actually tried that experiment myself, and it didn't sort into layers. Everything just mixed together.
Oh, you got the wrong mud. Come on down to Dinosaur Adventureland. We got special mud. Automatically sorts into layers.
But you didn't answer my question. So where are the flightless birds sorted?
Where do the what?
Where are the flightless birds sorted? Are they at the top with the birds that can fly, or are they at the clams who are at the bottom, but simultaneously also in Mount Everest?
Okay, I didn't understand your verbiage. Flightless birds, okay?
Yeah, birds that can't fly.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, where are they found? I don't know where the flightless birds are found. Let's see. Wouldn't matter. They can be found anywhere after a flood. If there was a flood that wiped out a village, where would all the 7-Elevens be found? Or the scattered all through the place, okay? Where would all the telephone poles be found? I don't know. It's a flood, man. It messes things up bad. So I think your geologic column is your Bible, and I'm sorry you chose to believe that, but it doesn't exist. And there's evidence that the layers aren't different ages. I showed you the trees. I don't know what else you want.
Well, you want to have it both ways, Kent. So you said that the flood sorts things with the birds at the top because they can fly, the clams at the bottom because they were already at the bottom, even though we also find them on Mount Everest. But then when I ask you where the flightless birds are, you say, well, I don't know. It was a flood. They could be sorted anywhere. Like your answer just changes depending on who's asking or what question is being asked. So you really don't know, but you're acting like you do.
I've tried to be careful to answer this for many years. Generally, clams are found at the bottom. Generally, birds are found at the top. But a flood messes everything up. I think if there was a flood that wiped out a village anywhere today, generally the wood from the houses would be found at a higher level than the bricks from the houses. But not always. It's a common density thing. Clam shells are heavier than bird feathers. So yes, there is a little bit of sorting, but it's only because of common sense. Body density, based upon their habitat, based upon their mobility. Clams can't run very fast. But why are you defending the geologic column so much? I know this is your Bible, but you're supposed to be giving evidence for evolution. Does this column give evidence for evolution?
It's part of the evidence, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so I don't understand how you say, so you do think that there are layers on the Earth. How is it that there's no geologic column then? Because that's what the geologic column is.
Well, no, there are layers to the Earth, no question. I'm saying they all form quickly. I'm not saying there aren't layers. Of course there are layers.
How do you know they form quickly?
I just got done telling you, Noah's flood. If you shake up a jar of Alabama mud, it separates automatically into gravel at the bottom, then silt, and then clay. Our whole gravel pit where I live is 7 layers of gravel that are gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. They go from here to North Carolina. There are thousands of gravel pits between here and North Carolina, all digging from the same 7 seams of gravel. They can predict it. They know if they drill down 16.5 feet, they're going to hit a layer of gravel. And it do. So I'm saying when you get layers of gravel, going from Alabama to North Carolina, 500 miles, they all formed because of the same thing, one big flood. Just the tidal action going up and down, sucking water in and out sideways would make these layers. From here to North Carolina is 500 miles. Well, at this latitude, at where we are, 31 degrees north, we're turning 886 miles an hour this way, okay? If the moon is holding a bump of water during Noah's flood, like the moon holds a bump of water now while we turn, water is constantly being sucked into that bump by moon's gravity at the same speed the Earth is turning. At the North Pole, the Earth is turning 0. At the equator, 1,037.6, depending on your altitude. Here in Lennox, 883 miles an hour. If the water's going sideways at 900 miles an hour, it's going to make a bunch of layers in a hurry. I think it made a layer of gravel from North Carolina to Alabama in 45 minutes because the water's moving 900 miles an hour at this latitude. So
if the Earth is moving 900 miles an hour, if it's rotating at that speed, it doesn't feel like that to the person on Earth. From our perspective, it doesn't feel like we're moving 900 miles an hour. Like, it doesn't feel like that right now, does it? So the water wouldn't be moving that fast either.
You should have taken my earth science class. If the moon is holding a bump of water, which it is, the high tide, and the Earth is turning, the bump stays under the moon. So where does all the extra water come from to keep the bump full? All four sides. And from one side, it's pulling it in at the same speed the Earth is turning the other way. At the equator, it's going over 1,000 miles an hour. The water is coming in to fill that bump at 1,000 miles an hour. At the North Pole, it's 0, okay? And it graduated. I could send me your latitude, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. I taught trig, okay? My point is, if the continents were not on the Earth, if they were pushed down and the Earth is covered in water, then you get a phenomenon called harmonic tide. If the tide didn't bang into Florida and North America, the tide could become harmonic and would go up and down 200 feet every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. If the water's coming up 200 feet in 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes, it's coming in from the east at the same speed your Earth is turning, depending on your latitude. So up to 1,000 miles an hour. Yes, anybody taught earth science or studied earth science should know that. The hydrologic sorting would happen rapidly from the sideways movement of the water. Google experiments in stratification by the French guy, who has a big long name. He went to Colorado to the Navy flume they've got there, huge glass line flume, and poured in different sediments in moving water. And you can see 8 or 10 layers form sideways. The layers of the Earth form horizontally, not vertically. The layers of the Earth are all formed in 1 year, not millions of years. And I'm sorry, your geologic column is your Bible, and it's only found in the textbooks. This guy admitted it.
So,
if there were a column
they form vertically in your sand art toy, though, don't they?
No, the vertically,
they don't.
They'll form 8 or 10 layers horizontally.
But in your sand art toy?
I didn't hear your words there. What now?
Do the layers form vertically in your sand art toy or horizontally?
I missed 2 words. In sand art, okay. In the sand art toy, okay.
Yeah,
this is going to make probably 20 or 30 layers in a matter of a few minutes. Is the top layer younger in here, AJ?
It formed at a different time than the layer below it formed. But my question was, do the layers form horizontally or vertically in that sand art toy?
Well, if they're moving fast enough horizontally, they would form horizontally. You can watch it happen. Let me get it to go. It's been sitting a while on my desk. But yes, as it flows, it'll make several layers at the same time. Now, Google experiments in stratification and watch it on a much bigger scale. This thing's only 5 inches. It's making a bunch of layers now. Look at that. They're forming horizontally. They sure are.
No, the sand is flowing from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
So they're forming vertically.
So you're struggling here to try to, you're trying to defend your geologic column. The experts will admit, like this earth science book, put it way back up, brother. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column. Why did you skip the sentence?
You skipped over a sentence right in the middle there. Why didn't you read the words in between?
Just for you, AJ, every letter, every vowel, okay?
Well, it's dishonest to just act like it was.
if it's not an act, okay, I really am. If there were a column of sediments deposited continuously since the formation of the Earth, the entire history of the planet could be reconstructed. Unfortunately, no such column exists. Well,
right.
what?
So if there was a column that was deposited since the formation of the Earth, then we could reconstruct the entire geologic column, but that doesn't exist. But you just read it as if there were a column of sediments. Unfortunately, no such column exists. That's dishonest because you're framing it like if there was a geologic column, but it doesn't exist because you just cut out the information in the middle. That's dishonest.
This textbook author, public school author, certainly believes there is a geologic column in that we should teach the kids. I mean, he's teaching it in his book here. The book's right here on my shelf. But I'm pointing out, he said, if there were a column deposited continuously since the formation of the Earth, the whole history of the planet could be reconstructed. Unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column.
There's a geologic column, but there are parts of it that are missing, and we call those unconformities. That doesn't mean we can't study what remains. And I know we have limited time here, so I want to just ask a question before, Donny brings in the other people. So you said that, mosquitoes always have baby mosquitoes. So do you think that evolution teaches that animals will give birth to a different species than their own?
Do you think the mosquitoes in London gave birth to a different species of mosquito?
No, I don't. Do you think evolution teaches that?
You just said they did.
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
the above ground mosquitoes gave birth to a different kind of mosquito.
I never said that.
Did the underground London mosquitoes come from the above ground London mosquitoes?
It's different than one mosquito giving birth to a different species. There's a distinction. But you're not focusing on the details because you're trying to misrepresent evolution.
You claim that a whole population of mosquitoes became a new species, but they came from the previous population of mosquitoes that was above ground. So
and I said how many generations it took for it to happen. I did not say that one species gave birth to another. You're misrepresenting me like you misrepresent evolution and science.
So did it? I don't misrepresent science.
Yes, you do. Evolution. It's your career. It's what you do all day long.
So I think if you would go back and listen to what you said, AJ, you said this population of underground mosquitoes is now a new species, and it came from the ones that were above ground. Whether it took 1 generation or 5,000 generations, you're still claiming it. So it slowly, gradually. At what point, which generation was no longer interfertile with the one before it?
That's not how evolution works, Ken. It's a gradient. So the only way to see, it's a gradient. It's like if you have a bucket of water and you add red food coloring to it, and then I slowly, drop by drop, add blue food coloring to it. Which drop turned it purple? Well, I couldn't tell you because it happened gradually. Just same thing with speciation.
I think if you, as I said, if you would give those mosquitoes both different species 50 generations apart, let a 5-year-old tell you they're both still a mosquito. Do you think that is sufficient evidence that we should teach these charts and make these family trees that all the mosquitoes, they'd fit on here someplace, and humans and birds and all the insects and reptiles, there they are. Well, we'll call that ladybug insect, represent the mosquito. They had a common ancestor with the trees and the worms. You think seeing the mosquito in London change slowly, gradually over many generations to a new mosquito diet is enough evidence that we should teach this chart to kids in public school, and we should all be forced to pay for it?
Well, like I said, I didn't claim that this was the only line of evidence that convinced me. So the evidence is the fact that animals, all organisms on Earth share the same code, which is DNA. And we can look at the genetics and compare which animals have more of the same letters in their nucleotide sequences, the more similarities in their DNA, just the same way that you would do a pregnancy test to confirm if somebody is the father of a child or not. The same way you can confirm how closely related different organisms are to each other, whether it's dogs or it's dogs and like hyenas, or going even farther than that. And yes, it's goes all the way to dogs and humans and vegetables. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but things that are unintuitive can still be true. And saying something isn't science because it's not common sense. Well, common sense tells us when I go outside and I look at the horizon, it looks flat. So common sense tells me that the earth is flat, but it's not true. It's not until you go and you look higher than that and you can get high enough to see the curvature of the earth and you get more information that you realize that your common sense actually led you to the wrong answer.
Okay. I think if you get higher and look at it, you see that the mosquitoes you're seeing are still mosquitoes. And that's not evidence that the mosquitoes are related to cows. You might believe that they are, but I got my definitions of species here. Look at this. Species, definition, type, kind, sort. Well, the Bible uses the word kind. Wow. Kind, a species, invective of once tough and suave. Okay, let's see. Bible said after their kind. That's the word they used 400 years ago, and I think everybody understood it. They bring forth after their kind. 10 species of crows might have had a common ancestor called a crow, and they're still bringing forth after their kind. So the textbook definition of species does often include the word kind. I'll show you got a bunch more in here if you want to get back on that one. Simple definition of species. Biological species, group of organisms can reproduce with one another in nature and can produce fertile offspring. Okay, that's Nature magazine. Group of similar living things that ranks below genus, able to produce offspring with one another. Okay. Species. Often defined as the largest group of organisms in which any two individuals of appropriate sexes or mating types can produce fertile offspring. Species. Biology. Related organisms that share characteristics that are capable of interbreeding. Okay. Carolus Linnaeus made up this classification system that we currently use. We've been modified it many times. Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Genus, okay? Family. What's a kind? Generally, let's see, I've got the definition. Species, group of organisms. Kind, sort, genus, family, kind. Group of organisms potentially can interbreed. So you're picking out a straw here about the word kind. If you don't like the word Bible, word kind, maybe you don't like the Bible at all. That's your business. But the Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. Are you claiming these mosquitoes slowly over many generations brought forth something that anybody would consider a different kind or a different sort?
Yeah, they're different species. And that definition that you showed for species seems pretty simple to me. In fact, it seems almost identical to your definition of kind.
Bingo.
Is a kind a species?
Look at this. Are those mosquitoes a different type of creature? Are they a different kind? Are they a different sort? Are they a different race or breed? You're desperate, AJ. Your mosquitoes in London are still a mosquito. But you want to use that as evidence to make all the kids learn that mosquitoes are related to whales. Don't you?
So the way that Google is using the word kind is not the biblical version of the word. They're using just the general definition of kind. And again, this isn't the only line of evidence that I think proves that evolution is true and should be taught. The evidence is the fact that animals, all organisms on Earth, have similarities in their nucleotide sequences, in their DNA structures. The same way that you would do a parental test to confirm that your son is your son is the same way that we can compare DNA of different organisms and show that they are in fact related. That's the evidence.
I would agree. I think we could do a DNA test and prove that my children are my children. And I think we could do a DNA test and find that probably all humans might have had a common ancestor that was a human. But is that evidence that humans and mosquitoes are related? The fact that this DNA code, which is more complex code than anything man's ever written and all the computers in the world combined, DNA code is really complicated. It's more complex than the whole space shuttle, the whole space program. And you think it happened by chance. Nobody designed the DNA code. I'm sorry, I don't think that's logical. The probability of getting 5 royal flushes in a row is real slim. If that happened, you would conclude the game is rigged. The probability of functional sequence of amino acids is worse than that. To get a single cell without an intelligent designer is, let's see, 1 in 10 to the 57,600th power. It's dreaming. And you're welcome to believe that. I don't care what you believe, but it's not science. And I don't want to pay for it to be taught in science class. It should be taught in a religion class, if anything, evolution is nothing but a religion that people believe in. The chances of getting this DNA code to happen with no designer, I mean, look at that thing. Study a chromosome under the microscope, for heaven's sake. And you really think it happened by chance?
No.
This is a 4-letter code, ACATG. Our binary code for our computers is just, zeros and ones, only 2-dimensional code, 2-bit code. A 4-bit code is lots more complicated. And all the DNA is written in a 4-bit code. And the fact that there are similarities proves the same guy's writing the code. I bet Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint have millions of lines of identical code. Does that prove nobody's writing it? The fact that a mosquito and a human might have some identical lines of code. Okay, maybe they need to breathe air and get it into their through their spiracles and absorb it into their bloodstream. And that requires a code for the protein, for the red blood cells to attach to the oxygen. We might have the same code as far as attaching oxygen because we have to do the same thing. That's not ancestry, that's design. The same God designed the mosquito and the human. Why are you running from him, AJ?
Well, then I think it was a mistake. If God designed the mosquito, then I think that was a mistake.
Okay. He made them to be frog food, okay? The frogs seem to like them. Right. So your evidence so far, you said the geologic column is evidence for evolution. I said it doesn't exist anywhere. You said the mosquito becoming a mosquito with a different diet is evidence. And you said all the DNA is similar. I countered and said all the DNA is too complex. The fact that there are similarities could be a same designer. Not proof of a common ancestor. Anybody would, I think, with the one eyeball would have to say, yeah, you're right. It could go either way. It could be common ancestor or common designer. If I showed you a book that had 7 pages of identical text, word for word, letter for letter, exactly the same as 7 pages in some other book, you'd say, well, somebody plagiarized this, or the same guy wrote the book. Maybe that's the way he talked. You can tell an author sometimes just by the way they write. Oh, I know that. I read that guy have So authors often have a way of talking.
If I had 2 books that had the same things written in them, 2 different people could have written them. It wouldn't tell me that the same guy wrote both books.
No, but
I don't see how you're drawing that conclusion.
Well, yeah, like I said, if 2 people wrote different books, 2 different people, and never corresponded with each other, but they all came up with 7 pages in a row that were letter for letter the same, I think that'd be fishy. I think somebody would say, excuse me, this is evidence of plagiarism, or this author's using a different name. 7 pages in a row, every letter the same. We got DNA code like that. That's the same author writing the code. That's all. You don't like that author? Okay, do what you want with your life. But don't call it science to claim that a mosquito producing a mosquito with a different diet is evidence that cows and humans came from a common ancestor. That's not common sense.
If I have a program on my computer that generates random numbers, it could generate a number that's really big and extremely complicated, but it wouldn't be designed. It would just have been randomly generated. So just because something's complicated doesn't mean that it automatically had a designer.
Was the computer that did all this designed? Was the code that made the randomly generated? Somebody had to write a code to do that. Was that code designed?
That's
you got
moving
to design
the
a computer
goalposts.
and then you got to print it out on the screen.
Example.
Was the screen you're reading this on, was that screen designed?
You always move the goalposts. Why do you do that? Like, you can't just focus on one example.
Were your eyes and brain designed to be able to understand what the computer is showing you? I'm trying to get you to understand, AJ. I would like you win you over to the Lord. I think you're headed for trouble with Judgment Day, and I'm trying to avoid that. Maybe not interested, but I think the evidence is overwhelming. There is no evidence that all the creatures on planet Earth have the common ancestor like these charts show. This isn't science. This is religion. You can believe that if you want. Humans and look at that. What's that? Seaweed. Wow. And sharks and ferns and starfish and octopus have a common ancestor. This isn't science. This is a religious textbook right here, teaching their religion that all life forms have a common ancestor. And I'm asking, where's the evidence? Why should I believe something like that? Why do you believe something like this?
Can something not be scientific if it's religious?
I guess I don't understand that question completely.
If something is religious, does that mean it's automatically not science?
Oh, I think my religion is perfectly scientifically correct. Okay. But science is knowledge. The definition of science is, look it up, knowledge gained by observation, experimentation, testing. Where's the observation of the mosquito becoming something other than a mosquito? Where's the observation of a mosquito coming from a single-celled creature? Where's the observation for where's the testing? They would test it. Get a bunch of amoeba or protozoa or bacteria, whatever single-celled creature you want to start with, and turn it into something else. They're showing it turning into sharks and octopus. Show me that in the laboratory. This isn't repeatable experiment. This isn't science. This chart is religion, and you're welcome to it, but it's not science. Science is, look it up, the definition of science. Science, things that we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Knowledge gained from using observation, experiments to describe and explain the world. Where's the observation? Let me get another definition here. Right. Science. Science, from the Latin word seer, knowledge. What do we know? Testable explanations. Well, test it. Turn your amoeba into a mosquito. You turned a mosquito into a mosquito. I want to see you turn an amoeba to a mosquito.
That's obviously ridiculous.
Right. Bingo. You're getting it. It is obviously.
Yeah, your definition of evolution is stupid and nonsensical. I agree.
No, my definition of science is, look, Google definition of science. Let's see. Science is knowledge. Knowledge gained through study and practice, a system of acquiring knowledge. Observation.
Why do you think you know better than the scientists? Why do you think you know better than all the scientists then?
Why what now?
Because they disagree with you. Why do you think that you know better than all the scientists then? Because they disagree
not
with
all
you.
of them. No, AJ. All the ones that agree with me are right. Okay? I don't disagree with all of them. Okay, we've gone over an hour, Sam and Donny, but we've gone over an hour here. So I stick by my guns. Science is what we can observe. Every farmer on the planet will tell you he can observe his cows make baby cows. He does not observe these charts you show with the cow coming from an amoeba. Nobody's ever seen that. And you're going to say it happens too slowly to see. Well, then it's not science. Even if it's true, it wouldn't be science because it's not observable, testable, demonstrable. Practice it, study it.
If something isn't able to be observed in a human lifetime, that means it's not science?
How many generations of farmers have there been that'll tell you the same thing? Great-grandpa crossbred his cows, and they made a baby cow every time. Do you think cows came from an amoeba or a single-celled creature? Where's your evidence for that?
Gentlemen, if you wanted to maybe wrap it up, we just hit the hour and 8-minute mark. And we've got a packed house backstage. AJ and Kent, excellent discussion. I really enjoyed that. Very free-flowing and a lot of fun. So you guys also made it easy to moderate for Sam and I. So, okay, AJ, of course, you know, this is your show as well because it's you versus Kent. And so feel free to stick around during the open mic. And if you want to, you know, bring up points and respond as well, feel free to do so. Okay, here we go. Actually, before I bring in the first person, I'll let the audience know. I posted the link in the live chat about maybe 5 or 6 minutes ago. I've also pinned it. So feel free to join. If I'm not familiar with who you are, I just want to make sure I got to vet you before I bring you in. So the couple people I see backstage who just have a profile handle, basically, turn on your webcam, just give me a wave, just so I know you're legit and not a troll. And then you can turn your webcam back off, and then I'll bring you in. Okay. So with that, okay, let's bring in our first guest, Jackson Rowe. So Kent, we got all your best friends again here tonight for some impromptu debate. So as a matter of fact, Jackson, I think it's in a couple of weeks, you are going to be doing the first hour debate with Kent for our open mic. On August 10th, we're going to be having James W. and Amy Newman. They're going to be engaging Kent for the first hour. Jackson Rowe, we're going to have you after that. And then we've also got a show with Ken Rock. So for people who love the open mic debate challenge nights, we've got plenty more for you. Okay, Jackson, feel free. I know you've listened, I think, to the majority of the debate that just went on. And so
Yeah, I
feel
remember
free
this
to
time.
bring up a point or topic, and we'll have Kent address it.
All right. I have a lot of notes, but most of it's about mosquitoes. So I'm going to skip over that part. I'm going to go straight to geologic column, radiometric dating. I'll talk more about that at the actual debate we have scheduled. But here's one example of just a fossil I found. This is called, you probably can't see it very well. My camera's kind of terrible. This is called a calamite horsetail. These are only found in Carboniferous and Permian strata. And I didn't know where I was digging, and I found it. And sure enough, I looked on the geologic map of Arkansas, and it's Carboniferous. So that just goes to show you how reliable that kind of the prediction is, where you're going to find some. Like if I found some mammal fossil, some large mammal, that would have been suspicious. But anyway, also I want to touch on something else that you said. You're talking about heat of the ocean during the.
Well, hang on, Donnie. One topic at a time. Don't let me slap and run. One topic at a time. Okay. Jackson, you found a fossil in a rock layer, and they find this same fossil in this same layer at other places. Is that what your point is?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is the fossil dead?
It is dead.
Okay. Do you know it had any children?
This one may or may not have.
I don't think there's any possible way, Your Honor, to prove any fossil had any children. You certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived. Do you know it had children that were different than itself?
It necessarily evolved. That wasn't the point I was making. It was the point that it was in a specific layer, indicating a specific era of time.
Sure. I believe it's very reasonable that many types of animals would be found in similar layers around the world even. It could also be done by a global flood in the days of Noah. As I said, clams are frequently found in the bottom layers. That's where they live. They're already at the bottom. And I think you could predict, if we dig here, we'll find clams, no problem. But that is not evidence that they're going to change to something else. No animal today.
In a closed position, correct?
Well, they find them in the closed and open position. They've got a bunch of both in our museum. But this fossil you found, could you prove it had any children that were different than itself?
This fossil, no. And the calamite horsetails, well, I assume they're related to the modern horsetails. But they were much larger.
You're saying it's a horsetail?
Horsetail. It's a plant.
Can you spell that? I'm not hearing you. Spell it.
Horsetail. Is that clear?
That's not spelling it. That's not spelling it. How do you?
I know it's not spelling it. Horsetail.
A horsetail. Okay, got it. Okay. So you're saying this horsetail fossil is larger than the ones that are found today?
Yeah, it was about, they could get up to 40 feet tall.
Right. Well, I would say my Bible says before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old, and probably everything was much bigger before the flood. And during the flood, they all got buried. So if you find a fossil horsetail that's bigger than today's horsetail, that's more evidence for the Bible. Thank you, sir.
Well, all right. We'll leave that one there for now. But the other thing is about clams. You were saying you find them in the closed position, fossilized, and they're only in like usually toward the bottom. Yet this is a fossil my great grandmother found actually. This is in southern Arkansas. So looking on the map, I believe it's Cretaceous in age, which would be pretty high up on the column, relatively speaking. So bivalves, they're found in every layer from Cambrian to Tertiary. And you find them today, even in the closed position. This one I didn't mess with, and it's just halfway open.
Okay, now hang on. The last fossil your grandmother gave you, it's also dead. You couldn't prove it had any children. You sure couldn't prove it had different children. Okay, but you found a fossil, and you said it's from the Cretaceous layer. How do you know that was the Cretaceous layer? How do they tell that?
They date these things for the oil industry, and they map them out for every state.
Yeah, they call it Cretaceous because it contains certain fossils. They date the fossils by
And,
which layer they
yeah.
come from, and they date the layers by which fossils they contain. Circular reasoning. I covered that very
Well,
thoroughly.
it's
Video
mostly
number 4.
radiometric dating, but it's
No,
index
that-
fossils
that's-
as well. But my index fossils are kind of my point. You only find certain fossils in certain layers, and like trilobites, you don't find above the Permian. Ammonites, you don't find above the Cretaceous.
Well,
And that's very
all
strange.
this geologic column I'm showing on was made up in 1830, way before there was any radiometric dating. All
Right.
the index fossils were selected.
Right.
The geologic
That's true.
column and the index fossils and the ages were invented way before there. So don't tell me radiometric dating did it. That wasn't until 1950. Willard Libby, University of Chicago, with carbon dating. Then we got potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208, lead 206. So all the dating methods are in the last 60, 70 years. But your geologic column has been taught as established science for 100 years before that. So how did
Sure.
they tell? How did they tell it was Cretaceous 100 years ago?
Sure. Back then, they were using mostly index fossils. In fact, pretty much exclusively index fossils. But and
That would be my point. The
they
index fossil.
they didn't use They didn't say the Earth was 4.5 billion years old back then. They were saying maybe it's hundreds of thousands, maybe it's millions. They really didn't know.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with over history. I've got a chart showing how they keep adding time and more time to their pacifier to make them happy, because now they realize, boy, 1 million not going to work. Let's make it 1 billion. And just a few weeks ago, they had a new article that said the universe is twice as old as they thought. It's not 13 billion, it's 26 billion. And in 10 more years, it's going to be 200 billion years old, because they don't have enough time to change the frog to a prince.
Well, that's
An
not
article
why
was
they
that.
said the universe was older, rather.
Can you
But,
link that, Ken? I would love to read
that's-
that.
That's one study. I mean, it's not established science yet. The universe is 26 billion years old, but I suspect the universe could get older as we look further back, get bigger and bigger telescopes, and see light further and further back. So that could happen. But I
It's
don't
not
think
the
anything
universe
is gonna
getting
happen.
older. It's the measurements getting more and more accurate.
Oh, okay. Donny, Donny, you're muted there.
Yes.
I gave tours today. It's 100 degrees down here. I drank 400 gallons of water. I need to go potty. Can you guys talk to him for a minute while I'll be right back?
Absolutely. Kent, feel free to
All right, we'll
take your time.
talk amongst ourselves.
And maybe this is a good time to bring in Sea Science. Jackson, what was that? You said something and I didn't quite make it out.
Oh, sorry. You said we'll talk amongst ourselves.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I had something I wanted to say, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So we actually have seen fossils of animals that were female that have scratch marks along their hip bones where the uterine cavity would be, that proves that we can show a fossil actually did have children. And I don't know what Kent means when he says prove that they had different children. I don't know what he means by different. I'd like to get some clarification on that. But I think it's actually more evidence for, I guess, our side, that the radiometric dates confirmed all of the dates before radiometric dating was even invented. So that's all.
I like to point out, when it comes to the fossil record and these historical reconstructions that we see based on the fossil record and descent with modification, I like to point out that today, empirically, when we look at natural selection and mutations, the so-called driving forces or mechanisms for evolutionary change, I would argue that there's evidence that they are inadequate to drive forward evolution. And therefore, without an adequate mechanism, any historical reconstruction that we see based on fossils lacks explanatory power. And so rather than these reconstructions being a conclusion drawn on actual data, I think it's more so a presupposition imposed on the data. And any thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you can find a calamite horsetail in Cambrian rock, I'm waiting for that.
Well, I'd wonder, Jackson, and obviously, AJ, you can respond to what I said there too, but the fossil record in general seems to be defined by stasis and also sudden appearance. For example, I saw Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal in the chat, and I appreciate it. He asked the question, I think it's a good question, why do we find flowering plants basically in the top sediments? I think the first appearance of flowering plants is in the early Cretaceous sediments. You probably could confirm that, Jackson.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, but even those flowering plants are characterized by sudden appearance with no precursors into what they evolved from, Jackson. So,
well,
speak to that.
Well, the things that do have precursors, I mean, I think I'm not very familiar with plant transitional forms, but there are a lot of things with transitional forms, precursors. But it seems like, frankly, it's never quite good enough. There's never going to be one that's...
We have sudden appearance and explosions of life all throughout the so-called geological column. We've got the Cambrian explosion, we've got a Permian explosion, we have the sudden appearance of various mammals, various dinosaurs. We see this with the Cambrian creatures and phyla. And we also see creatures like the living horseshoe crab that haven't changed in supposedly hundreds of millions of years. We see it with coelacanth. And so again, we see sudden appearance and stasis in the fossil record. And I feel the more parsimonious explanation for that observation is biblical creation. Jackson, speak to that.
Well, I have a very bad short-term memory, but I'll try to add the few points I can remember from that. But as for horseshoe crabs, there used to be many more varieties. They used to look pretty weird back in the day. There's only one that made it, or two species that made it. Today they look pretty much the same though. But coelacanth's similar story. They look a little bit different throughout time. They look pretty similar to the one today.
Right, there is some variation. Yeah. For sure, because even according to the biblical creation model, it's been, thousands of years, been a couple thousand years since, 4,000 years to be exact, since the flood. And so we'd expect some change. But largely, when you look at a coelacanth today and a coelacanth in the past, they're more or less the same with some variation. I do see, real quick, Jackson, we'll let you respond to that, but I do see Kent is back. So Kent, good to have you back. Hope you're feeling refreshed. Jackson, feel free to give a quick response, and then we're going to throw it back to Kent to engage.
Well, you said the sudden appearance of mammals. I would say it wasn't so sudden. Like the precursors to mammals are the Permian pelycosaurs. Then you've got the Carboniferous, kind of some further iterations. Then the Triassic, they really start evolving. By the Jurassic, you got basic mammals.
Okay, we can definitely discuss that a little bit more, Jackson. Kent, we'll throw it back to you, brother. Any thoughts? Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, sir. We don't see any of this happening today. Animals and plants all over the world are having babies. Nobody is seeing any of them change to a different kind, to a different, what anybody would call a different species. Well, maybe species is a bad word to use because we don't know exactly the definition. I'll show you 7 different in a minute. But nobody is seeing evolution happen today. So therefore, we have to imagine that it happened in the past. And the only evidence we have from the past is the fossils. But you don't know those fossils had any babies. You could not prove in any court of law that any fossil had babies that lived. And you certainly could not prove it had babies that lived that were different, since no animal today can make babies that are different. Clams make baby clams every time. So why would I want to believe a clam slowly turned into something else? Why would this chart they show in the textbooks be considered science when we don't see any of this? So it's not happening today. We have to imagine that it happened in the past, but yet you don't have any evidence from the past except dead creatures, fossils of dead creatures, which are better explained by rapid burial, or they would not have fossilized at all. How many animals died in the last 5 years in the world? Trillions. How many fossilized? Probably none. Buffalo were killed by the millions out west in America here. None of them fossilized. Go find me a fossilized buffalo. We
It
do
takes
find
longer than
fossilized
that.
buffalo. The fossilized
Because
buffalo
it
would be
takes
from
longer than
Noah's.
5 years to. It takes longer than 5 years for things to fossilize.
Well, then, AJ,
So that
it
would-
would rot. It wouldn't fossilize. Even bones rot. We got a pile of cow bones we put out here for my tour last year. They're already disintegrating in 1 year. So no, you are mistaken.
Not if they're in a mudslide, or if they're in quicksand, or if they're
Bingo!
covered
You
rapidly.
got it. A rapid burial, just like Noah's flood would do.
Except those things
Noah's
weren't
flood.
floods, were they?
Well, Noah's flood would form trillions of fossils. I think anybody who studies this will tell you there are a lot of fossils in the ground. I mean, like maybe even quadrillions. Well, if you count diatomaceous earth, quadrillions or quintillions of fossils. They do exist, but they're not forming today. Animals
How
are
do you know?
dying by the millions, and they're not fossilizing. It takes
How
a
do you
special.
know?
Show me some.
No, how do you know it's not happening?
Well,
Because
I've
why
not
would the
investigated the whole world. Nobody's
you
been able
don't
to
know.
show it happening.
Why would the processes that formed the fossils from the past stop? And when did they stop?
No, it didn't. It's the same process. They have to be buried rapidly, like you said.
Then what? You just said animals aren't fossilizing anymore. So when did the process that formed the original fossils that we do have, when did that process stop happening?
The process of forming fossils has never changed. But the fact is, we don't see it happening today unless it's, like you said, a mudslide where they're buried rapidly. Whoa, like Noah's flood would do. How many animals that just die and lay on top of the ground? Do they fossilize? No. The scavengers carry them all over the woods, and then the bones even rot. Bones that are left out for a couple of years will rot. I'll show you my pile of cow bones when you come down here. So the fact is, the fossilization process is fairly well understood. There's several different types, replacement fossils and encapsulation. But when the bones are replaced, when the bone cells are replaced by minerals in the ground, especially when you get soft tissue fossilizing, they find fossilized worms and fish with the meat. Well, you'd almost think it was buried rapidly in mud and preserved from contamination with rapid oxygen and bacteria to eat it. The fossilization process has not changed, but the fact of numbers of trillions of fossils forming has certainly changed. We don't see that. They're not forming by the trillions today. Show me fossils forming
still forming today? Do fossils still form today?
I've not seen any. I guess they could if they, like you said, AJ, like you said, if they were buried in mud. I've not seen any.
All these, you said trillions of buffalo died. How many fossilized? Probably none.
Right.
That's what you said. Now you're saying that the fossilization process does continue. So which is it?
Listen to me. The process of how they form has never changed. The fact of billions of them forming has certainly changed, because there are not billions of them forming today, are there?
Well, you said you don't know.
Do you know? Show me where it's happening.
Mauritius.
It's happening within the crust of the earth. Yeah, all over the earth in the crust.
So the fossils are forming today in the crust of the earth. Is that your statement? I can quote you on that?
Yeah, just like they did in the past.
Just like they did in the past. So the fossilization process, the trillions of fossils that are found, huge beds of fossils by the billions found, and they mine them out in some places. How about the fact that if they're buried deep enough, they turn to oil? Where is that forming today? Is enough animals dying to form oil today?
Probably, yes. But you're right when you say that a huge percentage of animals that died will not fossilize. The fossils that we have are a tiny percentage of all the animals that have ever lived and died on the earth. That's true. But the process that caused those animals, their bones, to turn into fossils is still happening. So I don't know why you say that fossils aren't forming anymore. Like, I'll let somebody else go.
The fossils.
Yeah, I think Sea Science has a question. You there?
Yeah.
Sea Science?
He's on mute. There you go.
Hello?
Hi.
Sea Science, good to
through?
have you on the. Yes, you're coming through. Okay, so
All right.
I'll jump in real quick.
Do I need to give an introduction?
Jackson wrote,
or what?
yeah, Sea Science, let me
Okay.
just talk real quick. So Jackson, we'll come back around to you. There's a couple people on the panel that I think just have a question or two rather than ongoing debate. So we'll get those couple questions in, and then we'll move back to specifically those that want to engage Kent in debate. So Sea Science, real brief introduction, and then if you had a question, feel free to ask it.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure no introduction's needed. You all know me. I like long moonlit walks on the beach, pictures of flowers, puppies, kittens, seascapes, landscapes, mountains. I like paintings of them, you know. But how are all you tonight? Enough about
We're
me.
doing good. It's been an excellent show, as these open mics usually are. So, Sea Science, great to have you. If you had a question, feel free to advance it.
I'm waiting for a question.
Sure. Yeah, my question was for you, Donnie.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna give it just now. So basically, my question is does Donnie actually believe in the Australopithecus species of human evolution when he says chimera?
So, good question. I oftentimes quote directly from the paleoanthropological community. One specific famous paleoanthropologist is Lee Berger. And he very curiously put out a video on species. I've actually got it in front of me. And he's an evolutionist, not a creationist by any means. He put out a video titled Species Concepts in Paleoanthropology. And so if people want to check that out, please do. At timestamp roughly 10 minutes and 40 seconds, he points out that Australopithecus afarensis, specifically Lucy, may actually be chimeric. Now, what he means by chimeric is that there are bones associated with Lucy that don't actually belong to Lucy. And so a lot of Lucy is artificial. It comprises bones from different species. And other paleoanthropologists admit that the Australopithecines and the Homo genus, there's overlap. And so there may even be human bones mixed in with the Australopithecines, specifically Lucy. Sea Science, does that answer your question? And feel free to respond.
So the biological term, okay, chimera, okay, when you're talking about genetics, means that it's an animal that's been hybridized between two different species, or the same species, but two different animal forms into a new animal form. That is a chimera. This is a real living form. Do you believe that Australopithecus are a real living form?
Well, if you just listen to my answer, I'm pretty sure Sam understood what I said. The answer is Lucy, as per Lee Berger, and other Australopithecines like Australopithecus sediba, as per Ella Bean and Yoel Rack, two more paleoanthropologists, they are artificial. They are the result of the accidental combination of multiple species. Sediba, for example, comprises bones from apes and also from humans. And Lucy, the same thing. I mean, one of Lucy's vertebrae is from a baboon they discovered. So anyways, Sea Science, to your point on chimera, it depends on the context. In the context of paleoanthropology, we're dealing with fossils. So when Lee Berger says Lucy may be a chimeric species, he is saying that the Lucy collection comprises bones from different creatures. Does that help answer your question, Mark? Kent, go ahead, brother. Actually, Kent, let me unmute you real quick.
It sure does, Donnie. It sure does. And you know what? And you know what, Donnie? It proves to me that you're using the wrong term. And you use the term that an evolutionist
I'm using the term that the paleoanthropologists use.
And beyond that, the term
Sea Science, you're welcome to stick around, but while we have Kent here, we're going to focus the stream. Sea Science, hold on for a moment.
It means that it's a real living animal. So you're using the wrong term to
back up. Is he still talking? Does he not understand? While we have Kent here, we're going to focus on Kent. But you're welcome to stick around and have this conversation when Kent has to go here.
Okay.
Kent, go ahead.
I think he's took him a long time to miss the obvious. The bones that they used for Lucy, as you said, Donnie, were a mixture of other creatures in there. It's not all the same animal, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
They're dead. You don't know that Lucy had any children at all, let alone different children. And why do we keep looking for bones in the dirt as evidence of something changing when we don't see any animals today changing? Monkeys are still having babies today. So are chimpanzees. So are baboons. So are orangutans. Why don't they do it again today? This isn't science. To find a bone in the dirt that you think looks like it might have some human characteristics, all you know is it died. That's all you could prove in court. You couldn't prove it had any children. So I don't know how you guys can't see that point. To me, that's obvious. What he found was, and you're probably right, Donnie, it was a chimera put together from bones of different animals, but it wouldn't matter. It's still all dead bones. That's not evidence for evolution. I'm still looking for somebody to show me why these charts they show, this one has the cow. I agree there's 400 kinds of cows in the world, but we got a bunch of them here on our property here. We raise cows here, okay? But they got cows and hummingbirds and frogs going to a common ancestor. That's not science. That's imagination. That's a religion. Do you believe a hummingbird and a frog and a cow had a common ancestor? AJ?
Why do you ask questions where you already know the answer?
I'm trying to show how dumb your thinking is on this process. I want the whole audience to see how dumb this religion is you have. That's why I keep asking this question. It's dumb. Yes, you do believe a hummingbird and a frog and a cow have a common answer. I'll answer for you. And you can't see how dumb. Well, it may be dumb,
but at least I pay my taxes.
That's desperation striking here, Donnie. Okay.
Guys, Okay, let's go on to, I believe the next person is Tyrannotherium, if I said that right. Good to have. I think this is your first time here for one of our open mics.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, in the private chat, you said you were more of the evolution persuasion.
Yes.
And therefore, if you'd like to give yourself a brief intro, and then feel free to address anything Kent has said, or if there's a specific question or challenge you had, feel free to present it. Go ahead.
All right, then. Hello, guys. I am Tyrannotherium. I study evolution. I also talk about prehistory, like dinosaurs, prehistoric mammals, and other fossilized prehistoric creatures. To my two questions to Kent is that you say that fossilized animals don't have children. Well, there's a fossilized prehistoric horse that was pregnant when she died, and there was a fetus inside of the horse's belly. Of course, there was also a Tyrannosaurus Rex specimen that Dr. Mary Schweitzer found, and she's suggesting that this animal was pregnant when she died. So
we do one topic at a time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have said hundreds of times, you cannot prove it had any children that lived. You certainly can't prove it had children that lived that were different. Was this fossil that was pregnant producing the same kind of animal as the mom or dad mom was?
Yes.
Was the horse going to have a horse? Was the baby going to be a horse?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. But AJ believes that somewhere slowly it's going to change to something else. I'm asking, I'm stating, no fossil is going to provide evidence for any animal changing to a different kind of animal. They find lots of fish that have pregnant fish that are fossilized. That's no question. And they're found the baby fish eggs inside. This horse had a baby horse inside. I'm not saying that fossils don't have babies, or I could think we could prove they had at least had a baby. We don't know that the baby lived, which is what I try to be careful to say. You don't know that it had babies that lived. You don't know it had babies that were different. Show me a fossil from all your paleontology study that was producing a baby that was different, because the charts are showing somehow this amoeba turned into a hummingbird and a frog and an octopus. There's no evidence for this. That's what I'm trying to point out. This is a religious belief. There's no evidence for any animal making a baby that's different than itself. It's the same kind. Everybody would call it the same kind. Horses have baby horses. So you're missing the point. I'm not saying, I will go back and listen. I've said it hundreds of times. I believe the evidence is clear. There's no evidence of fossils. They couldn't prove any fossil had children that lived. I try to be careful to say that. And you couldn't find
huge populations of fossils, though, like let's say fossilized fish. How would it be possible for that population, for us to find that if they didn't have children?
Well, there you go. You see, you can't find one that was different. And now you want to hide in the fact that there's a whole population having a, show it to me happening. There's a whole population of people out there, but when the detective has to find the murderer, he has to find the specific one if he wants to convict him. Show me the specific animal that produced a baby that was different than its kind.
What do you mean by different?
Population.
No, what do you mean by different, though?
Would you say a hummingbird and a cow are different?
If we go back millions of years ago, yes. But now they separated millions of years further back. I mean, further than now.
Can you tell the difference between a hummingbird and a cow?
They're both warm-blooded.
So you can't tell the difference?
I mean,
yeah.
Well,
there's a difference.
Yeah, there is a difference because
there is
a bird is a bird, and a cow is a mammal.
Very good. I understand. Has anybody ever seen hummingbirds produce non-baby hummingbirds? We have them around here at our bird feeders, and they make baby hummingbirds every time. Do you believe the hummingbird and the cow have a common ancestor like this book shows the kids in school?
Those are two different questions. So we don't see hummingbirds give birth to non-baby hummingbirds because evolution doesn't teach that, nor would it allow it. So that's your straw man.
Oh, no. No, it's exactly correct. I'll show you one more time. Maybe you'll get it. Okay. Watch this carefully. Here is a family tree. At the bottom is a single, I'll get a better one here, a single-celled creature like an amoeba or a bacteria. They show this single-celled creature turning into sharks, for instance. Do you believe sharks came from a single-celled creature?
Yes.
Can you show me some evidence where a single-celled creature ever turned into a shark or anything toward a shark?
Not in one generation, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Show me all the evidence you have from all of history and all of science, and I think you'll find all we've ever seen, sharks make baby sharks, amoeba make baby amoeba, octopus make baby octopus. This chart is pure imagination. Here we have a protozoa turning to a biology teacher. Kids are taught this in 3rd grade. This isn't science. This is propaganda. This is a religion, and it is stupid. And I'm running out of time here, Donnie, but get some more in here. Go ahead.
Okay, Tyrannotherium, feel free to stick around as we've got another about 10-ish minutes with Kent. Once Kent leaves, we'll go around the room and continue the discussion on evolution. So next up on the panel is Apologetics 101. My brother Brian, good to see you. Hope you've been well. Keep up the good work putting out content, loving the Genesis series. So quick introduction, and then feel free to present your question or whatever was on your mind, basically. Oh,
he must be muted.
You must be muted, but it doesn't say you're muted, so your mic might not be connected. So I'm not hearing any sound from you.
Nice.
Brian, I'll leave you unmuted if you want to figure that out. And AJ, was there something you wanted to say to Kent there?
Well, I would say to Apologetics, it's probably in the StreamYard settings. It might just be that you have to select the right microphone, because I do that sometimes. But yeah, for Kent, I would just say that you're saying provide evidence of evolution, but your definition of evolution is it has to happen in one generation. But you're comparing an animal giving birth in one generation to millions of generations, and it's not the same thing. But you're conflating these two things. And
I understand completely, AJ. I understand completely. You've said that many times. My point is, okay, if it doesn't happen in one generation, if we can't observe it, it doesn't fit the definition of science. You believe it happened by faith over millions of years. Okay, you can believe what you want. That's not observable science. And we don't observe it happening. Even creatures that like bacteria have a generation time of 8 hours. They've done all kinds of studies in the laboratory. You can get 3 generations in one day. And they've watched them for hundreds of years, for 100 years. And they're still making baby bacteria. So how long did it take to turn that bacteria into a whale? And where's the evidence?
So if I can't see a mountain forming during my lifetime, that doesn't mean that mountains don't form and haven't formed in the past.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hang on. Turn the game down.
Thanks for that suggestion.
Let's let AJ finish his thought real quick.
Okay.
And actually, as you do that, AJ, Brian, if you go back into the StreamYard settings where I assume is where you fixed it, make sure your external mic is on because it sounds really echoey. And I think it might be coming from your laptop. So as you do that, we'll throw it back to AJ.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just because something can't be observed in a human lifetime, that doesn't mean that's not scientific, because we can observe the effects that happen because of that thing that happened before we were around. That's pretty much what geology is. So just saying that, well, we can't observe evolution happening in one generation, so it's not science, that doesn't really work.
Well, let me answer that. Science, the definition of science is things that we observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We observe, the word comes from the Latin word seer, which means knowledge. What do we know? We know mosquitoes make baby mosquitoes. We know that. And we know mountains are pushing up. We can see them rising up. We don't see mosquitoes turning to anything else, though. And we don't see elephants producing anything other than baby elephants. So if you wish to imagine that the elephant came from a protozoa, that's now part of your religious belief. Even if it's true, it wouldn't be part of science yet. We don't observe it. You got to get a definition of science. Science, well, we can observe, study, test. We don't observe evolution. The process by which different kinds, oh, look at that, AJ. They use the word kinds. Oh, no. Okay. Different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the earth. Well, you can think it all you want. But science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Google the definition of science. Knowledge gained from observation and experiments. Do an experiment and turn an amoeba into something other than an amoeba. You get a new generation every 8 hours. Okay? Do an experiment. They've been trying for, 50 years in the laboratory. They nuke them and microwave them and x-ray them, do all kinds of mean things to those bacteria, and they always make baby bacteria. So you want to believe that's enough evidence that they turned into whales and humans. I'm just pointing out, Your Honor, this is religious belief, should not be taught in schools. It's not science at all. Not observable, not what we can observe. Test an experiment, test it. Way to solve the problem. Okay, cows produce cows. Must be genetic answer in here. Keep breeding them. Babies will be cows. They'll always be cows. Seems to always work. It always works that cows make cows. Corn makes corn. Potatoes make potatoes. Always works. But you wish to believe that potatoes and humans have a common ancestor. It's not science. I wish I could get you to see it.
Kent,
Donny,
Can y'all hear me now?
Kent, before you go, if we could, let's do a speed round. We got Brian, Godzilla Freak, and Ken. And then Kent will make sure that you're out of here at the 2-hour mark. So Brian, yes, you look like you're coming in a little bit better. So
No echo?
No, you sound good. So it sounds like your mic has evolved. There's evidence, Kent. So Brian, go ahead.
Wow. All right. I think that was kind of it's not what I was going to talk about, but it's kind of funny what AG said about the fossil, or the fossils being billions of fossils forming in the crust of the earth, but we just can't see it. So I thought that was funny. Anyway, what I was wanting to talk about is the radiometric dating. You said that radiometric dating earlier. You said radiometric dating supported evolution, and was you including C14 in that? Is AJ here? He's on mute.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I said when you said earlier that radiometric dating supported evolution, was you including C14 in that claim?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
C14 only, even if you assume it's reliable, and there's questions about that, but even if you assume it's reliable, it only gives dates of thousands of years. It doesn't even give dates of millions of years. And on top of that, C14's half-life is 5,730 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. And that's true. But like you said, it's not the only method of radiometric dating that we have.
Yeah. I think they're all flawed, but that's not the point that I'm making. The point I'm making is that your statement is that all radiometric dating supports evolutionary view. Well, not all of them gives billions of years for one thing, and on top of that, don't these dates of radiometric dating are often inconsistent with each other, giving different dates, and that sort of thing, and so I don't see how they would support evolution, because what happens usually is they don't use the dates, which radiometric dating they want to use that best fits the conclusion of what they think how old the world is and how old the rock is, and so they pick and choose that date, and that's circular reasoning. So I just don't see how I mean, without assuming your conclusion and picking the radiometric dating that best gives you the dates that you think things are, how that would support evolution in the first place.
No offense. I thought we were going to focus on Kent while we had him.
Brian, if you had a quick question for Kent, we only got Kent for another 2 or 3 minutes. I want to make sure we give Godzilla Freak and also Ken the chance to get their questions in if they had one. So, Brian, I appreciate your points with AJ. Once Kent leaves, feel free to stick around and engage those some more. Did you have anything specific for Kent, Brian?
Well, what would he say to the billions of fossils forming in the Earth? Question.
Well, he made that claim. Where do we see this? We know there are billions of fossils in the Earth. Do we see them forming? No, we don't see them forming in numbers today. We know we can dig them up. I got thousands of fossils in our museum here. Come on down and see it. Fossils have to have special conditions, rapid burial, exclusion of oxygen like mud would do, and slow replacing of the cells with the minerals in the ground. It's called a replacement fossil. The existence of fossils is not in question. The question is, are they happening today? Maybe remote places, minute numbers, but you still don't know they had different children. No animal alive can produce babies that are other than its kind. Why do we think a fossil from the dirt can do it? This isn't science. It's a religious belief. And as far as dating, I got a ton of stuff on my video number 7 in here about carbon dating, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium. They're all based on such obvious assumptions a fourth grader can figure it out. You don't know that the decay rate has remained same. You don't know the initial content. You don't know that it hasn't been contaminated. And I show examples where it happens all the time. They get it wrong. If you walked into a room, you found a candle burning on the table, and I said, when was it lit? Well, we can do some empirical science. Let's measure how tall it is. Okay, it's 7 inches tall. We all agree, get them exactly 7 inches. We can watch how fast it burns, burning 1 inch an hour. Okay, we all agree. When was it lit? I don't know. I'd have to make some assumptions. How tall was it when it started? Has it always burned at the same rate? You can't prove either of those. All the radiometric dating with it, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, all of them fall into the same category. You have to assume you know the initial content. You assume there's been no contamination. You assume that you know the rate of decay has never been changed. You can't know any of those things, which is why they get horribly bad dates and they throw them out. How do you know it was a bad date? Well, it didn't match the geologic column. Bad dates. From just Google, living mollusk shells dated 2,300 years old. That was back in 63. Did it get better? Let's see. If a carbon date supports our theories, we put it in the main text. If it's out of date, we just drop it. How do you know it's out of date? Freshly killed seal, carbon dated 1,300 years old. Let's see. So maybe they're getting better. But I go through video number 7.
Why would you carbon date something that you just killed? That makes no
Why would it
sense.
not? Hey, AJ, why would it not work on something you just killed?
Because you're misusing the method.
Well, how do you know it works on something that died in the past?
Because different labs get the same dates.
AJ, if you know it may not work on something you just killed, how do you know it works on something you don't know when it died?
Because different labs get the same dates when they carbon date samples.
Okay,
sorry,
take
may
a
I
living
address that
snail,
really quick?
Yeah,
get a living snail, break up the shell of a living snail and take it to 10 different laboratories, but don't tell them where it came from or what it is. Just have 10 different laboratories date it. Would they get 10 different ages, you think, from a living snail shell?
You never carbon date living things.
Donnie,
so
the Bible says, "Go from the presence of a foolish man, when thou perceivest not in him the words of knowledge." My time's up. I need to go. I think we've demonstrated clearly he has a religion, it's not a scientific belief.
He's running.
No, he's not running. He made it very clear what time he's going to leave.
2 hours. AJ, I have to work for a living. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nobody in this panel works. Is that what you're saying? None of us have jobs.
I also work for a living. So would you mind entertaining me real fast?
Ken,
yes, sir.
I think Ken Rock just wanted to say hi. He said he misses you.
Oh, every day and all the time.
Okay. Hey, well, I'll do it again, but I tell you every time, Donnie, 2 hours is about
2
my
hours.
life. I start work at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm tired, so I got a gorgeous wife too. All right, bye.
Ken, God bless, brother. Okay, everybody, 2 hours flies by, I understand, and we always have a packed house here in these open mics. But as Sam knows, we've been working extra hard to set up a month full of open mics. And so we've got one next week with Kent. We've got one with Jackson Rowe and Kent. We've got one with Ken Rock and Kent coming up. And so everybody will have their opportunity to engage Kent in debate. And so, okay, well, now it's kind of more, I guess, of a free-for-all. Doc, I know you had some questions for Kent. We'll make sure that you're one of the first on the panel for next week's open mic. So
thank you.
Anyways, gentlemen, go ahead. Anybody had anything that they wanted to say or point out?
So just to that last point, and I'm sure Beamsy can back me up on this, we can check carbon dating and other radiometric dates by using those methods on things of known age. The thing with radiometric dating is you need to give it time to decay before you can really measure it. Like we've used carbon dating to accurately date Pompeii. We can use it to accurately date varves in modern lakes. We've used potassium argon and to accurately date Pompeii once again, along with other sediments.
Doc,
you
that's
just
not
need to give it some time to decay.
That's not exactly accurate because they have taken samples of newly formed rock. So, for example, things that we observed forming with the Mount St. Helens eruption, for example, and they have sent that to laboratories and they've come back as millions and millions of years old. I think it's pretty well established that they'll say, as you're alluding to, that these dating methods don't work on things that are only thousands of years old. So if you understand that, then you would understand that these dating methods only beg the question.
So, Sam, I already addressed that. You didn't listen to what I said. We need to give them time to start decaying.
Right. Did you hear what I said?
Dated things that we have a year for, like
Dino,
Pompeii.
I don't think you understood what I said. What I said is I acknowledged that you will try to suggest that these dating methods don't work if things are only thousands of years old. If that's the
Pompeii
case,
is only 2,000 years old.
If that's the case, hold on, let me get my thought out. If that's the case, then you're just begging the question. You see? You know what I mean by begging the question? You know what that term means?
Yes, I know what begging the question means, and I'm
so
not.
Then you would be begging the question.
Pompeii is 2,000 years old.
We've used it to date Pompeii. Let me pose a question to you really quick, and then apologetics. I know you want to get onto this. So there are those that are challenging the consensus on the known or supposed age of the universe. They're trying to suggest that the universe is almost double, about 27 billion years old. If that's the case, then what follows in regards to the age of the Earth?
So I know some people are suggesting that. It's not my field. I can't really
That's not my
comment on
question.
that. All I can really say is that we use different methods to estimate the age of the universe versus the age of the Earth. We don't
Right,
use the
so-
same method.
I'll ask my question again. If the known age of the universe, the alleged known age of the universe, is wrong, and it happens to be that it is twice as old as they suggest on your secular model, what then follows about the age of the Earth?
It doesn't change our estimates for the age of the Earth because we use
How
different methods.
How would that be the case when from that singularity you have this sequential methodology that results in the age of the Earth forming at a certain time based on these extrapolations from the singularity? If those extrapolations are off, then the formation of the Earth, as it would turn out, would be longer than what is currently suggested. That means that
Last
all
time
of
I'm
these
gonna repeat
all
myself.
of these dating
It ha-
calibrations need to be recalibrated.
Sorry. Last time I'm going to repeat myself. We use different dating methods on the age of the universe versus the age of the Earth. So if the universe is a different age, an older age, it has no bearing on the age of the Earth.
Dino,
That
I
is my
feel like
answer.
I feel like you're not actually listening to my question. And I noticed that we have the same issue in chat where you don't actually engage with what I'm asking. If it is the case,
Donnie, did I answer his
the-
question?
hold on. If it is the case that the known age of the universe is twice as old, then what follows is that the formation of the Earth is also older than what is suggested.
No, it doesn't.
Because it would have
Donnie, did I
happened
answer his
later
question,
on
please?
past the singularity.
Am I dodging his question or did I answer it, Donnie? Can you please give your opinion?
I took a restroom break as you guys were engaging, so I'd have to have you both reiterate it. But continue the discussion, maybe agree to disagree on that specific point, and move on to the next if you'd like.
Sure. Apologetics 101 has something.
Brian, go
Yes.
ahead.
I'm still coming in clear?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. That wasn't a question. That wasn't the thing. I want to say something on what you said on Pompeii. You're talking about the event with the volcano erupting, right?
Yeah, the Mount
and
Vesuvius erupting.
yes, they actually found what's called excess argon in the sample. And the reason why they knew how much to factor out was because they had a historical source that actually showed the correct date of the Pompeii incident. So that's the reason why they were able to eradicate that particular assumption.
Exactly.
I would have to reread the. I would have to
let me
reread the
finish,
study, but I don't think that's accurate.
Dino, you need to let you need to let him get his thought out. Go ahead.
Any given case. Sorry. Any given case. Because they had access, the whole point that the young Earth creationists are trying to make is that you need a historical source to be able to correctly age. Age is not an actual concept of science. It's a concept of history. It's a concept of time. And as a result, only the correct way to date rock or anything is through a historical source. They had a historical source that identified when that event occurred. Then they used that to eradicate the assumption of how much excess argon was in the sample. And as a result, they were able to measure the correct age. But do they have a historical source for all the other rocks to be able to do that with the assumptions? No, they don't. That's the problem. At least
I'm going
not
to
if you're
agree with
proving
Dino
Bible.
on this and say that's not how argon dating methods work exactly.
Argon, or potassium argon, whichever the case may be, and it decays from like potassium 40 to argon 40 or or argon 40 to argon 39, whatever the case may be.
Slightly different.
The point is that they still have to assume that there's 0% of the daughter element in there in the start of the element.
Don't.
Otherwise, yes, they do. Because otherwise, it will throw the entire dating method completely out the window. You wouldn't be able to, or it would give a date that's not accurate. Because it has too much.
Can I respond to that?
All the argon. Well, let me finish real quick. All the argon in this sample has to be assumed to decay naturally from the parent element. If it started out with argon already in the rock, then this throws out the dating method. And so what they were actually trying to eradicate that assumption with the whole Pompeii incident. That was the whole point of doing that, is so that they can be able to account for that and be able to verify it using a historical source that can give them definitive answer to how old something was, which is the whole point that young Earth creationists is making. See, that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that this is the actual what young Earth creationists are actually trying to say ultimately, is that that you have to have a historical source to identify the actual date of the rock. Measuring the rate of decay, you have to make certain assumptions about the method. That's the whole point. And you can't eradicate those assumptions unless you know the date of the rock ahead of time.
Brian,
just
really quick, Andrew.
Yeah.
Brian, do you know the equation for velocity?
No, but I know there is one.
It is distance divided by time. It tells you how fast you're going in a particular direction. What we're doing with radiometric dating is basically the same thing. It's just a little bit more complicated. And also, Beamsy put a link to an article in the chat that appears to be disagreeing with you. So I would suggest checking that out. Go ahead, Andrew.
All right. The whole point, though, is that you're assuming that the rate of decay is constant. That's the whole point of that. But or not just that particular one was on the daughter element. But in any given case, I don't know what velocity.
Here's why we know. So here's why we know that we don't need to know the exact ratio between the daughter and parent element. For example, for the argon dating method specifically, one method you can use is you can take the sediments or the crystal you're using and selectively heat it so that some of the argon is released. And you kind of use that to date it from there. Now, if the date from the outer layers of that crystal come out to be discordant with one another, then you have an idea that, okay, some kind of contamination may have occurred. So that's one way you can check that some kind of contamination may have occurred, and therefore the age of this particular rock is not the kind of conditions we would expect. Another way, of course, is the isochron dating method, or I should say dating methods. You can do the same thing with argon. You can do the same thing with uranium to lead. In fact, for uranium to lead specifically, you have what's called a Concordia diagram, which is where you compare the two different uranium to lead decay pathways, because there are two different isotopes of uranium that decay to two different isotopes of lead, so with different half-lives, I might add. So you compare the dates from each of those, and if they line up with each other, then you have reason to suspect that age is in fact accurate. So those are some different ways that we can tell that these ages are accurate without knowing anything about the initial conditions under which those crystals formed.
As you wrap up those thoughts, your mic's kind of coming in, at least for me, it's coming in a little bit choppy or staticky, but usually you're pretty good. So I don't know if there's anything you can do to fix it. I went into your mic settings and reduced your mic background noise and echo and all that stuff, but maybe give us a test real quick. Now you sound good. So I guess we'll kind of go from here and see if it continues.
All right.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Andrew, on the you understand that we're not denying the rate in which it decays today. You know that, right? We understand that it decays at a certain rate, and you can test that and measure that in today. We understand that. We're saying that you're assuming that it always decayed at that rate. So that's not that is an actual assumption. And the only way you can test that assumption is by having a historical source. We're not saying that as current that it decays at that rate. Okay, we're not denying that. We're just saying that it has not always decayed at that rate. And we've actually demonstrated this at a laboratory. We've actually accelerated nuclear decay in a laboratory. In one experiment, it was the I'm gonna say rubidium strontium, I think. They accelerated it by a factor of 1 billion. They
under what conditions?
They removed the electrons. When they removed the electrons, it accelerated the nuclear decay. And there are other conditions and stuff like that. That's also the point is though
those aren't conditions; those are the results of the experiment.
No, removing the electrons is what they did. Yeah, if they removed the electrons, that is what they did. That is something that they exposed it to. But in any given case, the point is
kind of what I'm asking for is the. Sorry, go ahead.
The point that I'm making is that they have been able to accelerate nuclear decay. It's not impossible to accelerate. It's the point. If it was constant, it would not be able to accelerate.
It are unphysical for a natural Earth setting.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said the conditions under which you can accelerate it are unphysical for a natural Earth setting. They wouldn't occur in nature.
Well, during the flood year, you'd have a lot of energy and heat produced that could speed up the decay rates. But I would be curious as to the panel's response or thoughts on this table that I have screen shared. Andrew, I know specifically you'll have thoughts for sure. And so here we have young rocks from recent eruptions, less than 1,000 years old, basically. And so you can see where the lava has been extruded, right? 122 BC here, all these different, 1792 here, all these different examples, 1963 AD. Anyways, the measured age of these rocks, 1.6 million years, this one 8.5 million years. And so the point is, how come we have rocks of known age basically that are being measured using radioisotope dating methods, and they're way off? The dates are exaggerated. And so my basic question would be, if we can't derive accurate dates from rocks of known age, these igneous rock examples, why are we to put our faith in dates derived from rocks of unknown age? Go ahead, gentlemen.
Donnie, what dating methods are you using here? Those are pretty important.
Potassium argon.
They're all potassium argon.
I know potassium argon dating is a primary dating method.
There's part of your answer.
Well, why is that part of the answer, Jackson? My point is, from the young Earth creation model, this makes sense because we get discordant dates. We even get discordant dates using isochron dating. Notice here, for example, a rock that formed just 85 years ago from a lava flow at Mount Lassen in California, dated to over 250,000 years old. So the whole point is we're dating these newly formed rocks, and we're getting exaggerated dates. And so these discordant dates tell me that these methods are not foolproof. You know,
do you know what error bars are, Don?
Of course, but this seems, if these rocks were just formed, and yet we're getting dates at 30 to 50 million years old, I mean, that's a pretty big error bar, no?
And at a small enough amount, the instrument can't differentiate between the two.
So
sorry.
That's why
Really
you have.
quick,
That's
Donnie,
why
do you
what
know what
Doc
the
was
half-life
saying
of
earlier. You
potassium
have to
argon
give
is?
it time for some of the elements to decay. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yes, it's in the millions of years. The half-life for potassium argon.
It's 1.25 billion. Let's take the biggest number here. How much of 1.25 billion is 43 million?
That's a very small percentage.
So if the correct answer is 0, that's pretty accurate. That said, with potassium argon, since it is such a long-lived isotope, you need to use it on older rocks. It's not going to work if you have less than 1,000 years of decay.
Isn't that on the assumption or presupposition that those rocks are old in the first place? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, and Brian was talking about this, one of your major assumptions with radioisotope dating has to do with no daughter element when these rocks are formed. And so you have potassium decaying into argon, but we're actually finding argon in these rocks, which is why we're getting these dates. So doesn't that overturn that specific assumption?
Part of the thing with potassium argon is they know it forms with some daughter element already. Some radiometric dating methods don't do that, like uranium lead with zircons. So they can cross-reference it with other dating methods and kind of weed that out.
Yeah, and sorry, Beamsy, can you speak on this? You know a bit more about radiometric dating than me.
Not with the background noise at the moment, so you're gonna have to give me a few minutes.
So my whole point is, and I'd like to move us to more human evolution related points, but it does relate to the whole dating method topic as well. Okay, and I'll show you why. But my whole point with the creation model, and I'll use an example. This is analogous to how I argue Adam and Eve and the created kinds were front loaded with genetic diversity, internal diversity, or as Andrew likes me to say, created heterozygosity. It wouldn't make any sense for Adam and Eve to be created genetically homozygous with no DNA differences. Okay. So when it comes to the rocks, why wouldn't God create rocks with, let's say, uranium atoms and lead atoms? And so in the case of the genetics of Adam and Eve, if scientists came and they did DNA sequencing on Adam and Eve, they would find DNA differences. And as a result, they would conclude past ancestors. Okay, so, even though Adam and Eve were just created, and that would go with the rocks as well, the initially created rocks. They would have a mixture of these atoms. And I would point to these discordant dates as evidence for the untrustworthiness, basically, of these dating methods, which is why and then of course speak to that. But I want to point, and I know Doc and Jackson Rowe will want to speak to this. That's why when it comes to evolution or human evolution, I like to look to these artifacts, specifically, footprints like the Laetoli footprints or the footprints in Crete, where they're found in supposedly, 3 to 5 million years worth of rock, which is roughly how old Lucy or Australopithecus afarensis is. And so why are we finding modern human-looking footprints in rocks that humans aren't supposed to have existed in? And so I think that's a stronger way to differentiate the models. But anyways, speak to all the points that I've made. Go ahead.
So you brought up a lot of points there, Donnie. Which one would you like us to address first?
Okay, you can start with the potassium argon if you'd like to. Okay. And then you can move to the footprints of humans that are found in rocks dating back 3 to 5 million years. I think that is testimony to biblical creation. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the untrustworthiness of potassium argon dating. Okay.
Yeah, you can start with that.
So I would have to see all of the sources for who used this, when it was used, etc. Because when you do radiometric dating, you have to do it correctly, or else you're going to get very, very incorrect answers. A good analogy, you wouldn't weigh an ant with a semi-truck scale. That's what you're doing when you're measuring stuff that's only a few decades old using potassium argon. Okay? But if you
Correct.
use it on
Sample
things that
collection
are
is also an
older,
important factor.
it does work, and it works pretty consistently on older sediments or older volcanics, stuff like that. Now, you did say that you think that all of the rock layers were deposited at the same time, roughly, by Noah's flood. How do you know that those rock layers are all the same age?
Okay, so firstly, the sources for these discordant dates, you can look them up individual. Of course, I'm not expecting you to do that right now, but here's a couple. Basically, a rock formed 85 years ago. Here's one that talks about this lava flow in Hawaii. The new date indicated it was over 16 million years old. This eruption was 1963. So you can look at these Mount Stromboli in Italy. Samples collected from the site dated at 2 million years old, and it talks about how these studies are published in Nature. So it's not just creationists that are discovering these discordant dates. You can find a lot of discordant dates in the conventional literature. Now, with the RATE project, we had Dr. Steve Austin, for example, Dr. John Baumgartner, and many other PhD scientists in geology, geophysics, so obviously they understand how this works. And they took rock samples that were newly formed, specifically at Mount St. Helens, and they subjected them to all kinds of dating methods, including isochron dating, and they found all kinds of discordant dates. So it's not just creationists, it's also found in the conventional literature, it would be my point. The original rocks that God would have created, I don't see why they wouldn't have a mixture of these elements. Let's say uranium to lead. Let's say these created rocks had, or the initial rocks at creation had uranium and lead in them, and scientists came and dated those rocks. They'd conclude they're millions of years old, even though they just formed in the same way that if scientists came and performed genetic sequencing on Adam and Eve, they'd find DNA differences, they'd find heterozygosity, and they'd conclude past ancestors, even though that's not the case. Adam and Eve were created with pre-existing DNA differences in the same way the rocks were created with pre-existing DNA differences. Your sedimentary layers, water form layers, yeah, I would argue for the most part they were formed during the flood year, but we also have localized rocks that we can tell are formed through local catastrophes, local floods, and I would argue that those are post-flood occurrences. And so we do have created rocks in the so-called geological column. We've obviously got rocks associated with the flood, and then we also have post-flood rocks. I would say the flood boundary is probably late Cenozoic. I've done a series on that with Mike Ord. Anyways, I said a lot there. Go ahead, take your time.
So, I mean, okay. So, first, so what method would you use to determine the actual age of a rock layer?
Well, I don't think, in the same way that I wouldn't use autosomal nuclear DNA differences in humans to determine an age, because a lot of those DNA differences are pre-existing. They're created, they're front-loaded. So we wouldn't be able to determine that. Specifically in genetics, I'd look to, mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome. So with rocks, if there are pre-existing daughter elements, let's say, or just pre-existing elements in general, then I wouldn't. It's nice to get an idea of when these rocks were formed, whether they're post flood or during the flood, but to get an exact age, I think the amount of discordant dates we get using radioisotope dating tells us that it's probably not very good for that. And so I wouldn't use dating methods to get an exact age. Go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is you don't have a method to determine their age. you have an assertion that they were created with different amounts of isotopes, even though in modern day, when we see them form, they only form in one way, more or less. And sorry, there's a lot in there, but so you don't have
And
a
I
dating
respond
method
to
you can use. You just have an assertion that they were created with different
Well,
levels of
I'm using
isotopes in a way that mimics what we would expect to see if they had not been created at once.
no, I'm using the observation, the known data, in terms of these discordant dates, and also the data that we have for carbon dating. And so I would use carbon dating to set a maximum age of the Earth. We understand that carbon, for example, you can see here on the slide that the fact we find levels of C14 in all kinds of samples in the so-called geological column tells us that the entire fossil record and the rock strata has to be less than 100,000 years old, because every single carbon atom should have decayed away, basically. So you know,
sorry, that is an incorrect assumption. We can see carbon-14 forming. It forms in the upper atmosphere when
right,
I think it's
cosmic ray bombardment.
nitrogen is impacted by solar rays. Could be a bit wrong on that, but it has been forming all throughout Earth's history. Not only that, but carbon-14 is really easy to be dissolved by water. So you can easily get contamination throughout all of the layers of rock we have. You need to be very, very careful with your samples when you're doing carbon dating. And we know we have to be careful, so we are.
But that's a self-refuting statement. When you appeal to contamination, that's a double-edged sword. And I think that would be worse on your model where everything is explained with time. Because in a short time frame, you have less chance of that contamination happening. But when you want to start invoking millions and millions of years, then how do you know that the contamination hasn't happened in the past? Another thing that you said, I think that you contradicted yourself when you said that we're just making a baseless assertion. Because earlier when you came on, we talked about the observation when we take in samples from Mount St. Helens to the laboratory. And it was you who made the assertion that those are not valid and threw them under the bus and suggested that they needed to age, so to speak. And so when you make a statement like that, you've now left the realm of observational science, and you become the one making the assertion. That's the point that Donny made. We're not making assertions. We're just taking the raw data as we find it and rejecting these evolutionary assumptions, those baseless assertions.
The issue when you're dating things like volcanic eruption is you can't just go around and grab whatever rock you find laying around, because that will give you a false data and it doesn't give you the way that the eruption actually works. You need to find a specific point within the ductite. You don't need to give which volcano it came from or what type of volcano. You just need to either find the latest eruptions of the glass basalt or the ductite, and then you can send those samples off, and then they will give you a multi-sample spectrum of bracketed ages.
Yeah, the point is when you take a sample down to the laboratory, such as the example, I believe, apologetics. Tell me your name one more time. Apologetics 101. Is it Michael?
It's Brian.
Baron. Okay.
Brian.
The example that he gave was that when you take a sample down and you report your assumed age, then they can make those calibrations or work those assumptions into the date. In other words, but when you give them a sample and you don't tell them any assumed age, you don't tell them anything, that's when the problem happens. When we take something of known age and we don't give them those assumptions and let them do the homework themselves, they come back with dates that are not accurate and they don't all cooperate as you would suggest. So that's a big difference.
When you need to actually get the sample from the correct location. That is one of the biggest issues that many people have. Like I said, you can't just go to a pyroclastic flow and then see a rock and pick it up and send that off. that will give you a false age, because a pyroclastic flow has multiple ages within it. The crystals that are formed within it would give you crystals that could have been from 4 eruptions previous, or it could have been from the current eruption.
But that just begs the question then.
No,
what
it's not begging the
what you're
question. I hadn't finished explaining it to you. You just jumped in. That particular way you cannot get a date from. This is why you need to go to a particular place within the caldera, the ductite. The ductite is where you can actually take a basalt sample, and then you don't need to tell them anything else. You don't need to tell them which volcano it is, where you got it from. Then they will do multiple different radiometric datings on that. Some of the dates will come back with very strange ones, but it's not a matter of performing one. You need to perform multiple, because in the case of using Mount St. Helens, it's, as Doc said before, using potassium argon, you're trying to use the scale to weigh a semi-truck to weigh an ant.
Yeah, so
but
again,
wait, I just want to ask, are you arguing, but I would argue it's begging the question and also presupposing that the rocks are millions to billions of years old, and we got to find the correct locations, and we can't date newly formed rocks because it's going to give false ages, and so you got to find a rock that's at least been there for whatever thousands to millions of years. I feel like that's all presupposing that these rocks really do go back millions to billions of years old. And so, Beamsy, I got to ask you, these locations here where the lava was extruded, these igneous formations, are you saying that these are all wrong locations? We shouldn't be dating these rocks?
In some areas, yes, because you need to go to a particular point in the caldera to get fresh rock if you wish to do a dating of that. And yes, you can take fresh rock and get it dated accurately, but you need to use the correct method.
Hey, Donnie.
Also, we've given you how we know how old rocks are. You can't tell us how you know how old a rock is other than the Bible. And
well, we can give you a maximum. And again, the fact that we find detectable levels of C14 and carbon in general in all samples within the so-called geological column. We find it in coal, diamonds, and these samples have been subjected to harsh treatments in acids in order to ensure that there is no contamination, and yet we still find detectable levels of C14. And so that tells us maximum, we're looking at the entirety of the fossil record as being no more than 100,000 years, certainly not billions of years.
Hey, Donnie,
why carbon dating, though? Why are you fixated on carbon dating?
That's a great question. Brian, let me answer, and then I know you wanted to say something, and I'll answer real quick. That's because we understand that carbon decays so quickly that we shouldn't have, after 100,000 years, even give yourself 1,000,000 years, we shouldn't have any C14 found in anything that's supposedly millions to billions of years old. And you are correct that C14 is formed in the atmosphere through cosmic ray bombardment. Okay. But the problem is, deep within the rock strata, things like diamonds, they would be resistant to that. They're also resistant to contamination. Therefore, any C14 found in diamonds should be intrinsic to the diamonds. But if they were billions of years old, we shouldn't find that there.
So what about radioactive isotopes that have an even shorter half-life that we also find in many samples?
Hold on.
Can't you
Brian,
use those to say the Earth has to be younger than, say, 4,000 years?
Hold on.
Because
Brian,
they should have all burned out within the last few days?
Well, I have a question that I've been wanting to ask for a while, and Donnie kind of brought it up just a second ago, so that give me a little bit of opportunity to ask this question while we're still on this topic. But I wanted to say a comment real quick. What Donnie said about carbon-14. If the world was made out of carbon-14 atoms, in 1,000,000 years, it'd all be gone, because that's how quick it decays. And so it shouldn't be found in things that are supposed to be millions and billions of years old.
But
anyway,
I've already
all right.
answered that.
Well, y'all can talk about that if you want to, but that's not my question. My question is for you, Doc. Though, you said earlier that that you can't date things that are too young. That if it's too young, and not enough time has gone by for decaying. How do you know all the rock isn't so young that you can't date it?
Good question.
Decent question there. So on the first bit, new carbon-14 is being produced all the time in the upper atmosphere. That gets diffused throughout the rest of the atmosphere, and it also gets absorbed into water. That water and some of the air then trickles down through most of the rock layers we have at the surface, recontaminating them with fresh carbon-14. That's why you're going to find it in just about every rock sample you get at the surface.
In diamonds?
Because
you can't. C14 does not. There's not enough carbon in C14 to carbon-14 date rocks. That's why they don't use
C14 is what you use in carbon dating.
No, I said I was talking about radiometric dating, like in case of potassium argon dating, because they're using dates.
C14 is what you use to carbon date things. That's what you measure. More is being formed.
I'm talking about radiometric dating, like say for example, in the case of the lava flows, Mount St. Helens and things like that. You guys would say that not enough time has passed to date them. Okay, they didn't use carbon-14 dating on that. They used things like potassium argon dating and things like that. And so I'm asking, how do you know that the rocks, not C14, not C14 atmosphere. I'm not talking about C14 right now. I'm saying, how do you know that all the rocks are not are too young to be dated using these methods?
Because we find rocks that we can radiometrically date. We can date the entire formation, and every time we do it, we come back with the same age. As an example, I'll bring up the Siberian traps. It's a massive lava flow that covered a lot of Siberia about 250 million years ago. And every time we date it, we get 250 million years.
Maybe if you date it with the same radiometric dating. But with different radiometric datings, they don't give the same dates. They give very inconsistent dates. And
okay, I can prove you wrong. Just give me 2 seconds to find my sources. Because, as I stated previously, we've used carbon-14 to date the Pompeii eruption. We also used potassium argon. We used both of those methods. We got the same age. And we can do that in other situations.
Ryan Daniel.
Hey, guys.
I was just going to say, welcome.
Thank you so much. I am honored to finally be online in Mr. Danny For Truth's channel. It's quite an honor for me. And he's got a book behind him that I have in my hand.
Yeah.
It's such a good book. I recommend it to everyone. But yeah, it's I was watching earlier the debate between Doc Hogan and Atheist Jr. It was an interesting debate, and I just I tell you, I have learned so much from Doc Hogan. I have been so blessed through him, not just things that he said, but people I have met through him.
Hey, I think we're friends on Facebook. Speaking of which,
yeah, okay. Who just spoke?
Me.
Oh yeah. I see how you like to rescue animals and things. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like seeing your posts. I really like seeing your posts.
Thank you.
And yeah, I just want you to know I'm honored.
Ryan Daniel, my brother, God bless you. Yes, we've known each other, especially through Facebook comments, live chat for seems like years, and so it is a privilege to have you here, Ryan.
I found out. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you. I thank you. I appreciate it. I thank you for all you do. I really do appreciate it. I haven't been around much because I've actually been doing kind of my own YouTube thing also at the same time.
I've seen that.
Okay, great. I was actually told about you by Matt Powell. That's how I found out about you. He was promoting you, and so I said, "Oh, let me check this guy out." And so really have learned a lot from all of y'all, all of you guys. It's really been
Well,
a
I'm
blessing.
glad you took. I'm glad you took his recommendation seriously and checked us out here on SFT, because it's been great to have you as a moderator in the chat and also just as a supporter. So Ryan, you keep up the good work. Feel free to join us in discussion. I'd like to personally shift a bit towards one of the topics I brought up, if it's okay with the rest of the panel. Has more to do with the hominin fossil record and the age of the hominin fossil record. I think rather than looking to rocks, as everybody knows, in terms of answering the question of ancestry, just in general, I love genetics because it's genes, traits, and genetics that are inherited sperm and egg. A rock isn't. Okay, there's just too many discordant dates, I believe, for us to take it all too seriously. Geography is not inherited sperm and egg. DNA, traits, and genetics are. But we can look to artifacts in the fossil record. And I know Jackson and Doc both. I hear some feedback. I'm just wondering who it's coming from. Could be coming
I
from.
think coming from me because I'm typing. I'll mute.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Pretty sure
no
it
worries,
was
no worries.
Ryan.
Okay, so anyways, I'll make it quick. The hominin fossil record, primarily, if I'm not mistaken, potassium argon, to date the layers and the ages of what we find, where they come up with the evolutionary story, Ardipithecus or Paranthropus, Ardipithecus, Stralopithecines, up to the Homo genus, Homo habilis, so on and so forth. But we find modern-looking human footprints. And Jackson, I know you and I have debated this. Let me put up the picture and let's engage it. Let's kind of have a panel of thoughts on it, because I think it's fascinating evidence for the coexistence of humans and all of your Australopithecus types, and also your Homo types, whether it's Neanderthals, whether it's Erectus, so on and so forth. And so we find the Laetoli footprints right here. Okay, we find these alongside species like Afarensis. We also discovered the footprints recently in Greece, in Crete, I believe it was, that were dated to somewhere between 5 and 6 million years old. And they also look identical to modern human looking footprints. And so we see coexistence. Basically, my question to those on the panel: why are we finding evidence for humans existing in a time that, according to your model, was somewhere between 4 and 6 million years ago, where humans should not have existed? Go ahead.
So, but before that, can I just put a little pin in the discussion we were having?
Yes. Yeah, we can definitely work our way back to that. But I think this keeps us a little more focused on evolution rather than the age of the Earth in general. But we can definitely put a pin in that, Doug.
So just super quick then. In the chat right here, I have 2 articles. The first is using potassium argon dating, or argon dating, and the next is using carbon dating, both of which to date the eruption of Mount Vesuvius at Pompeii. And I lost my train of thought. But, oh, right. Also, I looked up finding carbon-14 in diamonds. The only source I can find for that is Answers in Genesis. And just based on their track record, I can't trust that, especially when their results cannot be reproduced. Sorry.
Well, they
That's
have
putting the pin in that discussion.
I would like to say, though, and I would recommend you looking at this has been repeated. It's been done by young Earth creationists, geophysicists, geologists, and they've taken samples of diamond, and in the lab they were subjected to harsh treatments, and we found detectable levels of C14. So you know what, you want to dismiss it because they're creationists, but I think you just need to look into it before you dismiss it like that.
Just have any non-young Earth creationists found this?
Probably, but I'd have to pull up the references on that.
I cannot find anything for that. And I'm seeing ICR, like I said, AIG.
Actually, yes, because I remember watching a lecture from Dr. Andrew Snelling where he was talking about the C14 that they discovered in just a number of diamond samples. And this was actually replicated by a non-young Earth creationist scientist,
I
where
would
he
have to
also
see a
found,
source
yeah.
because
Oh, yeah. I know what lecture
I do
that's
not
from.
see Snelling as an unbiased authority in this topic.
No, but it was Snelling talking about how somebody from the secular camp replicated the same results. So I can send you that. I know exactly what lecture he talks about this in, and so I'll get that for you, Doc.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell quite. Was it apologetics you were talking about? You brought up Answers in Genesis, or was it? Couldn't exactly tell, but not only Answers in Genesis would be a good site, but creation.com, Creation Ministries International. They've got a very comprehensive website also with all kinds of information on it. So if you haven't been to their website, you should give it a try, maybe.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, Dino, just so you guys know, Dino is committing what is called the no true Scotsman fallacy. It is a fallacious line of reasoning to dismiss the work of somebody that you don't agree with.
Okay.
So
It's
because
not
he has
the
a
no true
bias, he
Scotsman
wants to
fallacy because
suggest.
I am basing
Hold on.
that opinion
Hold
on
on,
their prior
Dino,
conduct.
let's not interrupt. Dino, let's not interrupt.
Yeah,
each
but
other.
your prior conduct is the prior conduct you're referring to is what? It's still subjective.
Them
It's
misrepresenting and lying about science?
like what?
Hold
Name
on.
one
So
thing.
what
It's
you're
all the
doing
things
now
we're
is
debating.
you're
It's
begging
what we're
the
debating
question,
here. What?
and you're just assuming that you're right, and you're dismissing those who come to a different conclusion than you. And that's why it's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. When people want to dismiss a source simply because they disagree and no other reason, that is a formally fallacious. It's called the no true Scotsman fallacy, because we can do that too. We can just say, well, Dino, I don't like your secular sources. They hurt my feelings, and I don't consider them real scientists. And that would be silly.
Sorry,
but that's
when
the exact
your results
same
cannot be
silly thing that
reproduced
he's
honestly
doing right
by
now.
any other
Dino,
lab, that's
why
not
They've been
science.
why do you
reproduced. Listen, I want to
continually
make this
interrupt
clear,
me?
guys. I want to make this clear.
You got to
They've been
talk one at a
reproduced.
time.
Okay. I pulled up my notes from Dr. Andrew Snelling's lecture, and this data, okay, about the basically the diamonds and every one of the diamonds that were looked at and were tested yielded radiocarbon, and some quite a lot, 10 times above the normal amount. Okay. And this data was presented at a conference. The conference was called American Geophysical Union. Okay. And this is one of the largest bodies in terms of geologists getting together. So worldwide geologists get together, and it was a secularist, not a young earth creationist. He got his own diamonds. He tested them himself, and he ended up getting the same results as the rate team. And so, yes, this is repeatable. It's been replicated. No, I don't know the author.
Okay. If you can't give me an author, I can't trust it.
Well, it's trusted. You can look it up. Listen, evolutionists want us to do all the homework for them.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are the ones that are hardcore anti-young earth creation. You guys love your dating methods, and you're not even aware of what I'm talking about in terms of C14. It doesn't tell me that you or any other evolutionists are looking into this objectively or really all that comprehensively. Okay. What I'm saying is true. It's reality. Go look it up yourself.
Okay,
I gave you the name of the conference, and these
sorry,
results
again,
have
Donny,
been
all I'm
replicated.
seeing is young earth creationist sources. I'm looking this up.
Again, so as Sam pointed out, you're being fallacious. You don't believe me that they've been repeated or replicated. Okay, well, you know what? That's a you problem, not a me problem.
I can't see that they've been
it doesn't matter.
replicated.
You're the one who wants to dismiss the results from young earth creationists like Dr. Andrew Snelling or Dr. John Baumgartner, who's a geophysicist, or Dr. Andrew Snelling, who's a PhD geologist, because they're young earth creationists. Okay, well, I'm here to tell you that their results were replicated. And you know what? You can go and do your homework on that one. Let's move to the Laetoli footprints. Now, listen, we've been on this for over an hour. I'm the moderator. I'm the host. Sam's the co-host. We're moving on to the Laetoli footprints. I've brought it up twice now, and I want to get an answer from the evolutionists on the panel. Why do we find modern looking human footprints in rock layers where supposedly humans were not supposed to exist in? I've got the picture up here. You've got the footprints here. Okay. Go ahead, respond. Take as much time as you need. We're focusing on this topic now.
So,
all right, I have an answer for this one. This is probably Australopithecus afarensis, because Lucy's not the only afarensis specimen that's ever been found. There have been foot bones of afarensis that have been found, and based on that, they did have a big toe that was in line, like the Littlefoot fossil, like this one. Not many people know about it, but it's far better than Lucy. Let me pull it up. This. Oh, yeah. It was found encased in limestone, so it is not a chimera. It's all one specimen, the Littlefoot fossil. That was found in Sterkfontein Cave, South Africa. All right, you make me small again.
No, we're keeping you full screen for the rest of the night, Jackson.
All right. All right. It had a slightly divergent big toe, not nearly as much as like a chimpanzee or a gorilla, but not quite as in line as a human.
Okay, before I answer that, I just want to, people that join but don't read the description boxes, or it's their first time in the open mics. Sam, okay, me and Sam, we do these open mics. We've been doing them weekly. We have Kent here for the first 2 hours. The first hour is Kent debating somebody, and then it's in an open mic in general afterwards for 2 to 3 hours. Okay, so we, for example, Sam and I, we get in on it. We debate. That's called an open mic debate challenge. Okay, so there's an answer to that guy's question.
If I somehow eluded someone to thinking that I'm neutral, I apologize, because I'm not. So that's why I'm here. But there's a link if you want to join.
Click the link. Bring your evidence. Come debate us. Okay, so your answer, Jackson Rowe, when it comes to afarensis, from my understanding, we don't have much in terms of bones of their feet to know how divergent the big toe is or how close it is to modern humans. Yeah, we found some isolated bones with the feet, but those have been contested even in the paleoanthropological community as to whether or not they belong to Australopithecines or even the Homo genus. My problem with Littlefoot is, and this is just common in the world of paleoanthropology, those that discover these hominins, it takes years and years and years until we get really technical and detailed papers and data on it where we can look at it ourselves. And unfortunately, that's the case with Littlefoot. Jackson, let me ask you out of curiosity, when did they first discover Littlefoot? Wasn't it
1994, I believe?
1994, and we're still...
I want to say that was right.
I was assuming like 1996-ish. But anyways, and still we're waiting for some comprehensive analyses on it. And so it's not as well documented, I guess you can say, as a lot of these other species. But if you just look at, so are you saying that this, if I remember correctly, the Laetoli footprint would belong to somebody who has like a size 10 foot, maybe size, it's not like a small foot by any means that you'd expect on an Australopithecine ape?
Well, the Lucy was a smaller specimen. The big man fossil was estimated as also afarensis, estimated to be about 5 feet tall.
So to me, and I'd be curious what other people think, this is circular reasoning, because you're assuming, well, this footprint can't be of a human because humans didn't exist between 3 and 6 million years ago, and so it must belong to some kind of Australopithecus, maybe a bigger type of Australopithecus. But if we just look at it objectively with no presuppositions, I mean, I think visually one can conclude, okay, this looks like a human footprint. Look at all your primate feet, human, big toe. Okay, go ahead. Someone's going to say something.
Okay,
give your thought.
So if I may, these do look human-like, but we do have foot bones from Australopithecus afarensis in particular. Their feet were near identical to modern humans. Also, these footprints were dated because they're in an ash bed. We can date the ash bed They were dated to 3.5 million or 3.6 million years ago. Australopithecus afarensis is essentially the only hominin in the area at the time. There were no Homo anything there at the time.
Well, that's completely wrong. So right here from Donald Johanson himself, when he first discovered Lucy, he's not the only one. They concluded that the collection suggests that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. And so yes, they would agree that the Homo genus and your Australopithecines did coexist and overlap. Here's the
Donnie,
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. That's 3 million years ago. 3.6 million years ago is what I'm talking about.
Oh, give me a break. 3 million years ago versus 3.6 million years ago. Dude, they're admitting that the
years.
Donald Johanson, when he first discovered Lucy, he didn't think it was a single species at first. They thought it was multiple species. Eventually, he was peer pressured or convinced, I think, with faulty data, that it was indeed one species. But I'm not done talking, Doc, but I know you're excited. It's a good topic. You're going to get as much time as you need, okay? There's other paleoanthropologists who look to Australopithecus sediba, for example, as comprising two genus, Homo and Australopithecus. We've got these footprints in Crete, 5.7 million years. Okay, well, that's older than your 3.6 million years. And if you actually look at the articles associated with these footprints in Crete, many have said they look exactly like modern human footprints. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. First, I'm going to go ahead and go for the bit about Lucy being chimeric. And for C Science, in case he's lurking around, chimeric in this sense, because there are multiple definitions of the word, means that we have one or more species bones mixed together. Now, Lucy was chimeric in a way. There is one bone that was not from her skeleton, and it was from a baboon. One bone, just one. And the paper you're referring to on Australopithecus sediba being a chimera as well, there is one paper that says that, and there are dozens refuting that.
What's the name of the paper?
Not commonly accepted.
You said dozens of papers refuting Ella Bean and Yoel Rack. Okay, firstly, I've had correspondence with Ella Bean, and she is not impressed with the responses, and they've responded to those responses. And so dozens. Name 5. I'm aware of one that attempts to refute it, but that paper has been addressed by Ella Bean. So you said dozens. Name 5.
Okay, there are dozens. I can't name the exact papers off the top of my head. Give me a few minutes, I can look them up.
Okay, see, here's the thing.
There's been multiple.
Ella Bean and Yoel Rack have actually studied this comprehensively, okay? But this also shows how contested the field of paleoanthropology because Lee Berger, he argues, and I posted the video earlier, he has a video titled Species and the Classification of Species, something like that. But he points out that Lucy may in fact be chimeric, but not just because of the baboon bone, but because of other isolated bones attributed to it. Okay, so no, there's other paleoanthropologists that believe Lucy's chimeric, not just because of the baboon bone, but other isolated bones as well. Okay. Here's the article that's associated with Yoel Rack and Ella Bean's work. And so you'll notice here, human missing link fossils may be jumble of species. They conclude that the spines belong to 2 different species. They conclude that there are not 2, but 4 individuals in the remains of Malapa. And that's referring to Australopithecus sediba, where basically it is the accidental mixture of, here it is right here. According to our results, the specimens represent 2 separate genera, Australopithecus and Homo. These genera are known to have jointly occupied sites, as seen in several early South African caves. And so I'd argue that all of this suggests, including the artifacts, that we're looking at significant coexistence and overlap with humans and your Australopithecines. Go ahead.
Okay. So, sorry, I've been trying to look things up. let's say I give you the Australopithecus sediba and I give you Lucy. How about the hundreds of other specimens of Australopithecus, just the genus that we have? Sorry, not specimens, individuals, between which we have thousands of specimens.
I would argue, and Doc, feel free to take as much time as you want to respond to things, but when you ask a question, I'll happily answer it. I would argue your entire Australopithecine collection, that includes all of your different variations within that collection. Let's say Afarensis, Anamensis, Africanus, Sediba. I would argue that it is a collection that has a lot of true ape bones, yes, an extinct ape genus we're looking at, but also a lot of isolated human bones. And so we would have to examine each individual case on its own. We've looked at Sediba. Many have concluded that it's artificial. Many have concluded that Lucy is chimeric. Okay. So we'd have to look at each example. You say there's hundreds of examples. We'd have to look at each one.
Yes.
But as a whole, I would say that the collection, the Australopithecine collection, it comprises both human and true ape bones.
Okay. So we've been wrong about there just being one specimen, or sorry, we've been wrong about them being one singular species hundreds of times. Sorry, my brain is mush. We've been wrong about there being one genus of Australopithecus. We've been wrong about that through hundreds of individuals found.
I believe. No, I believe that what we're looking at in terms of your Australopithecines, when we actually are looking at bones that are truly ape, we are looking at an additional genus of ape, right? Today we've got Pan, we've got gorillas, we've got orangutans. You would put humans in the great ape category as well. Okay, and I would argue we're also looking at an extinct or maybe several extinct ape species, and we can look at the Australopithecine collection for that. But I'm saying within that collection, we do find bones of other creatures, including a baboon bone, at least in that case, and also human bones. A lot of Homo erectus bones, especially. Go ahead.
Sorry, just
now, is it possible that those Laetoli footprints and the Crete footprints that we were looking at, feel free, anybody can answer. Jackson Rowe, I know you're probably itching to respond as well. Is there any possibility that those could be human footprints? I mean, here's one paper, Donald Johanson, Pleistocene hominid discoveries in Hadar, Ethiopia. Again, his collection, look what he says. The collection suggests that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. And then we've also got the Crete footprints that are dated to 5.6 millions of years ago. And so why can't those Laetoli footprints be human footprints, even if it's Homo erectus footprints? Go ahead. Anybody can respond. Oh,
would you like me to cue the Jeopardy soundtrack?
I noticed Jackson Rowe was backstage.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I press the mic? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
I don't know why I'm using this.
I'm trying to read, and I have a headache right now.
Well, all right, he says Homo, but he doesn't mean like Homo sapiens or even Homo erectus. He means like Homo habilis.
In every case that they say these collections comprise Homo and Australopithecus bones, you think it's always habilis?
That's what they mean, yeah.
Where does it say that? I'd be shocked if he's not also considering Homo erectus, since Homo erectus lived on the globe for apparently 1 million plus years.
Yeah, but this was about 1 million years before that.
Well, Homo habilis deserves its own debate because I think it's Ian Tattersall, many in the paleo anthropological community would point to habilis as being a wastebasket taxon. Basically, they find a bone here, they find a bone there, and they don't know what it belongs to. And so, you know what? Toss it in the old habilis bin. And so the habilis bin is just this collection of random bones they don't really know what to do with.
There's some debate about whether Homo habilis and Rudolfensis are the same or not. But
yeah, the debate is whether it's one species or two. That's the debate.
Well, the debate is if it's a legit taxon or if it's artificial, if it's basically a wastebasket. I'd argue it's essentially a waste. But see, I would argue when it comes to the fossil record, what we're looking at is either true human, degenerated human. I'd love us to talk about Homo naledi since Netflix has put out a new documentary on it. It's a hot topic. Everybody's discussing Homo naledi. There's controversy among it, even in the young Earth creation world. So I'd love to talk about naledi if you guys wanted to. So anyways, either fully human, degenerated human, fully ape, degenerated ape, or wastebasket taxon. And the wastebasket examples, I would argue, are Sediba, habilis, and afarensis.
So you're presupposing there's such a thing as a degenerated human or a true human.
It's reality that there are degenerated humans. Remember, I showed in detail the data from Eric Trinkhaus, his paper on the Pleistocene fossil record, and how it is characterized by developmental anomalies, degeneration, increased levels of homozygosity, pathology.
We're talking about Homo neanderthalensis in particular, which we've agreed is a very inbred species.
Homo floresiensis. Some argue that it's just a human experiencing insular dwarfism or island dwarfism, basically, where these features from being stuck on an island of Flores, would result in small brain size, small body size, curved fingers, all kinds of degenerated features that, because of founder effects, would become fixed. So these are fixed pathological and degenerated features. And that's common on islands, because on islands, typically, you're existing in starvation related conditions, and what natural selection does to preserve resources basically is the brain will shrink over time. And so those existing on the island, we even find dwarfed elephants on these islands. The brain will shrink in order that the creature doesn't require as much food and outside resources for energy. Does that make sense?
Okay. So sorry, just hypothetical. We date all our Australopithecine fossils, whatever they are. They're all older than about 2 million years. Maybe not Sediba, I don't remember off the top of my head. They're all old, according to us. Do you have a reason why we don't have any Australopithecus DNA?
Yeah, that's a great question. But I do also want us to focus on a lot of the points I brought up in terms of degeneration in the fossil record. Okay, but, and Homo naledi, it's going to depend on the conditions. So Neanderthals existed in cold ecoglacial environments. And so that is ideal to preserve DNA. That's why we can get DNA from Neanderthals. But those are not the kinds of environments that a lot of your Australopithecines existed in. They did not exist in conditions that would be conducive to preserve DNA. And that also goes for your island species like Floresiensis, Naledi, Luzonensis is another one. Naledi was found in a cave. Okay. And so that would not be an environment that would allow for the preservation of DNA. Does that make sense?
Okay, I get what you're saying. counterpoint, we have human DNA from Spain. That's dated to about 400,000 years old.
Right, from Neanderthals.
And let's see, is it Neanderthals? I mean, regardless, it's in Spain. Spain would have been cooler during the Ice Age, but it wasn't cold. Everyone or the DNA was.
I think are you referring to? I think you're referring to Denisovans, right?
No.
Okay. Firstly, I don't want to be dominating. So anybody else have any thoughts? I know Brian might have some thoughts. Sam, Jackson, you love paleoanthropology. So anybody have any thoughts or anything they want to speak to on what we've been talking about so far? And what I do want to say before you do, Doc, although sometimes it gets passionate, I really do appreciate these conversations with you because I think it's a lot of fun to discuss these issues with somebody who's informed like yourself. So I appreciate it.
I enjoy it too. It's just sorry, I get.
And I was just going to ask, while you're looking for what you're looking for, this DNA that you say is 400,000 years old. What would that number be based on?
I'm currently reading through it. I'll tell you when I can find it.
I just have one thing to say, then I kind of have to get going. But I actually have a friend in Malawi, Africa. I talked to him about this today. Actually, he's going to look for fossils for me. So, I mean,
yep. So sorry, the title was misleading. It's
hold on, Dino. Hold on, bud. Maybe you need to turn up the sound because I feel like you can't hear people talking sometimes.
I was corroborating his point.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackson. Finish your thought.
I'm just saying, hopefully it'll take a long time if there's anything there because these are not easy to find. But maybe we'll find something in Africa. My friends will find something. Anyway, I got to get going. Thanks for having me on here. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Jackson.
All right.
It's always a joy to share the stage with you. So thanks for coming by. Yeah, go ahead, Dino.
Okay, so reading from this, it is from Neanderthals, it's from Spain, dated to 430,000 years ago.
Well, while you're looking for that, Praise, how you doing?
Good, man. Good to see you, Sam. I've been listening in. I'm not, too insightful on this stuff. I'm just listening. But I had a question maybe for the evolutionists if they wanted to address. Because my question was like, I think it's 300,000 or 400,000 years ago was supposed to be the last ancestor of humans. So during at least the last 100,000 years have we seen a new batch of ancestors? I don't understand. Like, shouldn't evolution be constantly going into new processes and stuff? And that's my question.
I think they put Luca back between 80 and 120,000 years ago.
No, Luca would be billions. Are you talking about? Sorry, are you asking about the last divergence point between Homo sapiens and other Homo?
Yeah, whatever humans evolved from.
So
that's what you were asking, right, Praise?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like we should see new, like a whole new stream of evolution of apes or chimpanzees or whatever it is that they think they come from. Shouldn't we have a whole new stream of evidence of these things happening?
So that is a decent question. The biggest thing is Homo sapiens, after they left Africa, just didn't have many pressures to change thanks to their technological capabilities.
Okay, Praise. First, I just want to clarify that you cannot have a last common ancestor just in an absolute sense. It only makes sense if you're talking about two existing species, them having a last common ancestor together. You didn't mention another species. You just said human. You need to say human and chimps last common ancestor if that's what you're talking about. Because the way that you phrased the question, it's nonsensical because you didn't specify what other species other than humans you'd be talking about the last common ancestor for. And
who is the last common ancestor between humans and chimpanzees?
I've been trying to join for a while now. I've been posting in chat a study, I think from 2016, of the Laetoli footprints, purely from like an objective, let's analyze these footprints as they are. Let's not make any assumptions about, how old they are, what left them. Let's just analyze the actual biomechanics of the footprints. And they concluded these cannot be modern human. I've been posting the link in the chat.
I've read that paper, and the arguments are garbage for it.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on. So when you say purely non-biased study, so there was a creationist and an evolutionist? Is that what you mean?
Are you saying that these authors
people don't
exactly
hold on, let me get this
Sam,
straight.
I think you're not paying attention if you ask that question because I specified exactly what I meant.
Grayson, you come in awfully hot and heavy. Just calm down. It's okay. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by non-biased. Like, is that even a thing? These people weren't evolutionists? Is that what you're saying?
Sam, I literally specified exactly what I meant for it immediately after I said it in the initial statement. If you want me to repeat it, what I said was that they
I just want to know what you mean by non-biased.
You're talking over me now. You're talking over me now.
I just want to know what you mean by non-biased.
Do you want my answer? Because I'm trying to explain and you keep talking over me. If you actually are interested in hearing, you'll listen.
Grayson, buddy, listen. Go chill out, take a nap, or do what you need to do. Calm down. Are you okay? You need a hug?
Yes, I'm perfectly okay. I'm trying to explain the answer to the question that you asked that you seemingly are not interested in hearing the answer to. Let me explain it.
The rhetoric. Just give us the answer.
All you are doing is putting out rhetoric.
What do you mean by non-biased?
I'm explaining it right now. Just let me talk.
Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Grayson, what do you mean by non-biased?
Let me actually finish a sentence. Okay, so by non-biased, what I mean by that is that they did not make any assumptions about, these footprints are from millions of years before humans evolved, so therefore they couldn't be humans. No. They did not make any assumptions like that. They did not make any assumptions.
I understood that. Did you understand?
Let me finish, man.
Did you understand my question?
Yes.
I understood your question.
They did not make any assumptions. They did not make any assumptions about. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
They didn't have a worldview, Grayson. They didn't have a worldview. Is that what you're saying?
Sam, they did not make any
assumptions.
There
were aliens.
They just about the footprints.
Beamed down
just looked. Can a modern human make these footprints? And their conclusion was no, based on
what?
Biomechanics.
Based on evolutionary presupposition before they interpreted the data.
No, based on the anatomy of the human foot.
You can find pictures of people who run or exist without feet and walk barefoot. And just the pressure and what happens to your big toe and just the separation of your toes in general can give more of a divergent appearance. Even in humans today, humans that just exist without shoes, exist in desert conditions, basically. And the mechanics issue argument is horrible. If you were to, if I were barefoot and you were to test the way I walk, based on footprints in sand when I get up in the morning versus after a long day of work, you're going to see differences in the mechanics. You're going to see differences in the stride. Okay. And so their conclusions were garbage. I read their work and it based on biomechanics. Give me a break. That's really weak.
Okay.
Do you understand what biomechanics are?
Why don't you explain what they concluded? But what was the data? What was the experiments? What did they do to say that this couldn't have been human footprints?
So a biomechanical analysis is like actually looking at like the physics of like the anatomy of the human foot and the physics of what kind of impressions that foot can actually physically make. And it is by that criteria that they ruled out that the Laetoli footprints could be a modern human.
So he's saying, based on a biological, mechanical assessment, that could not be a human footprint. But what I would like to see a study is take that image alone and don't put anything next to it, and ask a bunch of children in a school what kind of creature made that footprint. That's the study I'd like to see, because you literally
do 5-year-olds understand how airplanes fly?
Brainwash.
Do 5-year-olds understand nuclear power? We don't go off the understanding of a 5-year-old.
You guys need to stop interrupting. I don't interrupt.
He thinks that good science is
take a
asking
little
5-year-olds
chill,
what they
you
think.
guys. Relax, calm down. Let me get my thought out. I've been letting you guys.
Sam,
get
are
your
you
thoughts
kidding
out,
me?
okay?
No, you have not let me get my thoughts out at all. Why should I
Grayson.
let you?
Listen to this guy. It's like he's so triggered coming in here. It's almost like he's got a religion and he's a zealot. Grayson, listen, what I'm saying is you literally have to be brainwashed to believe that is not a human footprint. Okay? You have to be brainwashed.
Or you could just do the actual analysis of the footprint and see that it's not. Or
Yeah,
you
we
could
can
just
see it's
look
a
at a
footprint.
picture.
The footprint's
and say, yeah,
right here.
That looks human to me.
What-
all you
what
guys
is
are
that?
just looking at a picture online and saying, yeah, close enough. That's all you have.
Yeah, it's you can look. You have to be brainwashed to
Or
believe
just do
it's
the
not a
measurements.
human
You
footprint.
just have to actually look at the measurements.
Professional paleoanthropologists, I believe it's the Leakeys, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think it was them who pointed out that these look human. If you saw these footprints on a beach today, you'd conclude, yep, these are human. But because of the circular thinking that the evolutionary community is guilty of, they know in their mind. Well, I'm almost done.
Sorry.
They know in their mind, well, humans couldn't have existed between 3 and 6 million years ago, and so these couldn't be human footprints. And so they go in, they do these, and
Sorry,
except that study literally did not make that assumption. They literally did not. They took a quantitative assessment, actual measurements, and that's what they led their conclusions from. The actual measurements, not just looking at the picture and saying, yeah, a 5-year-old might think that a human made that, so that's good science.
what about the biomechanics? What about the biomechanics data?
Well, you're the one that said that you already read it and you concluded that their biomechanics was garbage, but you haven't offered why you think that yet.
Yes, I did, because all the reasons that they would look to, or you look to, or I've seen Guts and Gibbons speak to this paper as well, is no reason for us to believe that these were anything other than human footprints, especially with the time and the conditions that they existed in. These were humans that were walking barefoot. These were humans that would have had more divergence in their big toe and just the toes in general, just from walking in those environments, the stresses, the pressures. So I don't understand how, based on biomechanics, you're being vague, Grayson. You're being very vague. Why don't you tell us what about
what you
the biomechanics?
literally just said was vague. You said that I don't like the biomechanics because, and then you didn't list any specific reason other than just you don't like it.
You're the one bringing the argument, and I'm saying that based on the conditions, based on the stresses, based on the environment that these humans would have existed in a post-flood, probably post-Babel world, we would expect some divergence or difference from looking at a human footprint today. Some minor variations, just like we see tribes today run around or exist without shoes, and just take a look at their feet. Very different than us in, Canada and America, where we do a lot of sitting, we wear
Still Homo
shoes.
sapien feet.
So if you want to be more detailed, but this isn't a good rebuttal that you're making, just pointing to a paper and being very vague.
Donnie, I need to leave soon. Can I ask a few questions before I go?
Yes, and I'm going to have Sam and Brian engage them, because I haven't eaten in 6.5 hours. So I've got a couple wraps here.
Can I ask my first question before you eat, please? This is specifically towards you.
Well, I want to know what's for dinner.
I just took a bite of my wrap, though. Okay, go ahead. Ask me a question.
So we have sub-Saharan Africa DNA. So DNA from sub-Saharan Africa, that is 18 to 16,000 years old. Why don't we have any from Australopithecines? Any Australopithecines, if they were alive in the same area, and they're supposedly from 4,000 years ago. Why do we not have any Australopithecine DNA?
Well, again, it's going to all come down to the conditions. If they were found in a cave, how long they were, the bones were basically subjected to, the air and outside conditions. Whether it's the same answer that I gave before. It's going to depend on the environment. It's going to depend on if they looked hard enough for DNA. I mean, I'd love if they could find DNA in Homo floresiensis or Homo naledi, just to show more evidence genetically of degeneration and pathology. So it's going to be based on a number of things, ultimately the environment and also external factors.
I have a question also about that. Back to you, Dino, and it's the same question that I asked you previously. When you suggest that this DNA is a certain age on a we'll say an extrapolated timeline, is it because you're finding a bone and you're testing the bone with some sort of carbon dating method and then using that to determine how old the DNA is? Or is this purely because of some sort of genetic analysis?
Okay, so I don't know for sure. It would have most likely been carbon dating. I'm sorry, I know you guys don't accept it, but it can be used. And then I have one last question. Donnie, could you pull up the link I just posted in the chat?
Wait, Doc, hold on. I'm gonna be rhetorical and I'm gonna use your line. Doc, can you make sure that it's a creationist source only? Because I don't accept evolutionary sources. Does that work?
You don't accept any sources that don't already
or does that not work for me? Only you can do that one.
Sorry, Donnie, could you please click the link and pop it up? I just have one last question and then I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, if you wanted to put it, I can share your screen for you. I'm eating right now, so I'm not going to pull it up on mine, but you can share your screen.
While he's doing that, I just want to point out that the human control in that Laetoli footprint biomechanics study, the human control was people in Kenya who don't wear shoes. They were habitually barefoot, minimally shod, modern humans. Like they were, not wearing shoes. Exactly the type of people that Donnie was saying that we would expect it to be different. That's who we were comparing the Laetoli footprints to and saying, hey, there's no way that these humans can make these footprints biomechanically.
Let me ask you about that.
No, it's Dr. Dino's time. You can ask me later.
Okay. So this creature you guys see on screen, this is specifically for you, Sam, for Brian, and Donnie, if he wants to put his answer in the chat, because he's eating. What do you think this animal is?
Well, if we're just judging by appearance, it's not really going to matter what I think.
Oh, wait, but that mattered with the Laetoli footprints. It mattered just what you think with the 5-year-olds would think.
Grayson, please.
Yeah, Grayson, I know you're upset and you're clearly emotional, but you've taken what I said about asking a 5-year-old out of context.
You literally just said that you can't. Hold on, it doesn't matter what you think. Just looking at it.
Grayson, are we interrupting each other again, or are we letting each other finish our thoughts? Because I know you don't like it when I interrupt you, but you seem to have no problem interrupting me. That's very hypocritical. So at least let me get my thought out. Hold on, grumpy boy. Let me get my thought out, and then you can respond. I mean, listen, maybe you can behave like a child all day long, but the conversation was flowing quite nicely before you joined. So, try to address us like an adult. And
before I joined, you were getting
please, really quick.
Again, Grayson,
what do you think
this is you're causing a distraction. And now my thought process has been interrupted. Is that
okay? So then let's just let somebody else talk, Sam. Just let somebody else talk.
Well, that would apply to you too. So what I'm saying is I can give you.
Saber-tooth tiger. Thank you.
Hold on. I'm answering Doc's question. Okay. I can give you my opinion on what I think that creature might be. But, you know, we always continue to go back to a genetic analysis of that. We might find out that it's something entirely different. But it does look to be some sort of cat kind. That's what it appears to be.
Okay, so you say cat. Brian says cat. You know, Praise, you can answer too. What do you think this is?
I said a long time ago, saber-tooth.
Okay. So this is a marsupial known as Thylacosmilus. It's not related to any cats. So I'm just showing here, just because something looks like something does not mean it is that thing.
Can I have a question?
I'm sorry, Sam, this does take away from your 5-year-old example. Because a 5-year-old can say that looks like a saber-toothed cat. That does not make it a saber-toothed cat.
That's a fair point, and I'll accept that. But I would say that it's slightly disanalogous, because in the analogy of the footprint, it's either a human footprint or something that's totally different. So you're trying to argue that it's something totally different. I don't have this plethora of options to choose through and something that's seemingly similar, do I? It's one or the other. And so if we're going to go back to the footprint, the clarification questions that I would ask, did you want to address that?
Yeah, it is not completely different. We know what an Australopithecus foot looks like. Those footprints were made by an Australopithecus. Donny has brought up before that he thinks they're too big to be an Australopithecus. Male Australopithecus, which are what the larger footprint likely belonged to, were about human-sized. They got big. Lucy was abnormally small.
Yeah, all you're doing is you're just repeating the same claim. That's the very thing that we're objecting to. So you're saying we know it's a footprint from this thing because we know it's a footprint from this thing, and we're saying, well, no, we disagree with that.
And that sexual dimorphism point, where the male Australopithecines are like twice the size of your female Australopithecines, that would be the kind of sexual dimorphism that doesn't exist in any of your extant great apes. And so it's more logical to...
Sorry, Donnie, no. Gorillas are even worse. Male gorillas can be up to 3 times the mass of female gorillas. The same is true for orangutans. This is common in extant primates.
So you're looking at a female Australopithecine, okay, like Lucy, who some say was between 3.5 to 4 feet?
About 3.5 feet.
Okay. And then your male Australopithecine, in order to make those footprints, if I remember correctly, somewhere between like a size 10 footprint. How tall would that have to be?
Can't say for sure how tall they would have to be, but what I'm sharing now is a diagram of a female human, a male Australopithecus, and a female Australopithecus, and a chimp. A male Australopithecus could be up to about 5.5 feet tall.
So can I pause you really quick, because this is where Grayson is going to need to answer the question that I was asking. And so when Grayson is talking about a biomechanical analysis, there's a lot of things that are going to need to be considered. And one of those things would be the height, the stride, whether it was carrying a load, the rate at which it was traveling, the conditions of the soil. I mean, there's a whole lot of things on there. So, I mean, I'm wondering if Grayson's thorough biomechanical analysis has considered all of those things. Has it?
Have you read the study?
Non-biased source that comes from an evolutionary presupposition.
Oh, did you hear me?
I didn't.
I asked, have you read the study?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm asking you. Have you?
Yeah, I've got it in front of me right now.
I didn't ask that. I asked if you read it. Did you read it?
No, I haven't read the whole study.
Oh, okay.
Read the abstract.
So you don't even know what you're talking about then. You come in here all hot. You come all hot and confident, citing a source that you haven't even read. You don't even know what you're talking about. And so when I ask you to elaborate on the study or provide further context about the study, it turns out you don't even know what you're talking about. But that's fine, Grayson.
No, okay.
Maybe read it first.
I would like
ask
to read
you,
it.
hold on.
Sam. No,
maybe read it
You've been
first
talking a lot,
and then
man.
come back.
Let me get one word in edgewise here. I would like to read the study. Okay.
We're not going to sit here and let you read a study all night.
This is one sentence.
Read the study.
By analyzing biomechanical data that were collected during the human experiments, we, for the first time, directly linked differences between the Laetoli and modern human footprints to specific biochemical variables. We find that the Laetoli hominin, I'm trying to shorten this. So
we know that already. That's like the first thing you said. I have a study where they did a test. Look,
and those are all assertions you're reading, Grayson. We want to see the data.
We find that the Laetoli hominin probably used a more flexible position at foot strike than modern humans when walking bipedally. They found it by analyzing the footprints left by 41 humans that they had them make extensive tracks in the same depth, the same type of sediment. They replicated the conditions for Laetoli. They had 41 humans and they had chimpanzees make these. Because they can see what kind of sediment that the Laetoli footprints are made of. So they had to make footprints in the same kind of conditions that form that sediment.
Hold on.
And they had to make it to the same depth, which controls for things such as whether you're running, if you're carrying things, if you're making the same footprints with the same stride at the same depth, then you're controlling for those variables. And they compared and they found
Grayson.
Yes.
You're just running on and on and on. You're not engaging, right?
But do you understand how I just answered your question?
You're making a bunch. Hold on. Listen, you're making a bunch of statements that sound good, but you just said you hadn't read the study.
So,
You don't even know what you're talking about. You've been called out on doing this before.
Sam,
this isn't the
it's
first
not
time.
I just haven't read any part of this study before. Okay, I read the abstract, I read their conclusions, I looked at their methods, and then I sent it. Have I read every single paragraph to answer every single question that you can come up with? I don't think that's realistic.
Well, it is if you wanted to. If you present.
Well, why would it not be realistic to read the entirety of the paper? That's not a.
Yeah, I got a study.
Not a particularly challenging task.
It sounds like you just Googled, how do we debunk young Earth creationist interpretation of Laetoli footprint? First paper that comes up, bang, debunked.
Yep, let me make a video and call it debunked and put it on my YouTube channel.
Actually accurate depiction of what happened. I remembered this study. You brought up Laetoli footprints. I'm saying I know I've seen a biomechanical analysis of Laetoli footprints. I Googled that. I read the abstract, made sure that it concluded what I remembered it concluded.
Right, what you
and
wanted.
And then I started sending it.
All right. I found a study. I read the abstract and the conclusion. It says what I want, and I'm going to come up and I'm going to get all hot and bothered and yell at everyone and present it.
Okay.
I mean, are we just going to ignore that footprints are extremely subjective?
Good work.
This is just
you can actually take the measurements, though. It's not just that they're looking at them.
I need to go. I need to go. Here's my last thing. You wanted to see an Australopithecus foot? Here you go. Published in 2020. Here's an Australopithecus foot. We know what they look like.
Which one's that from?
Near identical to modern humans.
What? See again.
That looks like a drawing.
You can't just do a hit and run. There's a lot of questions. What specimen are we looking at? How many bones were actually found articulated? What's disarticulated? Anything found in isolation? Because it's primarily the isolated bones that are miscategorized in these examples. So if you could answer those questions, Doc.
Sure. It's specimen AL333/133 from Hadar, Ethiopia. Let me see if I can find a free version of the study.
Here, figure 1 from that study, Donnie, can you put that on screen? It actually shows their topographical analysis of the Laetoli right next to a human footprint.
Yes, I'm just looking up this one right here. AL what? 333.
Well, here's the actual study.
How many of those bones actually belong to the same creature, or are they taking different isolated bones from different creatures and specimens and putting them together?
Sorry, I'm reading.
Well, because if you look at the numbering, I got to put it full screen. If you look at the numbering, you've got, 1 AL33355. So you can look at the 1 and see which one's from there. Then you've got AL333147, the talus, the partial four. So it looks like it's different isolated bones being put together to infer, okay, this is what the foot. Brian, I see you nodding. Is that what it looks like to you as well, brother?
Okay.
What does the
So
numbering stand
reading
for?
what they say in the paper, this is a composite of foot bones we have from Australopithecus afarensis.
Right. But that's what I've been saying the whole time is we have many isolated, especially with feet. We have many isolated foot bones. And especially with Lucy, I believe there's a knee joint as well that was found isolated miles and miles away where Lucy was found. And it's these isolated bones that get mixed in with your Australopithecine type that actually belong to different creatures.
Yeah, don't make me get sea science in here.
I'm wondering if this was found in pieces, was this put together based on an evolutionary assumption about how the foot should look?
So
was it found together?
No, it wasn't. It's a composite.
What this foot is a composite. That means that we have foot bones that are associated with Australopithecus afarensis specimens. We took a bunch of those foot bones and used them to reconstruct the foot. This is done all the time in paleontology.
Yeah, and it's
where the
based on
same
your
species, their feet are going to look essentially the same.
It's based on your
You're just
assumption.
putting the pieces together.
It should look like, and then you piece it together based on that.
If you watch that video that I sent or that I posted, Doc, from Lee Berger, where he pointed out the possibility of Lucy being chimeric, he points out that the 333 site, the AL333, was discovered, well, he pointed in 1974, just basics, but he says they found the remains of over 13 individuals. And so one example is the one of the vertebra, baboon bone, was mixed in. One of the knee joint was actually an isolated find. Many pointed out that knee joint looks identical to a human knee joint. And so a lot of these sites, you're not just finding, one creature or one organism. You're finding 13 in this case. Sometimes you're finding, 20 individuals. With Sediba, multiple individuals as well in the same find. And so this accidental mixing of bones is actually quite common. It's not far-fetched by any means.
So bones can get mixed up. But every time we find out that we have mixed up bones, it just causes us to re-examine our old finds and look at future finds with ever more scrutiny to ensure that we are assigning bones to the individuals that the bones should belong to.
Well, all you guys have to stop doing is fixing it.
You guys also like to bring up Piltdown Man as an example. Piltdown Man was a hoax. There have been hoaxes in paleoanthropology. But who figures out that they're hoaxes? It's paleoanthropologists. Who figures out...
creationists, too. That's
no, it was not a creationist.
Okay, let me ask you this, Doc. Well, let me just ask you this. Ella Bean and Yoel Rack, Ella Bean specifically, pointing out and defending still that Australopithecus sediba, who many put forth as the greatest example of a transitional form in the hominin fossil record, they have pointed out that sediba is artificial. It's the accidental mixture of bones from humans and
that is their assertion, Donnie. It's not.
Yeah, but you're saying but you're saying it's paleoanthropologists that discover this. But then when I show you paleoanthropologists that discovered this and hold to this position, then you say, well, they've been refuted. Well, it sounds like you don't even want to agree with your own
as a whole.
expert.
If you have,
hold on.
if
Doc,
you have 500 experts in
you're
a topic and 2 are saying one thing and 498 are saying the other thing,
But Doc, you're contradicting yourself, and that statement wouldn't matter anyway. You're saying that they can get it wrong. So yeah, one person says it's wrong. How do you know if they're right or wrong? It doesn't follow that. It doesn't follow that because you have a consensus that believes something that hasn't turned yet. It doesn't follow that that consensus is right. You've already admitted that these things can be overturned. That means the consensus was wrong in the past over and over again. So you're contradicting yourself when on one hand, you say that, well, we could be wrong. But then on the other hand, you want to say, well, no, actually, we're right. Well, how do you know?
The consensus can be overturned. When it is overturned, though, it is always overturned by better evidence, by better explanations of the evidence. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, before I leave, there has been no overturning of radiometric dating. There has been no overturning of evolution. I'm sorry. You guys have presented
don't leave yet.
nothing.
Don't leave yet.
Thank you.
I just wanted to wait, but real quick, because Doc.
Oh man,
You heard
I want
him.
to ask him a question.
Evolution's a fact, Donnie. It's a
fact.
consensus fact.
Rage
Yeah,
quit.
I wanted to point out, and Grayson can give his thoughts because now, Beamsy's here too. Man, 4 hours, Sam. It doesn't feel like 4 hours. I feel like we just got started.
Yeah. Can I say something really quick, Grayson? I just want to say that that was a little exciting a minute ago, but I'm like, I hope I didn't offend you.
He's offended.
That's not Grayson doesn't.
Come on, Grayson.
My goal, to be clear, so there's no confusion, my goal is to attack your worldview, but not you personally. So if you become personally offended, that's not ever my intent. I want to be clear about that. Yeah, that's it.
That doesn't go for me. I will offend you.
He believes he's related to strawberries. Come on, Grayson. That's offensive.
I should clarify. I cannot hear if Sam is talking. I can hear Donnie. I can hear your microphone. I apologize. I can hear you, but I cannot hear Sam's voice.
I just wanted to say that
funny. I actually cannot.
All right.
Are you able to hear? Because he's saying that he hopes you haven't been offended by anything he said.
Yeah.
You can't hear him.
No, I still can't hear Sam. I can hear you, Donnie. I don't know why I can't hear Sam.
Can everyone else hear
your
me?
Random ambient room noises when Sam was talking.
Can no one else hear me?
No, I can hear you. So Grayson, you might have to.
Yeah.
Grayson, you might have to leave and rejoin. I think might be.
Okay, I'll try that.
I think Grayson has selective.
Sam, probably.
He has selective hearing. He doesn't want to hear what I have to say.
Yeah, he literally found a way to only block your voice. He found a way to tune you out.
Before you leave, there's a lot of atheists that want to know that trick that I engage with. So whatever you did, let them know.
That's because, hey, listen, Sam, you bring the heat, brother. You bring the heat. You're
Sam is a beast.
Yeah, you're not somebody the atheist should be messing with. Yeah, Brian, go ahead, brother.
Well, I was going to ask him on Piltdown Man. He said that it was evolutionists discovered that the forgery of Piltdown Man was a very obvious forgery with the teeth being filed down and stuff. But it took them 30 years to discover that. Why did it take him so long? Is what I was going to ask him before he ran. But I mean, I was going to ask, why did it take them so long to discover that? If this was all being unbiased, I mean, because the Piltdown Man was very obvious. You could tell the teeth was filed down.
It all sounds like a bunch of hocus pocus to me. I don't know.
Evolutionists work in mysterious ways.
Well, the thing is, even your baboon vertebra, right? They'll often say, "Oh, but it was us, the evolutionists. It was the paleoanthropological community that discovered this discrepancy." But why did it take them 40 years? And so when they look to the next best example, like Littlefoot, right, which we still don't have a sophisticated analysis of, we're waiting for that. It's like, well, let's wait 40, 50 years and see if it even stands the test of time. Because oftentimes these discrepancies take 40 years.
I mean, they're literally admitting they can't find the evidence, so they're just gonna decide to make it up by shuffling some bones.
So on Piltdown Man, a comprehensive investigation was not conducted on Piltdown Man until 1953, and then it was like just a year later, in 1954, that it was officially exposed as a forgery. So it was like 1 year after they only did like 1 year for a comprehensive investigation.
But doesn't that show like there's some really bad actors coming from the atheist community in academia, and that should be alarming.
Good
I mean,
point,
but
actually,
whenever there's
yeah.
forgeries or hoaxes, they get debunked by others in the field, like through peer review, through the other scientists are the one debunking them.
Yeah, but these
Also,
people haven't gone away.
That's not necessarily true.
Hey, Sam, I can hear you now. I switched from my phone to my laptop, so we're all good.
He says he
Grayson,
loves you, Grayson.
I just want to tell you that I love you, and I just want to be cool, and that's all. But that said, what you just said isn't actually true, because there are literally peer-reviewed papers about the problems in the peer review process, multiple of them, and some of those papers they specify the field that you're representing, mainly evolutionary biology, and they're saying now. I'm going to just tell you right now, I'm going to be wrong on this number, so please fact check me, but it's somewhere between like a high percentage, I think 60 or 70% of these tests can't be replicated. Peer reviewed. I'll try to find that.
That probably depends on the field. I would assume, physics is going to have a lower percentage than sociology or something like that. But I don't think anyone's ever argued that peer review is an infallible process. It's just the best we've got.
Does
what
peer
reviews peer review?
Mean, does that mean mandatory evolution
who gets
or mandatory
to be the peers?
Naturalist explanations?
But who reviews peer review?
Praise I am and Justin are the
what's
universal
up, Justin?
peer
Good
reviewers.
to see you, man.
Hey, Donnie,
see you.
Real quick, I sent that Laetoli footprint study in the private chat. Can you pull up the first two figures from that? If people are still okay with that.
Let's start making standing for truth peer-reviewed studies.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
The new
the panel
the
gets
new
to be the
SF2
peers.
journal.
Yeah.
No, actually,
I agree. Creationism
Donnie,
is the truth.
You just had a paper peer
It's a
reviewed,
fact.
didn't you, Donnie?
You did, yeah.
Yes.
Well, we had a technical article reviewed. I'm not sure I'd consider it like peer-reviewed technical paper.
Well, it might not.
It was reviewed by peers. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's reviewed by peers, therefore it's true. End of story.
That's
my peers are better than your peers.
Yeah,
is this the one, Grayson?
Yeah, that is. So scroll down to the first image there, where they show like a topographic, like a depth analysis of the footprints, and also the picture that they show is a little bit less blurry than the one there you go, that they've been showing. So you can see that it doesn't look exactly like a human footprint, where you see like in the middle of a normal human footprint, you see how the depth becomes way less, where you have that kind of like inline like arch to your foot, but those footprints do not have that. And then also, if you scroll down to the second figure there, you'll see that those are 10,000 human feet in this measurement on those black bars. And then the Laetoli is that red dotted line. It is so far outside of what 10,000 human footprints look like.
I believe the military.
Does that include babies?
People that are flat-footed.
Yeah,
I'm wondering
I'd love to see the diversity in extant human footprints.
Yeah,
that they use for that. I mean,
yeah,
there's a
'cause
lot of variation in stride, injury, especially in the Laetoli footprints. I mean, this is going back, even according to our model, thousands of years ago, and so we wouldn't expect those footprints or the footprints that belong to whatever type of human it was, probably Homo erectus or something like that.
Well, this
we wouldn't
data
expect it to be exactly like we see today.
This data can be skewed by the people you're selecting to do the study. If all you're doing is women or babies, of course the data's got to be skewed one way. So
Right.
if let's say you get a bunch of big tall black guys, then the data's going to shift.
Right. Well, it says where the source is right there, where they're getting that 10,000 from. It's
right.
normal human variation. And then also, Donnie, I feel
Well,
like what you said-
babies.
Wait. Hold on. That's not what that's not what it says. You said that they were selected from a specific people group. That's
Yeah.
not a lot of
So,
human variation.
In this study, if you scroll up to their methods in the study, they selected from 41 Kenyan people that were habitually barefooted people. So that was different than the 10,000. They took that 10,000 human foot average from another study that was specifically trying to find the average human measurement of feet for that measurement.
Yeah, but hold on.
Why is it that
Hold on. So they used one select group of people for the study, and then they pulled from some other study that actually wasn't the replication that they were trying to achieve.
So I can explain that because what they were doing for their control for the study is that they needed specifically to be measuring the depth of the amount of detail that they were measuring here is not like the 10,000 study is literally just one metric. That's just doing, I think, like it was toe to heel depth or something like that. It was just one number that they did for 10,000 people. They needed a lot more than just one number. They needed a huge amount of data points for each footprint.
Hey, Donnie, can you do a poll in your chat right now to see which one of those images best represents the center, the left or the right?
Well, yeah. Firstly,
let's get the just look at him.
Firstly, it says, however, the Laetoli tracks are not as different from those of modern humans as are the prints of modern chimpanzees. So basically, you have modern chimpanzees today, an extant primate. You have modern humans. And then you have the Laetoli footprints. Laetoli footprints are closer to modern humans, like we're saying, and how they look, and further away from chimpanzees. So you're going to say, oh, they're like an intermediate kind of footprint. And so it belonged to Afarensis. But again, we're looking at footprints from thousands of years ago. We're looking at that which is probably Homo erectus. And so the small variation that we actually see, and I would argue that it's a minute variation, is consistent with what we would say post-Babel dispersal.
I feel like that's a rescue device, personally, but
I think this whole paper is a rescue device.
Yeah.
I feel like evolutionists always want to argue over like the smallest things that don't matter.
Yeah,
it's
like
just
this is
strange
Donnie's
to me, like-
evidence, right? This is not just something that doesn't matter. This is what Donnie put forward. The Laetoli footprints are evidence that humans and Australopithecus coexisted. And the consensus is that those are Australopithecus footprints. And I'm showing a paper that rules out modern humans biomechanically.
Yeah, I think the biomechanics, though, is...
Am I crazy to come to the conclusion that we just can't know this? Like, I don't know.
Well, no, you have two
This is all subjective.
worldviews,
We
two
don't have,
antithetical worldviews that are trying to argue over the proper way to interpret the data. That's what's happening. So, you
But
you
this-
look at
This data point is garbage. This is extremely subjective. It's a freaking footprint.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Clearly, it's not a freaking eight.
there's so
It's not
many
a motor.
factors that go into everything. Like, how can you possibly
You're
use?
saying it's extremely subjective, even though you actually are seeing the actual quantitative data right there, where they're actually taking measurements, like precise measurements. Like, it's not just a subjective, it looks similar. It's not what's going on with their methods.
Grayson, the person
Like-
making this footprint could have just been standing on one foot for a while. It could have been flat-footed. It could have just had a wonky walk.
There were
It's,
5 footprints in sequence.
Yeah.
At Laetoli. It's not just one footprint. There's 5 of them, and each sample here was also 5 footprints.
So let me get this straight. Your evidence for
Grayson, are you
evolution
willing to
is
admit-
footprints?
No.
Justin, I think you're coming in late. So, for context, they discovered these footprints, human-looking footprints right here. This is an example of the Laetoli footprint. They found this footprint in strata that evolutionists argue is between 3 and 5 million years, basically. The same time frame that they argue Lucy or Australopithecus afarensis existed in. The evolutionists would argue that humans, at least modern humans, did not exist back then. And so the question is why? So the question is why do we? So the question is why do we find human-looking footprints?
Wait, Donnie.
In
is this
this
Maybe
supposed-
because they're human.
Donnie, is this supposed to be Lucy's
Right.
footprints? Wait, Lucy's supposed to be smaller than humans.
Well, it sounds like, Grayson, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to say this was a male Australopithecine,
God
specifically
That's what would
dang,
match
that
the
Lucy
data.
got her little monkey Chusey broken the fuck up.
Those
That's
are
what
some
would-
big size 10s.
That's what would match the data. Yes.
You know what they say about big feet?
Data.
Poor little
Don't
Lucy.
they say there's like 200 or 300 specimens of the what is afarensis? So how come
Australopithecus.
all of those are female and there's not a single male specimen?
They're not. That's not true.
So are the male specimens among those reflective of the size that we see in
Yes.
the Laetoli?
Yes,
I
they
mean, the
I
the
doubt it.
comparison between like the female and male Australopithecus would have to be like a huge difference.
They are highly sexually dimorphic. Yes.
I'm talking
There's
like
so much variation in biomechanics and mobility, even among extant humans. I could only imagine extinct human people groups, especially like Erectus. So I don't find this study to be very convincing. But what I wanted to bring up to Doc, but he left, but I know you'll have thoughts, Grayson, because Doc was saying, he was kind of scoffing at the idea of degenerated humans in the past. But I find, because we were discussing Naledi, I'm sure some people at least have seen the new documentary of Naledi on Netflix, and also Luzonensis, which was found isolated on an island, and Hobbit, Homo floresiensis, also found isolated on an island. And so what you get is island dwarfism, you get reductive evolution and fixed degenerative features, essentially. And how that manifests in phenotype is decreased brain size, decreased body size, curved fingers, evidence of degeneration and pathology as well. Anyways, this paper from Eric Trinkhaus, pretty recent, he points out the abundance of developmental anomalies and just abnormalities in general in the Pleistocene rock record. He goes into how this is kind of surprising to see so much so many anomalies, so many developmental abnormalities in this short period of time. And yet this supports what I would argue, that most of your hominins are examples of degenerated humans. They became isolated, they became highly inbred, and a lot of those degenerative features became fixed in that population. Any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a difference, because most of the times where we see like some kind of like physical defect or something in humans, it's not a population-wide defect. It's like an individual case. In the case for these species, we're finding these morphological traits replicated across multiple sites. Like for Neanderthals, you can find them all across Europe. For Denisovans, you can have a huge range, and these are similar to each other. So it doesn't really seem like they're individual cases of physical defects like we would observe in modern humans today. They're consistent, and Neanderthals like have a consistent genome. So it doesn't look like it's just cases of individuals getting physical defects. And for why we see more like a high population of physical defects in the Pleistocene, and I believe that that's a cultural phenomenon, where a lot of Pleistocene tribes in the Eurasian steppe would bury, like if there was people born with a defect among them, like dwarfism or like some sort of physical defect, that they were known to treat these people as sort of like sacred, or like, you know, supernatural in some way. They would, or at least privileged in their society, where they would take care of them, and they would be like, they would receive like a burial beyond that of like a regular person whenever they pass. So this seems like a cultural phenomenon.
Okay, I appreciate those points. Let me start kind of backwards, and I'll move to Neanderthals. When we have a small population like we see with Hobbit or Luzonensis, okay, where basically you just have a couple individuals that make their way to an island. Well, those individuals being the founders of all descendants, the features of those individuals can become fixed, which is why we would see, like on that island, basically with Floresiensis, we see population-wide degenerative features. We see the small brain size, the small bodies. We can tell that, well, even on islands, we see dwarfed elephants. We see animals experience the same kind of reductive evolution, because natural selection will, over time, shrink the brain, especially on islands, because there's not as much food and resources available. And so that's actually beneficial in a way, because now the creature, let's say Hobbit in this case, doesn't need as much food and resources to survive. So in that environment, brain size, a smaller brain size is actually kind of a good thing. Okay, but it's still reductive. It's degenerative overall. But everybody in that population has that. And here, Chris Stringer, he recognizes the role of these founder effects from inbreeding in small, isolated human populations. And so he says, after the remarkable finds of the minute Homo floresiensis, he said that the experiment in human evolution conducted on Flores could have been repeated on many of the other islands in the region. And he says this speculation has seemingly been confirmed on the island of Luzon. So anyways, in a nutshell, as a creationist, that's what we would say. After the Tower of Babel, you had people groups migrating to different parts of the earth, and some would get stuck on islands. Others would get stuck in localized regions like we see with Naledi. And due to them existing in a small population, they're isolated for a while. They become, the inbreeding basically takes place. They would get these fixed degenerative features. With Neanderthals, you made an interesting point that we find Neanderthals in many different places on the globe. But one could say Neanderthals started off as just a small nomadic tribe, or even just a single family that migrated or broke off from a larger population. Okay. Over time, that group became more and more homozygous genetically, more and more inbred. And then various groups from that population spread out to other parts of the globe, which is why we see uniformity in Neanderthals.
Well, that's one biblical creation story. There's also the fixed creation, which they were created on that island. For example,
wait. So Hobbit was created with island dwarfism?
Oh, let's not humor him, Donnie.
Grayson, you're just mad. You can't freaking.
So, Donnie, what I think that.
Well, hold up, Grayson. Hold up.
Well, I would like to address what Donnie just said.
Okay.
So what Donnie is talking about is true for remote island populations, right? But Neanderthals, Denisovans, especially Homo erectus, I really think Homo erectus debunks most of what Donnie just said, because Homo erectus is found so far ranging. Like, it is not an isolated small population. You find Homo erectus like almost everywhere where you find humans. So this was a remarkably widespread population. This was not some small, isolated, degenerate population that was inbreeding. I mean, you're going to tell me that the Homo erectus in Africa were interbreeding with the Homo erectus in India? Like, that doesn't seem very logical at all. These were not just inbred, degenerate populations. They actually share traits that are identifiably Homo erectus over such a huge geographical area. There's no explanation for that based on Donnie's logic he just used.
Yeah.
I want to respond. I want to respond, and then we'll throw it back to Bubblegum. Okay, so I appreciate those points, and I think Grayson actually and I should have a full discussion on this, because we could probably chat about this for 3 hours. I would say, especially based on Eric Trinkhouse's paper, he talks about just the abundance of these anomalies popping up in all of these different individuals. But like you're saying, yeah, these individuals are spread out over a decent amount of geography. But in that time period, in all the environmental conditions that they existed in, they were subjected to what? Survival, stress. They were subjected to isolation, inbreeding. And so, yeah, even with Erectus, you could have different groups of these humans basically existing in isolation, and therefore becoming highly inbred, basically, because it's the features, the phenotypic features that we see, especially in Erectus. We see the the small brain size as well. We see a lot of the pathology in Erectus that we also see with Hobbit. That's why even some in the paleo community, they've argued that Hobbit is a more degenerated form of Erectus. But to your point, Grace, and I think it's a good point, we also see variation in Neanderthals. We see variation in Erectus. So yeah, different groups in different parts of the globe, basically, but all manifesting a type of degeneration. And I think that's where the variation comes into play, because the type of degeneration is going to be dependent on the geographical region these groups are existing in. But with the islanders, you're right. Yeah, they exist on an island. They're very much isolated. It's not like you find Hobbit on the island of Flores, but then also on another island and another island. No, you just have them isolated on Flores. And so there's more uniformity in Hobbit than we would find with Erectus or Neanderthal. So speak to that, Grayson, and then we'll toss it to Bubblegum.
Come on.
Yeah, well, to be fair, give Grayson the last word
okay.
here,
Bubblegum
and then we'll throw it to Bubblegum. Okay, go ahead, Bubblegum.
So this inference that like they probably had dwarfism or some sort of disease. That's just a presupposition from a worldview. We can't DNA test them. So to say that's just a guess. And to say like they all come from some sort of common answer, that's still a guess, Grayson. You can't DNA test any of these.
There's pygmies on the island of Flores today that we have their genetics and we understand
and you can't
got them so small. So,
no, wait.
So why wouldn't the Hobbit be the ancestors of them?
Wait, do the pygmies have dwarfism?
Well, pygmies are smaller.
No, they don't, but they don't have dwarfism. They don't have dwarfism.
No,
right?
no.
But Bubblegum, what about Neanderthal DNA, which has been tested?
What about it?
It's clearly not Homo sapien, yet
you do realize
we can interbreed with them.
Yeah, you can also interbreed with an Asian. I don't think you're related to an
But
Asian.
Asians are Homo sapien just like any other Homo sapiens. Neanderthals are not.
And you would say that humans are apes, so why can't we mate with a chimp?
Do you understand what it means for your DNA to be not even overlapping with another group? Okay, like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, they don't even overlap with their genetic variation. They're completely separate.
Okay, so your argument is just because God made them separately, therefore they could not have made it.
No, that's not my argument. Why would you think I'm saying that?
Because that's what you're saying right now.
It's objectively not. I don't think anybody here thinks I'm saying that.
Okay, then they could make, right? So then you would agree that Neanderthals and Asian. Then you would agree that Neanderthal and Asian could meet, then, right?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, then what's the problem?
What is your obsession with mating with Asians?
Here, I want to make a point.
You're making
listen,
a
I want to make a point. No, listen.
Mates.
In case my pygmies example was misconstrued. Okay, I'm arguing that environment can often dictate phenotypes. And so here, pygmies, the stature is a highly heritable trait controlled by genetic and environmental factors.
I'm saying
so
they
my
can't.
whole point. Wait, I'm almost done, Bubblegum.
Bubbles.
My whole point is the Pleistocene fossil record, which we would argue is basically the post-flood and post-Babel world. Okay, where you have these different people groups going to different parts of the globe, and environment is dictating the phenotypes of a lot of these humans. And so you can look at the Hobbit phenotype, you can look at the Naledi phenotype, Neanderthal phenotype, and it is all going to be based on environment. It's going to be based on inbreeding. It's going to be based on isolation. And we understand the nature of founder effects, that these features can become fixed in that population. Bubblegum, you're saying that they were created that way. They were created with pathology. I mean, that's just kind of bizarre.
Pathology. Nobody's saying the pygmies have some sort of pathology.
Not the pygmies, but we understand that the Hobbit, the brain size of the Hobbit, could only be explained through island dwarfism.
Wait, could only be explained?
Well, they're existing in isolation on an island in a small population. We know genetically
can you
what that
DNA
result.
test? Can you DNA test the hobbits?
Donnie,
No, I
I
wish
pretty
you
much
could.
agreed with you all the way up until that last point, but that last point assumes that they all started as the same humans.
Well, what do you mean? So elaborate on
Like
that.
you're saying that that the only way that we can explain the small brain case size for like Homo floresiensis, right, was that it was the island effect. But I'm just saying that if they did not already start with a larger brain case size, then that would explain it.
So are you saying that?
He's
Are you
making a
saying that
polytheistic
maybe the
point.
precursor? Are you saying maybe the precursor to Hobbit was an Australopithecus type who
No,
already had a small brain size?
Yeah,
No,
that's
he's
at least a possibility.
Well, no,
Right.
there's also the possibility they were just created that way.
All right,
So-
sure, bubblegum.
Grayson, do you want to provide to us any of these transitions? You guys don't have any genetic evidence. All you have is inferences from your worldview. You have
So-
zero genetic evidence.
So let me just make this clear, all right? If you did a genetic test on a brother and a sister, you could logically conclude that they shared a common parent. You do not need the DNA of the parent to verify this. You just need the brother and sister DNA.
Hey, Grayson, can you provide us a genetic comparison between like an Aboriginal and I don't know a Japanese, and actually come to like some last common ancestor from that?
Sure, yeah.
And what would that be?
There's a 2004 paper on the identical ancestor point for the entire human race. So you can just look at that. That is a calculation based on our current sequence DNA that shows like when the last common ancestor for all the living humans on Earth was.
Yeah.
And what would that be based off the timeline when you say when? So you're not arguing that all humans have a bottleneck down to a common ancestor, but you would disagree that it's one man and a woman, right? Or at least a small family after the flood. But what would that timeline be based off of?
For a second, wait 1 second. Grayson is not saying that the Aboriginals came from like an Asian population. He's saying the Aboriginals had some sort of advanced technology that allowed them to travel from Africa to the Australian Islands.
That's not what I'm saying, bubblegum. Again, you misconstrue.
Oh, how did they get there? How did they get there?
Do you know what Sundaland is? Are you familiar with that term?
Sundaland. What is it?
Sam, I have to go.
All right, hold on 1 second. All right, Brian, you want any last words?
Yeah, this has been fun. I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the conversation. It's been great. Thanks for letting me participate in this. It's awesome. Continue up doing the good work and these open mics. They're awesome.
Brian, I appreciate your participation, brother. Hope you had fun. Sounds like you had fun. We always have a blast in these 4.5 hours. Really does fly by. So, Brian, you're always welcome, my brother.
God bless, I'm getting tired. I gotta
Take care,
go.
Brian.
Okay, Donnie, can I share my screen there?
God bless.
Okay, so bubblegum. This is Sundaland, right? This is Sahul. This would have been the state of Oceania during the time period when the Aboriginals would have first moved across. As you can see, you don't need some kind of super advanced boat that you can sail from Africa to Australia. You just go across like the small distances between the islands, between Sunda and Sahul.
Okay, let's go by this story. Are you saying that they traveled all the way from Africa, or was it a population from Asia?
Yeah, it would have been a population from Asia. That's what the genetic testing demonstrates.
Okay. Show me where is the genetic evidence? And by that I mean a real specimen found within the Asia that is from African descent.
Are you familiar with Melanesians at all?
No, are they from African descent?
Yes. We're all originally from African descent, but they're Asian people. They've been in Asia for the longest.
Don't presuppose they're from Africa. Actually, provide.
I feel like you're kind of invoking a double standard because like you're
you're not able to provide anything because you don't hold to either model. And so
I'm
if
making
there's someone who's like literally making stuff up, I mean, how would that not be you?
Me making stuff up?
Yeah.
You guys are literally making up your transitionals. You have 0 transitionals, Redefine.
No, let's just assume that we are, right? Let's just assume that
you are.
Let's just assume that biblical creation and evolution is making stuff up. That doesn't answer the question that I asked you, though.
What's the question?
Like that's called a tu quo que fallacy. Okay, I asked you how you're not the one making stuff up, and you didn't answer. You pointed someone else.
I'm not the one making stuff up because I don't have to make up these transitionals up.
But I'm asking you because you're saying that like there's people being created like on islands just out of the ether apparently.
Well,
but you're asking, and which is fine, like that you can believe what you want, but when you're asking for a standard of evidence that you yourself can't rise to, then that's a double standard.
Well, the evidence, the standard of evidence is very low here. This is the bottom of the barrel evidence. I'm asking for one single transitional between X and X.
That's what, like, I'm asking if you can do that.
Well,
like
redefine. Why would I do that?
You reject
Why would I
both
do
models, right? You
yes.
reject. Hold on, bud. Let me get my thought out. You reject biblical creation, and you reject evolution, which that's good at least. But you have a model that is nothing more than imaginative.
Redefine. If I reject evolution at all levels, why would I provide to you a transitional?
Because you have no rational grounds to accept or reject anything.
No, I have rational grounds because that so quote unquote evidence doesn't exist. You guys are literally have to make them up and conjure them up.
And I'm saying, even if that was the case,
that
doesn't answer the question for you. And I'm asking you to answer that question.
That's a fallacious question.
I could be hold on, Bubbles. Look, I could be a note stuck to your refrigerator asking you this question. That's what I'm getting at. And you're saying, well, you this and you that. That's fine. Pretend I am a note. I am asking you how you are doing more than just imagining a scenario.
That's a fallacious question against my position. Me, a person who does not hold such a position that they are transitionals, why would I provide to you a transitional?
Am I not making sense to everyone, or is it just you?
I think Sam wants you to explain your model more in depth.
Bubblegum.
Why it's justified.
Bubblegum. Really quick.
I don't have to make up these inferences. I don't have
to not to do with transitions. Just explain your model in general.
Bubblegum. Is your Bubblegum? What is your model?
Fixed creation.
Are you trying to say that God?
Actual creationists.
Okay, so you hold the fixity of species. So you think all your different domestic dogs. So do you believe the Shih Tzu and the Bulldog, 2 separate creations?
Yes. You already know this. So why would?
But where's your model? When, where, how, why?
Are you asking me to provide a model that has transitionals and microevolution or big evolution, whatever top evolution? Is that what you're asking me?
Welcome to Bubblegum Land.
To present a model, Bubblegum. Are you saying
the model is God created it? That's the model.
No, Bubblegum, we want you to be more specific, right? Like at which point, in which way, and for which type
different
of
gods?
The Aboriginal was created as the Aboriginal.
Who did Zeus create?
The Greeks.
Is Zeus real in your model, Bubblegum?
Yes.
Is Jesus real in your model, Donnie?
Of course, he's God manifest in the flesh.
Yeah, then so is mine. Well, Zeus never claimed to be. He was freaking sworn.
Okay.
At one point.
So the God who created the Chinese and the God who created
the poodle
Europeans, 2 different gods?
Yeah. That's a model.
Well, anyways,
it's not a model you agree with, but it's a model.
Okay, I want us to get back on track, though. The topic tonight: evolution and evidence.
Wait,
and
really quick. I have a question.
Wait.
Donnie, can I ask one question, Bubblegum?
Go ahead.
Okay,
man.
so if all the different races had different gods to create them, did the Neanderthal god also go extinct, or is he still around?
I don't know, man. A bunch of gods
Do
do
gods
die.
die?
They do.
Are gods immortal?
That's
Well,
actually a
Lord-
good. That's actually a good. Wait, hey, that is a good question. So the god of Homo floresiensis, did he just basically fail? Like he created
Well,
the
that's
Hobbit,
like-
and then
yeah, that's
200
like
years
actually-
later they went extinct.
Yeah, like the God. Wouldn't that be your Jesus in your model?
Well, we have one God, okay, the creator of
Yeah,
heaven and earth,
according
who
to you,
created all of life, and we actually have a model, right?
Yeah, but according to you,
Well,
your
well,
God
I just
is.
want to ask you. So, when one of the gods creates, well, I'm guessing that each god has multiple creations. So maybe the god who created Hobbit also created something else that he can oversee, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I appreciate us talking about the polytheist model. I would like to, as we start to wind things down, evolution and evidence. Grayson, is there anything you wanted to discuss? Maybe we could go down the chromosome 2 fusion route if you want.
Oh, I love chromosome 2 fusion.
So I'd like to ask you, if you watched Erica's latest video, she brought up a pig paper, okay? The chromosome 6.
I've disagreed with Erica on the pig paper before. If you look at my previous comments on some of her videos, I've disagreed with the pig paper because it didn't seem like a telomere to telomere end-to-end fusion.
Well, when I looked into, because I felt like she was a bit vague on that point, and I looked into the size of the so-called region in the chromosome 6, the fusion spot, and it was 38,000 base pairs. And I confirmed with Ruhif, you know who Ruhif is, over email, just to make sure I was right. And we talked back and forth, and I inquired about how many of the TTA GGG sequences there are. And there were between 1,000 and 2,000 of them. And then for the CCC TAAs, I'm going from memory here, there was about 950.
Okay.
You would agree that that's pretty big difference between the chromosome 2 area, which is 798 base pairs. There's only about 10, I think, TTA GGGs and about 43 CCC TAAs. So they're totally different. Wouldn't you agree?
Just based on those numbers, I mean, I can agree that those are different numbers. I wouldn't agree that that makes them totally different.
Well,
but
I guess my point is the pig, the site in the chromosome 6. Yeah, I have no problem with that being a fusion because it's a large signature. 38. If the chromosome 2 signature was 38,000 base pairs with almost 2,000 instances of TTA GGG, I mean, as a creationist, how could we deny that that's a fusion, right? That's a huge signature.
Okay, well, I'll read the pig paper and then I'll be able to comment on the pig paper then after that. But what I wanted to ask you was the DDX11L like pseudogene, right? So if the chromosome 2 model, fusion model, is correct, then we would expect, and just let me know if you agree with this, we would expect that the gene for like the DDX11L gene should be in the chimpanzee chromosome, whichever one corresponds to the chromosome that fused together to make chromosome 2 in humans. We would expect to find that gene in the subtelomeric region, right there near the end of that, near the telomere end of that chromosome, correct? That's what we would expect.
That's a really good question. We're going to engage that. This is totally my fault. I finished a whole coconut water since I finished eating about an hour ago. I got to run to the restroom. You and Sam engage for 2 minutes, and then we're gonna go down that rabbit trail. That's a good question. Give me a second.
Sam, did you follow what I was saying, or maybe it was a little confusing?
I am not going to be able to speak on this at all.
But just I want to make sure that it's rational and that it makes sense to you, right? If we're saying that the chromosome 2 fusion happened, like if we're just thinking about what our expectations would be if that did happen, then if we find in human chromosome 2, like right, like near or on top of the fusion site, like Donnie points out, that there's this pseudogene there that Donnie says is just a regular gene, this DDX11L2 gene, that is there in human chromosome 2, right at the like where the fusion site is. So if the fusion model happened, then we would expect for that gene, the version of that for chimpanzees should be at the end of one of the two chromosomes that fused, so that it can be near the fusion site in the humans. Is it fine? I mean, maybe I need a picture or something to make it make
No,
sense.
I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying that pre-fusion you would have this pseudo gene on one of the telomeres.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
But wouldn't that be the case for the other side also? Would there be some identifiable mark on a separate telomere that would be joined? It seems like
Well, there's only the one. There's only DDX11L2. There's not another gene that's super close to the fusion site in humans. It's just that one. That's the one that, Tompkins focuses on anyway.
Right, but you're saying that you have these two genes in a fusion site, right? And you're saying that there's an identifiable mark on one gene at the fusion site, but should that be the case for the other gene also?
Well, there's just the one gene on the fusion site. That's the thing. The DDX11L2 is not really a mark. It is the pseudogene. So we find that really close to the fusion site. So we would expect that if this really was two chromosomes that fuse together, that pseudogene should also be found at the ends of like one of those two chromosomes that fuse together.
Oh, right. No, I was using the wrong vocabulary. So you have two chromosomes and one of them has an identifiable mark, but it seems like that would be the case for the other chromosome also, wouldn't it? Shouldn't they both have identifiable marks if you're going to suggest that they fused?
Well, so they
saying
do
about
in a
having
sense
one.
that if you look at the order of the genes in human chromosome 2, like if you just read them from one end of the chromosome to the other and you mark them, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever, in an order, and then you look at the two chimpanzee chromosomes, it's the same exact order, but half of them are on one chromosome and the other half are in the same order, just on the other chromosome. You know what I mean? Like where if you put the two chromosomes together, then you get the same sequence as in the human chromosome. Maybe this is hard just over words without any visuals.
No, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know how to respond to it, but it seems like at least at a surface level, it makes sense, but I mean, I still don't see how that would address any of the arguments that we make, meaning that certain genes have specific traits that we would find in both humans and chimps because there are so many similarities, right? There's developmental similarities, there's physical similarities, there's also, I'm sure there's an abundance of unknown similarities just because of environmental factors. I mean, when we even on our creation model, we were put onto an Earth that was, we didn't have houses with plumbing and air conditioning, and we would have had a very much more harsh environment. And so, I don't know that it's enough to say that I think that you have a point that's definitely interesting. I would agree with you that it's something that that should be addressed, but even either way, I don't know that really deals with, I think, the overall point that we would expect to find similarities yeah.
I can engage it a little bit if you'd like. So, Grayson, you're saying that the DDX11L2 gene is a pseudogene and belongs in a pseudogene family shared with the chimpanzees, and these specific pseudogenes are always found next to telomeres?
That is true, but that wasn't explicit. That wasn't exactly what I was saying. I was saying specifically that the chimp version of DDX11L2, which the L2 specifies, that's specifically talking about the one on human chromosome 2. The chimpanzee version of that gene that is on the one of the two chromosomes that are alleged to have fused for the human ones. So it's exactly where we would expect to find it if the fusion did happen. It's right at the end of the correct chromosome that it would be on if the fusion happened.
So I guess a couple questions. Why do you believe that the DDX11L2 gene, obviously, I'd argue it's not a pseudo gene. It's functional. Obviously,
Yeah. I'm not going to get
along.
in.
Right. I know we're not going to get into that
because it's not really relevant for this argument. That's why. I mean, I can even concede if it's functional or whatever. It doesn't really matter for this argument if it's functional.
I understand. Okay. But I want to say this because I was distracted by the chat. Joshua Cousins, Sam, you and I have much experience debating Unitarians and Trinitarians. He's trying to say Jesus isn't God. Josh, we challenge you to join our next Trinity open mic, and you bring up any verses you want.
Interesting. I know this is a slight deviation, but if you go through John, when Jesus is talking to the woman at the well, he literally says he is the Messiah. And so a lot of the Unitarians, they don't like to, they'll suggest that there isn't an explicit verse in the scripture where Jesus says that. But that's one of the at least two times in the book.
Well,
of John.
in Hebrew, sorry to interrupt you, it literally says, thy throne, O God, the Father speaking to Jesus, is a sepulcher forever and ever. I'm just quoting it from memory, but that's the Father calling Jesus God. And John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, speaking about Jesus, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh, Jesus, and dwelt among us. So to say Jesus is not God, it's ridiculous. I mean, even a non-believer can read the Bible and just say, yeah, Jesus obviously being taught here as being God, whether they believe it or not. So,
Donny, can you highlight Crimson Air's previous comment? He was asking about the chromosome 2 fusion. He asked a question. Do you see it?
Well, while you're doing that, one last thing. In the book of John, Jesus literally refers to himself as the I am.
Right.
Where'd that come from?
Before Abraham was I am, referring to Exodus.
So how'd that get there?
So I just wanted to answer this. I mean, maybe he'll think that this is a cheeky way to answer, but even if there was absolutely no signature of a fusion, like even if it like a mutation happened and the entire signature was deleted from the genome, we would still be able to logically conclude that a fusion did happen based on the fish analysis, which is what I was describing to Sam earlier, where if we just look at the sequences of the sequence on human chromosome 2 versus the sequences on the 2 chimp chromosomes, they would align with each other such that it would be pretty clear to anyone looking that those 2 chromosomes fused into our 1. And so even without any fusion signature sequences, we would be able to logically discern that. But to answer his question, sorry if that goes on and you guys want to comment, but just to really quickly answer his question, we would expect to see a head-to-head telomeric sequence and as well as a cryptic centromere, which would be alphoid repeats. So hopefully that answers his question.
But this is all based on the presupposition of telomere to telomeres fusions actually happen. Doesn't have been demonstrated to happen.
They have been demonstrated to happen.
No, they haven't. They've been presupped to happen, but
I believe that even Donny is aware.
He only does that.
I didn't even say even Donny. He is well read on this topic, but he is aware of
No, he only does that. You're only saying that because Donnie's presupposing microevolution, and you're just leeching off microevolution. That's what's happening here. It hasn't actually been demonstrated.
Not what's happening here.
It is objectively what's
happening.
happening.
Listen, I was distracted by the live chat. We're done. We're gonna go back to the chromosome 2. So appreciate it. Okay, so a couple questions, I guess, Grayson, and take your time. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but when it comes to the gene that overlaps the fusion site, basically, okay, the DDX11L2 gene, why are we to believe that that is of the same gene family that we find in chimpanzees and humans that are always found next to telomeres?
It's because of its sequence. Like that's how we can tell what type of gene it is. But really quick,
well, what do you mean it's sequence? It has wait. What about the DDX11L2 gene sequence makes it related to a gene family in chimpanzees?
It's like saying, if the word spells bus, how do we know that it spells bus? I'm saying the sequence, BUS. That's how we know it spells bus. It's the sequence that is like, if you have, I mean, we have multiple DDX11L like genes just in within our human varieties. We have multiple of these genes throughout our genomes.
Wait,
and
is
we
this
know
is this a protein? This is not a protein coding gene, right?
it's not a protein coding gene. It's a pseudogene.
Okay, so it would be probably one of those genes that is specific to that animal then.
Okay, so DDX is an actual type. I think it's a helicase gene. The DDX11L are saying that these are like DDX genes, but they're just like it because they don't actually code for a real functioning protein. They're pseudogene versions of them. So we know based on their sequences that all of these group together categorically. They are in the DDX11L category because of their sequence similarities.
Right. Okay. So it's a gene that has a very specific sequence, as in the word bus is spelled BUS. So anytime you see the word bus somewhere, it's a bus we're speaking of. So this similar sequence in this gene is found in humans next to telomeres. And it's also the same sequence in chimpanzees. And as a family, they're always found next to telomeres, basically.
Yes. And I just want to make the point that it's not like even in a lot of humans, the DDX11L2 gene is found at the end of human chromosome 2, not in the middle at the fusion site. There is variation just within the human population of where that gene is found. So the argument that it's necessary for it to be in that location doesn't really seem to hold weight when we look at the whole human population, because that gene can be in multiple populations from an individual to an individual basis.
Wait, is
no, but Bubblegum, I'm trying to ask questions just so I can work towards a possible answer. So
yeah,
let me and Grayson go back at it a little bit, and you can get in on it afterwards. Okay. So essentially you're saying that the DDX11L2 gene is found in the middle of chromosome 2, but every other gene in that family is actually found next to a telomere, not in the middle of a chromosome.
Yes, but even DDX11L2 is not always found in the middle of the chromosome. Even in humans living today, you can find people where it's at the end, it's by the telomeres in chromosome 2. It's not in the middle by the fusion site. So just within existing humans alive today, that gene can be found in different locations.
So in those humans, that subpopulation of humans that has the DDX11L2 gene, not in the middle of the chromosome, but actually next to the telomere, the actual telomere.
Yes.
What gene exists in the middle of the chromosome 2 then?
It's just the absence of DDX11L2. It's not like there's another gene in its place.
So these people don't have a gene in that area. It's in a different spot.
Yeah, I mean, they have the DDX11L2 gene at the end, so they can't also have it in that spot. I mean, they only have it at the one location.
Well, that area then with the missing gene must, I would expect, to result in some kind of disease or discrepancy.
That would be a failed prediction of intelligent design.
Well, not me. I'm wondering. I got a question, Grayson. Are these?
No. But I'm getting to my answer here. It's like when I conversate with an evolutionist and they're making a technical argument, I want to fully understand it and I want to fully reiterate it before I answer it. Okay, I think that's important in debate. Okay, so anyways, I appreciate your responses, Grayson. Okay, I think Dr. Sanford and Chris Roop, I think they address it nicely, or at least give us something to go off of. And so here I've got it on screen for people to see. And they basically reiterate your point. While the expected subtelomeric repeats are not present in the region of the reputed fusion site. So they're just referring to that specific kind of satellite DNA that's found in chimpanzees and gorillas, but it's not found in humans. So they say there is a gene called DDX11L2 immediately adjacent to the reputed fusion site. So this is where they iterate your argument, basically. This gene is homologous to a gene family, right, Grayson, that is usually found in close proximity to human telomeres. At first, this might seem to support the fusion hypothesis, since the reputed fusion site or sequence is found close to a gene typically seen near telomeres, as we've been establishing here. However, we need to look more closely. A similar family of genes is also found in the chimp genome. While these genes are also generally found toward the ends of chimp chromosomes, right next to the telomeres, they are separated from the telomere by a sizable amount of intervening DNA. So basically that ape-specific DNA that we've talked about, Grayson, that's not found in humans. And so they conclude, if we assume that the DDX11L2 gene on chromosome 2 came from an ape fusion, it should be separated from the telomere-like fusion site by this large ape-specific tandem repeat. And so basically, why is that found in the chimpanzees where the DDX11 genes are, but not in humans? Grayson, speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, it's because of the nature of telomeric end-to-end fusions. They don't occur if you have an intact telomere. So those types of fusions only occur if you've had a lot of degradation at the end caps, and they don't go exactly like one end to one end. They usually attach to the subtelomeric region, so that can cut off any number of genomes in the subtelomeric region that you're talking about. So like whenever these things actually fuse, they usually stick on to the subtelomeric ends. They don't just stick on directly to the end cap. Like, I mean, there's a number of different like ways that you can get a lot of genetic loss there during these fusions, like at the very end.
But I appreciate that. But in the chimpanzees, we have these genes, the DDX11L genes, or that family, right? That's associated with it. We've got them next to telomeres in chimpanzees, but they're always separated by a pretty good amount of intervening DNA, that type of satellite DNA, not just in one instance, but in all the instances, in all the chromosomes, basically. So are you saying that all of this was lost in humans?
Yeah, I mean, I question that assumption that they are talking specifically the DDX11L2 equivalent in chimpanzees. But yeah, I mean, to my understanding, they're just in the subtelomeric sequence. I don't know how much separates where you find that gene with the start of the telomere end cap. But again, we have illustrated that even just within the human population, that this gene can change sites and move around.
Yeah, I mean, that example of the moving around of through what, translocation or something, the moving around of the DDX11L2 gene, where it's found in a different spot and apparently at the site in the middle of chromosome 2 it's not found. I'd like you to send me the
I'll do that.
for sure.
I will just say that also, whenever we have these kind of jumping genes, it typically is much more common in the subtelomeric region of the genome because of like recombination. Basically, like you oftentimes the subtelomeric regions are like the areas that you cross over. So like whenever a gene is in the subtelomeric region, it has a much higher percent chance of changing locations.
So if I could, this is the type of DNA they're talking about over here. Right here. So this paper. Chimpanzee and gorilla chromosomes differ from human chromosomes by the presence of large blocks of subterminal heterochromatin, and goes into the satellite DNA of it. So basically in chimpanzees, you have these genes, including the DDX11L2 equivalent. And yes, they're next to telomeres, but they're always separated by this kind of DNA that doesn't exist in humans. Where we would
but
find
oftentimes that like the satellite DNA that you're talking about is like species specific. So even in the species that most creationists would accept as having a common ancestor, like there can be huge variations in the amount of satellite DNA between species. like just within a created kind.
Well, I wouldn't agree to that.
I know you wouldn't, Bubblegum. You're very special.
No, I'm just saying, Grayson.
Okay, but
I'm not going to allow you
fusion-
just to leech off the Christians. You can't just leech off the Christians to support your worldview. You have to support your worldview from ground zero. You can't just be leeching off the Christians.
You realize, Bubblegum, that every single human being has 46 chromosomes, right?
Why would that matter?
Well, because you're saying that different people groups were created separately and by different gods. Why did each god decide to create every single human with 46 chromosomes? Why no diversity in chromosome numbers?
Donnie, what do you think defines a woman?
All right.
The gods were in cahoots.
It's their DNA, right? You can't define a human by freaking coding them like a zebra.
Bubblegum, are you sure you're not a Mormon?
Why would it be a Mormon?
Huh?
Why would it be a Mormon?
Hey Donnie, here's what
Because
you're
they
not
believe-
considering,
they-
okay?
Mormons
Maybe
believe
the
in-
gods that created the different humans just
Yeah.
happen to be friends with each other, and their
The
favorite
gods
number
must
was
be
23.
crazy.
That's
Look,
no
I can
Mormons
even- look, I can
literally
even-
believe that.
I
They
can even-
believe
I
that
can make up a-
that God is like that you can obtain this level of God and build your own world. So that's literally like a Mormon.
I'm going to give my summary. I'm going to give my summary of this argument, and then we'll let other people get in on it too, just so we're not hogging all the time. And then once the 5-hour mark hits, boom, I am rapidly smashing that end broadcast. Okay, so my summary is essentially because of this absence, Grayson, and then obviously we'll give you a final response too. At best, what we have here is, and we would both agree anyways, that humans and chimpanzees, according to the evolutionary model, they go back to a common ancestor, right? Between 6 and 10 million years ago. That common ancestor would have had 48 chromosomes. Sometime after the split in the hominin line, not in the chimpanzee line, but the hominin line, there would have been a fusion, bringing the amount of chromosomes from 48 to 46. Okay. This would have basically been a near extinction event because that person who experienced the fusion would literally be the single ancestor of every single person alive today, since all humans have 46 chromosomes. So if there was a hominin specific fusion or a human specific fusion, I think that would explain the fact that this ape specific satellite DNA, this type of satellite DNA, it's not found in human chromosomes, specifically separating the telomere from the genes from the DDX11L family. But in chimpanzees, we find that family, okay, next to telomeres, but it's always separated by that kind of DNA that's not found in humans. So at best, we have a human specific fusion, but I still think there's other factors that we've debated, Grayson, that make the fusion less likely, which means maybe this specific point you're bringing up, we just need to study a little bit more. But basically, in a nutshell, at best, you'd have a human specific fusion, but having nothing to do with ape ancestry, basically. So hopefully that makes sense. Go ahead, Grayson, have the final word on that topic, and then we'll let everyone else have fun till the 5-hour mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Can you share my screen really quick? This is not like the source of the experiment showing the different locations of the gene, but this is from this is from the main article. Sorry, the main article about the DDX11L family, like describing it as a transcript family in the subtelomeric regions. So this is just a figure where they mark the locations of all the different DDXL genes. So all these red dots are where they are located. So you can see that all of them are at the ends. This is for the human one, this HSA. These are human chromosomes. So you can see at the ends here, that's where they are on all the other chromosomes. And then the only one that's not you see here that there's 2 and then there's 2 asterisks. So these are 2 different populations. So this is where they are in most people in the middle. And then there's a subpopulation where they're on the end of human chromosome 2 here. So this is not like the definitive study showing that, but I'm just showing you that just in the study about DDX11L, they have that represented here. So I just wanted to, you to see that I wasn't just, making that up or whatever.
Right.
Anyway,
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate that.
So yeah, basically, I just think that it would be really weird if in the creationist view that God created like Adam and Eve with like a set of chromosomes that is more similar to chimpanzees or whatever, and that in the human lineage there has been a fusion where now we have one less chromosome than the chimpanzee chromosome numbers, even though if God originally made it, we had the same number as chimpanzees. That's just a little bit weird to me, but if you're willing to bite that bullet, I mean, sure.
Hold on, Grayson.
Well, wait. Tobacco has 48 chromosomes.
Uh-huh.
Or no, tobacco has 46, doesn't it? Or how many chromosomes does tobacco have?
I don't know offhand.
We're
But
related to
there
tobacco.
are other animals that have the same number of chromosomes as humans and chimpanzees. Yes, but the distinction there is that it's the sequence of the sequence would be the same. Like it's not just that we have the same number. It's like we have the same genes on the same chromosomes. And I get that Sam was bringing up common design as being the justification. Is like, oh well, humans are the most similar to chimpanzees. That's why we would expect them to have very similar genomes. But I don't think that common design is a good argument in this case, because then you should be able to, if you're going to use common design as the explanation for gene similarities, then we should be able to use design similarities to predict genetic similarities. And when you try to do that, it will not be successful. You cannot predict genetic similarities based on design similarities. So then, therefore, design similarities is not a good explanation for genetic similarities.
Because there are none.
Wait,
Also-
hold on. So,
also-
Grayson, hold 1 second, Bubblegum. So, two things. So the first thing is to suggest that it would be weird because you have a lack of information. That's not an argument. That's just saying that you're incredulous because of ignorance. And I'm not saying that to be deflationary, but that's what you're saying. You're saying, I don't know why God would have done something, so I'm ignorant. And so therefore, well, whatever you say after that doesn't really follow because you don't know why God would have done something. So that's something for you to think about. Okay. Now, if you knew something, that would be, then you'd have an argument, but until you do, you don't. The second thing is, and Donnie, you'll have to correct me, and you're not going to like where I'm going to go right now, by the way. Well, I don't think you really care too much, but I believe it's Dr. Jonathan Sarfati actually argues that the fusion site, even if we were to grant the fusion, it wouldn't be a problem because it's still human specific. It's an evolutionary assumption that it's even relevant to evolution. And then he goes on to point out that if there was I believe it's Dr. Sarfati, right? You'll have to correct me. It goes on to point out that if it was a fusion, then there's a huge problem that you're going to have with telomeric decay and a type of genomic degradation taking place for that fusion to happen on your model too. So anyway, he argues that it's not a problem either way. So for you to say that like it's a problem if it happened, that's a false dichotomy, and we don't have to accept that either.
Well, it is one of the biggest differences between human and chimpanzee DNA is obviously the number of chromosomes is different. So then if God originally made human DNA more similar to chimpanzee DNA than it is today, I just think it's a little sus.
I find it weird because like
you can think that though, but again, you're just saying I won't even say you. I'm not trying to be offensive. You're just saying that because we are ignorant, it's sus. Okay, so what?
Well, I would like to make the point, like you would say all gibbons are related, right, Grayson?
All living organisms are related.
Yeah, so like there would be like all animals went through a fusion event again and again and again. So you would say all gibbons are related, and they would also have to have these fusion events kind of recently.
Okay, can I just touch on something that Donnie and Sam, both of you kind of brought up earlier? It is just a statistical fact that any population of animals will share a most recent common ancestor who's like an individual of that species. Like that's an identical ancestry point. That's just a fact of population genetics and statistics, regardless of their past species history, regardless of bottlenecks, regardless of any of that. There will be like, and you could do this for even specific parts. You could say, when was their last mitochondrial ancestor? When was their last chromosome 2 ancestor? You can find one individual ancestor for any given population. That's just a matter of statistics and population genetics. Any population will have that.
So
I wanted to say one thing actually real quick, because we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. I'll let you guys go at it for a little bit longer. What Sam said, the chromosome 2 argument overall, when examined, is agnostic to the debate. What I mean by agnostic is the evolutionary model could explain it, a chromosome fusion, basically, to explain why chimpanzees and the other great apes have 46 chromosomes. But the creation model, in light of the fact that even the evolutionary community would say that the fusion is human specific, it happened in the hominin line after the split. Well, when we examine the lack of this type of satellite DNA separating this family of genes from telomeres, but also the fact that according to the evolutionary model, if this were the case, this would be a near extinction event, because the person who experienced this fusion would be the ancestor of every single human being on the planet. And basically all other lineages existing at that time would have to go extinct. Any lineage or group of people who have had 48 chromosomes, they'd have to go extinct. And so the best way to explain through genetic drift how a unilateral mistake like that could become fixed would be a really severe bottleneck. Followed by I'll just say this, and then followed by rapid and exponential population growth as the people move around the planet. Well, we have the Tower of Babel. So if there was a fusion and then people spread out after the Tower of Babel, well, guess what? That mistake is being spread out globally, explaining how all people have it today and how it'd be fixed.
Okay, Donnie,
go ahead.
What I'm saying is that every single population of every single living organism on Earth has the same thing. You can look, you can say, when was the most recent common ancestor for these two barnacles, the same species, for their chromosome 2, and then you could calculate that based on the genetic population, and every single other barnacle that was alive at that time, their chromosome 2 line was ended, and only that one is the most recent common ancestor for all living barnacles. That's a matter of statistical fact for every population. Just that's how genetic population genetics works. So
I don't understand. Can you articulate that a little bit more? You're saying that every single population has a chromosome fusion site, and then
sorry, I wasn't talking about a fusion at all. I was just talking about I was picking a chromosome at random, and we were talking about 2. It could be chromosome 9. It doesn't have to do with fusion. It just has to do with like you could use mitochondrial common ancestry or whatever. You can just calculate based on whatever region of the genome you're looking. You can look at the whole genome, or you can just look at one chromosome. And if you compare a population, you can calculate at the individual who was their most recent common ancestor for that genome portion that you're looking at. So you could do that for one chromosome. You could do that for the whole genome, for mitochondria, whatever. There's going to be one individual. It's the most recent common ancestor. You can calculate that for any region of the genome for any organism, and you'll find one individual in the past. And that means that all the other lines would have had to have died out, and only that individual's line would be the ancestor of every single living one today.
Or it means that would be a creation event, right?
Well, no, because you get different results if you look at different areas of the genome. Like you'll find a different individual if you're doing your analysis for chromosome 2 as if you're doing it for chromosome 9. Like you'll find different individuals at different times.
I don't know how that would make sense on your model either. You're saying that you can use any individual element as a type of molecular clock, but then you're saying that each individual has multiple molecular clocks depending on what we examine, but they all have different times. That doesn't seem right. That seems like that's a contradiction, because an organism line can't have multiple starting points, and it seems like that would be the entailment of what you're saying.
Well, no, none of these would be starting points. This would just be the point of most recent common ancestry. And the most recent common ancestor for the mitochondrial line is going to be different at a different individual from a different time than the most recent common ancestor for chromosome 3 or chromosome 21. All of those are going to be different individuals. I mean, Sam, to your point, they could be. It is possible that they could be the same individual, but we would want whatever the data is reflecting, and most of the time they're going to be different.
Yeah, well, see here, okay, that's that statement that you just made. Like I was, right up until you say whatever the data is reflecting, and that, like, when you and I had that conversation, I don't know how I could have been more clear. Like, data doesn't speak in and of itself; it's interpreted. And the interpretation of any piece of data is going to be through a worldview. So that, and that's what we have been arguing all night. And that Mike is, I think it's
T-Rock. Could you mute yourself?
The argument is on the proper way to interpret the data, because we're coming from antithetical worldviews again. So
I'll agree.
You can't just point to like a rock and say,
so let me amend my statement then. I will say a logical interpretation of the data.
Well,
so not all
interpretations.
interpretations. I'm going to say not all interpretations are equally valid. Some are more logical or more based in rationality than others. So I'll agree that
and all you're saying is all you're saying there, just like last time we talked, like we went through this for like 2 hours. You're saying you have an opinion on what's more logical or rational. Well, so do I. Like, you don't understand. You're just all you're saying is, like, there's ways people interpret the data, and I have an opinion on what's best. Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm not just stating my opinion, though. It's not just
right. You're saying,
opinion.
well, there's a consensus of people that agree with me. So what follows from that? Nothing. Nothing follows from that.
Okay, well, that's not my argument either. And I'm saying that in one, like, you can show how each point logically is entailed by the previous point. And so you can demonstrate the logic. It's not just an opinion. Like, logic is not just an opinion. But okay, we don't have to go on a 2-hour tangent about this at the moment.
Grace, I just got one question. What would you consider like the definitive evidence for it being a fusion? Like, what other markers are like this?
Yes, the fish analysis. FISH, it's an acronym. The fish analysis paper is the paper that convinced the scientific community.
What does that show, though?
Huh?
What does a fish analysis show? What about
you
it?
You just asked me for the piece of evidence.
But
I don't.
Is it just because it looks
similar?
similar?
Analysis is where they match the sequences together. So they showed that the sequence, not just of genes, but they created like proteins that fit along a sequence for chromosome 2, and then they put it for both of the chimp chromosomes that were the alleged ones that fused together, and those they lined up in the exact same sequence as in chromosome 2. That was enough evidence to convince the scientific community that the fusion did happen.
So
hey, I got a question real quick.
Wait, 1 second here. So the DNA looks the same, therefore they evolved from one another, or there was a fusion.
This is the exact same logic that is used to say a brother and sister have similar DNA, therefore they have a share a parent. It's the same logic.
That's not the same logic. That's not the same logic.
It is.
One has actual observable evidence. The other one does not.
They both have genetic evidence.
Wait, no, you don't have the genetic evidence.
We do have the genetic evidence.
The only way
I'm not going to keep going back and forth.
The only way you can have the genetic evidence is for you to provide the actual transitional. If you cannot provide the transitional, you do not actually have the genetic evidence. What you have is inferential evidence from the genetics.
Try to keep up with the analogy. In the analogy, you only have the DNA from the brother and sister. Those are analogous to humans and chimpanzees, which we absolutely do have the DNA.
No, that is not an analogous. It is an analogy, but it is not analogous.
Can you explain why it's not analogous?
Okay, do you actually? It is actually observable, not only genetically, but it is a logical necessity. So a brother and a sister logically have to have a common mother, right?
But you don't know that they're brother and sister.
By definition, that's what a brother and a sister is. By
I'm saying
definition,
you're doing the DNA test to test if they are brother and sister. You're comparing their DNA, and you're seeing that they had a shared parent.
So,
anyways, T-Rock, you want to ask your question before?
So it's a presupposition that they're the brother and sister. Then.
Yeah, I've got a quick question. The alleged fusion site, does it contain any protein coding?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, that's what I find extremely disingenuous about the fusion argument, because some of what was said earlier about you can use these various methods such as mitochondrial versus some other types of DNA comparisons. Common ancestry for distant relationships is done exclusively through the 2% coding region. If there is no coding region in the fusion, it can't be considered evidence for common ancestry because it's not even used in the universal sense.
That's not true. You can actually, and they have done common ancestry comparison from non-protein coding sequences of the genome. So that's just
so Donny can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've heard Donny say this, and I've personally heard other PhD level people say this that are evolutionists. They avoid parentally inherited DNA because it's quote unquote messy.
Okay.
Am I correct on that, Donny? Have you not heard Dan?
That they ignore. Are you saying that they ignore biparentally inherited or recombining DNA?
They ignore parentally inherited DNA for the sake of distant common ancestry because of how messy it is.
I think what they say, I know what I say is your uniparentally inherited DNA, like Y chromosome, which you get from your father, mitochondrial DNA, which you get from your mother. That is essentially non-recombining DNA, and so it's less messy. It's a better way to track ancestry versus autosomal DNA. It's more messy because of recombination every single generation.
So I specifically had a conversation with a geneticist, and I actually have an email with some commentary on this very point. Is why I brought it up, because essentially what the conversation revealed was that with, for example, Y chromosome, some of the mutation rates are too fast to be able to use them as a molecular clock for distant relationships. And so if you want very close relationships, and this is one of the reasons that Grayson's analogy really does break down. If you want very close relationships, you use microsatellite DNA comparisons, not protein, the 2% protein coding thing. And I actually have the formula that's used to make the calculations between name two species that you want to compare, but there's a specific formula that's used with a mutation rate assigned for each species, and it is exclusively to the 2% coding region. The microsatellite DNA is what you do when you want very close, so they'll use the term pedigree when they're talking about very close relationships. So you're kind of equivocating when you say that something like non-coding fusion site is equivalent to a 2% common ancestry study.
Well, I don't think I ever made that argument. Maybe you thought I was implying that, but I can assure you I'm not. And the point that you can construct a phylogenetic tree using only non-coding DNA should be enough to shake you from that position. So
no, absolutely not. There is a design criteria for why you would have a very stable low mutation rate commonality in protein coding.
Gentlemen, I'm going to jump in. Me and Sam have been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm exhausted. I'm out of voice. Sam's exhausted. This is probably one of our longest evolution open mics yet. We wanted to give everybody a good show. I think we did. It's been a fantastic night, but we're ready to end things. So I appreciate everybody who has joined tonight. We will be doing another one of these on the 10th. So Sam, almost 5.5 hours later, brother, any final words, final thoughts before we shut her down?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We're pointing people to Jesus. That's what we're doing. So we're coming at your worldview, critics. We're coming at your worldview, but not you. We want you to be reconciled with the God you know. And yeah, that's it.
Amen. Jude 1:23, and others saved with fear, pulling them out of the fire. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're here to do. Grayson, one of these days we're gonna get you. You're gonna be on Team Christianity one of these days. So, anyways,
As
it's been a blast.
theistic evolutionist.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you're in the world of Christianity. Then
Right.
we'll work on getting you to be a young Earth creationist. But
Theologically squared away.
all right, everybody, this has been a blast. We touched on a lot of topics, and we even got an impromptu chromosome 2 fusion debate. So with that, Standing for Truth is out. God bless all.